Mariners will score easily. Diaz skips into home. It's a 2-run double for Bregman on a banger.
And the Houston Astros wrapped up a stretch of 9 straight games against New York teams last night with another win over the New York Yankees. Alex Bregman hit a 2-run double early, and Houston held on for a 2-1 win. Houston goes 3-2 against the Major League best New York Yankees and swept 4 games against the Mets. It didn't take long for Canadian hopes to be Wimbledon this week. Despite being seeded 6th in men's singles, Felix Auger-Aliassime lost in round 1. Bianca Andreescu and Denis Shapovalov both suffered second-round losses on Wednesday at the Grass Court Grand Slam. And U.S. basketball star Brittany Griner is set to go on trial in a Moscow area court. Griner was arrested on cannabis possession charges at an airport while traveling to play for a Russian team. The proceedings are set to get underway today, about 4.5 months after she was detained. The Phoenix Mercury center and 2-time U.S. Olympic gold medalist could face up to 10 years in prison if convicted on large-scale transportation of drugs. Fewer than 1% of defendants in Russia criminal cases are acquitted. Happy Friday, Ken. Happy Canada Day. That's a look at your sports.
Right back at you. Another historic day in the U.S. yesterday with a glass ceiling being shattered. I'll tell you all about that right after the news.
Good morning. It's 7 o'clock. I'm Don Kagan-Fleming with your CTV News Update. It's 20 degrees right now. Your full forecast coming up in just minutes. Here's what's making news. Those crossing at Roxham Road in Quebec brought to Ontario. Fully vaccinated becomes up to date on vaccinations, and gunfire destroys the front of a restaurant. First, though, from the CJAD 800 traffic center, the 40 East is boarded up from the Côte de Liesse exit to the Laurentian Autoroute interchange. The DeCarry South and 15 North ramps to the 136 East are locked. Detour via the 15's Atwater exit or the Bonaventure Expressway. The 136 East's Barrie Saint-Laurent exit number 6 is barred. Meantime, the outbound Champlain Bridge has 2 lanes barred until at least noon. In the news, after months of passing the blame, it seems the federal and provincial governments have come to an understanding on asylum seekers using Quebec's irregular border crossing of Roxham Road. An estimated 13,000 people have crossed over from that border with New York seeking asylum this year, according to Radio-Canada, and Quebec officials, including Premier François Legault, have said resources are depleted. In response, Ottawa has begun bringing many of those crossing into Quebec over to Ontario, to the Niagara Falls area in particular. While the exact number of people moved hasn't been publicized, the operation officially began yesterday. Health Canada says with the progression of COVID, it's time to change some of our terminology about the virus. Health Minister Jean-Yves Duclos says it's no longer a matter of being fully vaccinated, but up to date on vaccinations.
The immunity conferred by a primary series of 2 doses of vaccines administered in 2021 has now waned. While you might have gotten infected, risk is high you could get reinfected.
With the development of the Omicron variant in particular and waning vaccine immunity, for Health Canada, a Canadian will be considered up to date in their vaccination for a period of 9 months following their last dose. Health Canada is currently working with the provinces to prepare for a potentially significant uptick in COVID cases later this summer. Russian missile attacks on residential buildings in the Ukrainian port city of Odessa have killed at least 18 people, including 2 children, a day after Russian forces withdrew from a strategic Black Sea island.
Video and still images released by the Emergency Service of Ukraine show widespread destruction and emergency workers in action. Ukrainian news reports say the target of the missile attack was a multi-story apartment block and a recreational area. Later, rescuers inside one of the ruined apartments clear rubble. The assault comes after Russian forces pulled out from Snake Island on Thursday, potentially easing the threat to Odessa. It was initially thought, but Vladimir Putin's forces have kept up their push to encircle the last stronghold of resistance in the eastern province of Luhansk. I'm Charles de Ledesma.
Judges across the U.S. have been weighing in on whether state constitutions allow abortions after the Supreme Court last week overturned Roe v. Wade.
A judge in Kentucky has temporarily blocked that state's nearly total ban on abortions, while in Florida, a judge says he'll temporarily stop a 15-week ban from taking effect. The rulings paused so-called trigger laws, which were designed to take effect after the High Court ruled to end federal constitutional protections for abortions. Florida Republican Governor Ron DeSantis says his state will appeal. In other states, there have been disputes involving abortion bans that have been on the books for generations, but never enforced. The flurry of activity has caused confusion and left patients and clinics scrambling. I'm Mike Hempen.
It seems airline issues in Montreal have now extended to the air itself, as well as mass flight delays and cancellations. A flight from Montreal to Cuba had to be grounded last night in Jacksonville, Florida. La Presse reports the OWG flight had technical issues and the 100 passengers had to wait for another flight to come pick them up, but everyone was safe. And the Force will need to be with Star Wars fans' wallets if they want to try a new drink inspired by the galaxy far, far away. Disney is selling a $5,000 Kyber crystal drink aboard its newest cruise ship, the Disney Wish. The cocktail is served in a case similar to ones seen on screen in The Empire Strikes Back. The menu describes the very pricey drink as, quote, the galaxy's rarest and valuable cocktail. For all the news during the day, stream us on your smart speaker. Just say, play CJAD 800. Your next CTV News update is at 7:30.
Get more CJAD 800 into your day and stay current. Stream or download the all-new Montreal Now podcast with Aaron and Natasha.
The common experience along with the unusual.
Listen to a new episode each week at the gym, on your lunch, or on your commute. Click on the audio page at CJAD800.com or find them on the iHeartRadio app. New month, same great country. Happy Canada Day from the voice of Montreal, CJAD 800.
I am ashes, I am Jesus, I am precious, could I be on the world? Could I be on the world?
She was just here not too long ago. A couple months ago, was it? For a concert here in Montreal. Jan Arden touring. She has her podcast that we carry here on CJAD 800. Another great Canadian as we play some Canadian music throughout the day today and Canadian artists on this Canada Day, July 1st. Bon weekend as well, long weekend. Here's your weather situation for the day. It's going to be hot. 21 at the moment with some cloud cover out there, and that means Environment Canada is telling us there's a slight chance of a shower this morning. Let's hope we don't get it. 30% chance of a shower. Actually, it's late this afternoon. Excuse me. If there is rain, it's late this afternoon. A little on the windy side as well today. The high's 28. It's going to feel like 33 with the humidity. So there you have your Friday, July 1st. Tomorrow, in fact, the weekend's looking great and hot. Saturday, tomorrow, sunny and 27. Sunday, sunny and 25. I imagine a little bit of humidity as well to spike that up a little bit. Monday, mix of sun and cloud and a high of 26. So let's hope this holds true and a nice run of nice weather here to kick off the month of July. So today, 28 is where we're headed. And nice to have you up with us. It's Ken Connors in for Andrew Carter. Last minute birthday on the text line here at 514-800. Good morning. Sorry to be late. That's okay. Please say happy and blessed birthday to Muriel King from Veronica and Karen Ruth Holder. Thanks in advance and happy Canada Day. Thank you for sending that in. All right. Historic day in the U.S. yesterday. And we'll talk to an NBC News radio correspondent about and get the details when we come back.
The Andrew Carter Morning Show, brought to you by Matla Banar. Save up to 30% on mattresses, bedding, pillows, and much more until July 4th at Matla Banar. With tax deadline approaching, get your receipts and paperwork organized with the Epson Rapid Receipt Scanner. Quickly and easily process receipts and invoices. This tax season, get receipt relief with Epson Rapid Receipt Scanners. Available at select retailers and epson.ca.
On the way out of a party, my friend said,
"Yeah, of course I can drive. I only drank half what I usually drink."
Half? Does that mean if he's arrested, he'll only have half a criminal record? Or half an accident with half of the serious injuries he'll carry for half of the rest of his life? I guess I'm only half sure.
There are no half measures. If you drink, don't drive. A message from the Société de l'Assurance Automobile du Québec.
Ken Connors for Electrica, and naturally the warmer weather will have us spending more time relaxing and entertaining on the deck and around the pool. So with an eye on the outside of your home, one of the many services Electrica provides is landscape lighting, professionally designed and of course expertly installed. Landscape lighting will make the outside of your home look great. So take advantage of every minute of the warmer weather while it's here with help from the company that can light up your home inside and out. 514-768-7778. That's Electrica with a K.ca.
Greet the summer with something gorgeous from Gilbert & Daughter, where women's high-end fashions are always 30 to 70% lower than everyone else's prices. But this week, they'll take another 30% off that at the counter. That's 30% off Gilbert & Daughter's already discounted prices. New items come in almost daily, and this week, you'll save an extra 30%. And why not take a peek in the bargain basement, where everything is $10 to $20? Gilbert & Daughter, open Monday to Saturday at 49 Donegany in Point Claire.
3 appliances. Bye-bye taxes. 10 appliances. Bye-bye taxes. 6,389 appliances. Woo! Bye-bye taxes. At Corvée, the taxes are moving out. Save the equivalent of the taxes when you purchase 3 or more selected appliances. But hurry, because the taxes move back in on July 6th. Corvée, for the right reasons. And saving the taxes this moving season. Details at CorvaineElectra.com.
The Montreal housing market is finally beginning to cool. Interest rates are up and they're predicted to keep rising. So what do you do if you're a seller right now? Call my friend, yes, she's really my friend, Tatiana Londano. Why? Because not only will she guarantee to sell your home, she'll guarantee to sell it over asking price or she'll buy it herself. That's right, she'll sell your home over asking or she'll buy it. Call 514-912-3019. That's 912-3019 or online soldOverAsking.info.
I'm Maya Johnson. When you're on the go, our news goes with you. Download the CTV News app and get all our top stories and video. It's your home, make it your news.
Watch CTV News at 6 and visit ctvnewsmontreal.ca.
You're listening to the Andrew Carter Morning Show on News Talk Radio, CJAD 800.
You are. It's Ken Connors sitting in for Andrew Carter, who's enjoying the week off, actually. Well, he'll be back here on Monday morning on this Canada Day. Happy Friday, July 1st. It's 7-11. Well, historic day for our friends south of the border. A historic day in the U.S. yesterday when Ketanji Brown Jackson was sworn in, becoming the first black woman on the Supreme Court. NBC News radio correspondent Noam Layden joins us with more. Noam, good morning.
Good morning, Ken.
So another glass ceiling shattered yesterday, as it were, when it comes to your country's highest court.
Yeah, Ketanji Brown Jackson, as you said, first African-American female to ascend to the high court. It was emotional. It was historical. Her grandparents barely got through grade school. And here we are just one generation away, and she's ascended to the nation's highest court. There was a great moment as she was being sworn in. The person she's replacing is Justice Stephen Breyer, who has decided to retire. She actually clerked for him many years ago when she graduated from Harvard Law School. So he was part of the process as well. It was a great day after, there's so many things that are wrong with the United States, but this was a moment that showed the United States can be still a great place of promise for somebody like Ketanji Brown Jackson.
And Noam, she's joining 3 other women, right? This is the first time that now 4 women are going to serve together on the court?
That's right, but it won't change the conservative tilt of the court. It'll still be a 6-3 conservative majority on the high court.
Yeah, it's very interesting that she's joining at a time when, as you said, the conservative majority has been, I guess, flexing their muscles in a lot of major rulings.
Yeah, oh boy. I mean, this was a blockbuster court year that ended yesterday. 6-3 majority. They struck down federal abortion rights, threw it back to the states to make that decision. They removed some limits on gun permits so you can carry in places like New York City now. They curbed some regulatory power, and they even blurred the line between church and state, where they said a high school football coach could pray on the field during games.
With Noam Layden from NBC News Radio. How does it work? So the session has ended. When does the next session start?
So you thought that was a blockbuster session, but you should see what's coming. It's the first Monday in October is when they start the next session. And then it can go for the entire year, but usually you get the rulings now in the end of June. And so that'll probably be the case next year. But they're going to take up some really controversial issues next year as well. They'll take on race-based admissions. There's a group of students from Harvard University who have accused the university of favoring Black and Hispanic applicants over Asian Americans. Harvard says it does take race into account when making a decision because they want to have their student body be diverse. They'll also take on an environmental issue. A Idaho couple wants to build on federally protected wetlands. If they win that case, that could open the door for developers to build houses on wetlands all across the country.
Noam, just as we wrap up and back to Ketanji Brown Jackson for a second, just as I guess the previous administration did with their 3 appointments, she's only 51, right? She's young enough to serve for decades now in that job.
Yeah, well, the smart move always, you would think anyway, on the part of the president, whoever's in the White House at that point, would be get somebody in there young who can really have a deep imprint on the court. And you can say that with the case with former President Donald Trump, who picked 3 justices, and that has really changed the complexion and will have an imprint on American policies for decades to come.
Her appointment and swearing in, I guess, fulfilled a promise that I guess President Biden made, I think, during the presidential campaign, where he said he wanted to bring more women and minorities and I guess a wider range of backgrounds to the federal judiciary.
Yeah, I mean, for some reason that seemed controversial to some people, but he said no, the court should reflect the nation. And he said the best way to do that would to bring in African-American woman. It played both on party lines or confirmation. I mean, they were able to get 3 Republicans to come over with the Democrats, and so she got the 53 votes needed to get onto the high court. But it wasn't easy. It took a couple months, but here she is. She's now a high member of the high court.
As you said, a great day for the U.S. Noam, it's Canada Day here, July 1st, and I'm a little early, but happy July 4th to you and your family.
Yeah, happy Canada Day right back to you.
Thank you. Noam Layden, NBC News Radio correspondent. Always appreciate their time when they join us here on the Andrew Carter Morning Show. It's 7:16 on a kind of a overcast morning. Let me just do a double check. We have a huge window here in the studio, and I like to take advantage of it. Some cloud cover out there. The current temperature is 21. We're looking at 28 as the high for today. It's going to be warm. The 28 with the humidity will mean 33 when we hit our daytime high, and a slight chance of a shower later on this afternoon. Weekend looking good. Sunshine both days. Getting something here on the text line. I'm going to pass this on to Dawn and have her check it out in the newsroom. It says accident in Ganawage, car and water, seaway traffic affected, awaiting divers. KFB peacekeepers on the scene. All right. Thank you for that on the text line at 514-800. As I said, I'll mention that to our newsroom, see if we can get more information on that. John Moore is enjoying the day off. Canada Day. And in his place, Bill Brownstein, my buddy from the weekends on entertainment, has stepped up as he always does. We always appreciate that. And Bill's going to chat entertainment with me in just a couple minutes, including the fact that I guess yesterday, Just for Laughs, with their comedy fest right around the corner, has added even more names to their lineup. So that information is coming up next.
Adam, Gerlene, Dave, Ashley, Doug, and Charlie.
Farmers looking for a partner. Think you could be the perfect match?
Anyone can apply to get on CTV's new matchmaking show, Farming for Love.
Go to ctv.ca/farming for love.
Casting closing soon.
How Bell makes summer better.
Ah, summer. Sunsets, barbecues, a terrace with friends. What's better than that on a hot summer day?
How about being able to capture and share all those moments with an amazing new phone on Canada's best 5G network?
Yeah, I can picture that.
For a limited time, enjoy hot summer savings and save up to 60% off our latest phones on Canada's best 5G network. Visit a Bell store or bell.ca for details. Bell, summertime just got better.
Littrosits Opticians is now open. For full service, by appointment only, call 514-481-2368. They always have your best interests at heart, so rest assured they've taken the necessary precautions to ensure your safety. As dispensing opticians, they have a great selection of creator frames to choose from. Add to that their attention to detail and service with a smile. That's service you can trust. That's the family touch. Littrosits Opticians, DeCarry at Isabella, 514-481-2368. At Littrosits, you'll see.
The BDC Small Business Loan is all for entrepreneurs. All for giving you quick and easy online access to the funds you need to increase your cash flow, buy new equipment, or invest in new technology. Apply now for a small business loan at bdc.ca/online loan and get up to $100,000 with favorable conditions. BDC. Financing, advising, smarts.
Introducing Tim's new loaded bowls. The same delicious loaded wrap ingredients like tasty grains, seasoned chicken, and habanero or cilantro lime sauce are now in a bowl. Tim's new loaded bowls and wraps. Try one today at participating restaurants in Canada.
The wait is over. The ultimate race across the country is back. This summer, we're ready to go with the new season of The Amazing Race Canada. Get into it starting Tuesday at 9/8 Central only on CTV.
Happy Canada Day. Sitting in for Andrew Carter this morning, Ken Connors on CJAD 800.
And I mean, Leonardo DiCaprio, what can I even say about him? He's done so much to fight climate change and leave behind a cleaner, greener planet for his girlfriends.
Amy Schumer is showing off her stand-up chops at the Academy Awards earlier this year. Bill Brownstein in for John Moore is on the line. Hi, Bill.
Good morning, Ken.
Amy Schumer, she's going to get an award of her own, I guess, when she stops here in Montreal for the Comedy Fest.
Yeah, she's doing now 2 shows at the festival on the 29th of July, and she has picked up the Comedy Person of the Year. And I got to say, just for doing those Oscars where she shared the billing with Wanda Sykes, and she did a great job. But yeah, what's interesting here, she is still on fire all the time. She's going to win the award for Comedy Person of the Year. Hassan Minhaj for Stand-Up Comedian of the Year. Taylor Tomlinson, I don't know if you caught her mid-quarter life crisis on Netflix. Yeah. Hysterical young comedian. She's the breakout comedy star of the year. And Gerard Carmichael is the comedy special of the year winner for his show Nathaniel. What's interesting is all of these people got their starts at JFL way back when in the New Faces series. So, it's kind of an interesting breeding ground we have here for comedy stars.
I've played a lot of Taylor Tomlinson on the weekends. She's in her 20s, so it's a nice fresh perspective from
quarter life crisis. Wait.
Yeah, absolutely. And Bill, of course, the Jazz Fest got underway last night.
It did indeed, and some interesting stuff. The beauty of the Jazz Festival is you don't have to, go inside if you're a little leery still about doing that. But great show tonight if you want to check out British R&B star Corinne Bailey Ray. Yeah. Really powerful soul singer, and she's at the TD stage at 9:30 this evening. But that's the beauty of that festival. There are so many great outdoor shows, and of course there's all sorts of great other stuff going on as well. I mean, once again, they brought in everybody from Holly Cole to Ravi Coltrane, the Go-Go Penguin, Christian McBride. But it's just like an unending supply, and it's wonderful stuff. Colin James is going to be back here July the 3rd, Psychedelic Furs, and of course, if you're paying attention, you'll see the American punk band X. Essentially, this is not necessarily all jazz.
No.
In fact, it
never was, right?
Never was. It's really a music festival. I mean, you got everything from classical to klezmer and soul in between, and hip hop and all the rest. But,
Bill, I'm looking forward to the Manhattan Transfer because I think I was a big fan back in the day, and I think the last time I saw them was in the early '80s at Place des Arts. They've been around for a long time.
Oh, a long time. Well, I mean, when you look at like Wynton Marsalis, who's here last night, they've all been around forever and ever. So that's the beauty of this kind of music. It just holds on.
Let me pick your brain and pick your memory. Give me one or two memorable outdoor shows that you've seen over the years, and let me start. I remember a few. I'm not sure even how long far back this goes, but there was an outdoor tribute to Paul Simon. They were honoring him, and different artists sang songs. And Jim Cuddy came up on stage. I think the rain had just ended on this night, and he sang this wonderful version of "Still Crazy" after all these years. I absolutely adored that show.
Missed that, but the one that you probably saw that I saw too is all the backup people in Motown who put on a show.
The Funk Brothers.
The Funk Brothers, an outdoor show, was absolutely incredible.
Yeah.
Like every great R&B tune we've ever heard, they did the backups on, and they did this just wild outdoor show. That sort of stuff is so spectacular. You do remember that? I don't know how many years ago that must have been. You had to have been there as well.
Yeah. I think I was 4 at the time.
Yeah,
but
I was 7. Yeah.
No, but I remember that, and if I'm not mistaken, I remember standing way in the back because it was so busy. It was on de Maisonneuve, I think.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was before the big TD stage and all the rest downtown. Yeah, it was like de Maisonneuve.
And David Hertel and I shared a memory yesterday because when I got back to Montreal after working in some Ontario markets, and I got my job at Showman 89, the first week I got back, the Jazz Fest was underway, and I went downtown, and Pat Metheny was doing an outdoor show, and it was on McGill College. He was set up at Place Ville Marie where the stage was, and the crowd went all the way back to the Rada Gates, and it was just a beautiful Montreal night. And Hertel was at that show too, so that was a great memory.
And did he get on stage and play, Dave? There's been some when you think about it, like in the context of jazz. I mean, everybody from Leonard Cohen to Van Morrison, who've also played the festival. I remember seeing the Moody Blues, and they had to bring 2 drummers on stage because the original one didn't have the same chops he once had. But it's some great musical experiences. Like I say, almost none of them relate totally to jazz, but that's the beauty of it all.
I was telling Laurent Saulnier, the director of programming, yesterday, I think, or the day before, when he was on the show. I said, when I'm downtown during the Jazz Fest on a beautiful Montreal night, and the crowd is in a great mood, and there's tourists and there's locals, it makes me proud of my city. It's like Montreal's putting its best foot forward.
Absolutely.
With the Jazz Fest.
And they've got the weather going for them this year.
Oh, yeah.
Which will make it really... And this is last year, Laurent Saulnier, as the program maestro for the Jazz Fest. Done a great job.
Bill, if you're into staying home on the weekend and watching something on TV, I know you mentioned this last week, but Crave is starting to stream the latest Bond flick.
Yes, No Time to Die, which is kind of remarkable. Days gone by, you'd have to wait a year or 5 until you got at the latest Bond film. But now Crave's starting to stream it right now, as of today. So, that'll give you 3 hours worth of entertainment.
Yeah.
No spoilers here, of course.
Barbara Broccoli, who runs the company that's responsible for the films, I think she was honored in London a couple of days ago, and she gave an interview. She says they're right now they're in a holding pattern. They're not sure when. It'll be at least 2 years before production of the next Bond film, and they're thinking of reinventing the character, whatever that means.
But she says this. It's not going to be. A lot of people had speculated it might be a woman in the role, but she has put that theory.
No, she says it's the character is male, and they're going to work from that premise.
My money's on Idris Elba.
Yeah, who knows?
You never know. Yeah. What have you been doing for the next year and a half?
I've been doing some light stretching, Bill, so I may be ready. The thing about Craig, too, first of all, I thought he was a great Bond, and he did a lot of his own physical activity, as it were. I got
to say, it was his 5th Bond. He's done 5 of them, and this is his last over the course of 25 Bonds. I got to say, I used to love Sean Connery, but I think Daniel Craig is the best of the bunch.
Mm-hmm. Bill, lots of things to look forward to on our streaming services, and we'll chat about that this weekend, right?
You got it.
All right, Bill, thank you for doing this. I appreciate it. Bill Brownstein of the Montreal Gazette in for John Moore this morning. It's 7:27. Got David Hertel, speaking of which, on the way at 7:40. He's in for Tom Mulcair. Dr. Mitch Schulman will join us just before 8 o'clock. Todd Vanderhayden from CTV News Channel, a huge Elvis fan. He's already seen the movie twice, and he's going to come on. We're going to talk about Elvis and the Elvis movie after 8 o'clock. And wine as well. Mandy Robertson, who's our wine expert on Weekends with Ken, is going to do a special Canada Day segment, recommend some Canadian wines for you today. So that's on the way between 8 and 8:30. Let's get to Sean Starr with a look at sports.
Good morning. The Canadiens getting closer to the number 1 pick at the NHL draft on Thursday. Could they move it? On TSN's Insider Trading yesterday, Pierre LeBrun mentioned that the Canadiens are waiting to see if New Jersey picks up the phone and inquires about perhaps swapping picks. New Jersey picks 2nd, Montreal 1st, and perhaps Montreal and New Jersey could swap picks, with the Devils taking Shane Wright 1st overall and the Habs taking the big 6'4", 220-pound winger Slafkovsky. TSN's Bob McKenzie released his final draft rankings, and the scouts he surveyed had Shane Wright going 2nd, Slafkovsky 1st. Why the drop-off?
He didn't assert himself, and he maybe wasn't as consistently competitive as they would have liked to have seen him, Dean.
Bob McKenzie on Shane Wright. The draft goes next Thursday. Keep it locked to TSN 690 for full coverage all week leading up to Thursday's draft, and, of course, full reaction immediately following the pick.
Swing and a miss! Hernandez got him on a breaking ball in the dirt, and that is the ball game. The Houston Astros hold on for a 2-1 win over the New York Yankees.
Alex Bregman with a 2-run double early, and Houston held on for that 2-1 win over the Yankees. Thursday's game completes a stretch for the Astros, 9 straight against New York teams. They went 3-2 against the Yankees and 4-0 against the New York Mets.
Rosarena back at the wall, leaps into the air. He can't get it. It is gone. Santiago Espinal delivers in the biggest spot of this game for Toronto.
Teoscar Hernandez and Santiago Espinal each hit 2-run home runs, and Toronto beat Tampa Bay 4-1. The Rays have lost 3 in a row. To basketball, where Nikola Jokic of the Denver Nuggets has agreed to the biggest contract in NBA history as the annual free agent negotiation window is opened. The two-time reigning MVP guaranteed himself at least $264 million over 5 seasons. Bradley Beal will make $251 million after re-signing with Washington, while Karl Anthony Towns, Devin Booker, and Ja Morant also agreed to huge money extensions. These 5 players had more than $1.1 billion committed to them in their new deals. And the Toronto Raptors locked up their top free agent, Montreal's Chris Boucher. The Raptors signed the 6'9" center to a 3-year, $35.25 million contract. Happy Friday, Ken. That's a look at your sports.
Thank you so much. It's Ken Connors in for Andrew Carter on this long weekend, this Canada Day, July 1st. If you're moving today or this weekend, I hope you have a good, safe, and hassle-free move. We're going to move over to the CJAD 800 newsroom right now and get you up to date.
Good morning, it's 7:30. I'm Don Kagan-Fleming with your CTV News Update. It's 20 degrees right now. Your full forecast coming up in just minutes. Here's what's making news. Police turn one of Quebec's formerly most wanted criminals into an informant. A Montreal fire leaves 6 families in the street and 1 woman hospitalized, and a NATO research center coming to Montreal. First, though, from the CJAD 800 Traffic Center, the 40 East is boarded up from the Côte-de-Liesse exit, 65 to the Laurentian Autoroute interchange for the weekend. The DeCarry South and 15 North ramps to the 136 East are locked for the same stretch. Detour via the 15's Atwater exit or the Bonaventure Expressway. And at the same time, the 136 East Barrie Saint-Laurent exit, number 6, is barred. Meantime, the outbound Champlain Bridge has 2 lanes barred until at least noon today. In the news, Montreal and provincial police have reportedly gotten someone they describe as involved in high-level organized crime to turn informant. The Journal de Montréal reports that the informant is former hitman Frédéric Silva, charged with 4 murders and found guilty of 3, as well as the attempted murder of crime boss Salvatore Scopa. He is supposed to not only admit to his own crimes, but offer up the names and offenses of those he worked with for years in the Montreal underground crime scene. He was put under police protection as of yesterday, according to the report, after long refusing such a deal with police. The former member of Quebec's top 10 most wanted criminals reportedly had a change of heart, though, fearing for his life after 2 of his former associates were recently killed. A fire in a Sud-West building left a woman in her 40s badly injured last night. It started around 1 this morning in an apartment on the 3rd floor of the building on Marin Avenue near Rue Saint-Jacques. 90 firemen were on the scene to handle the 3-alarm fire, and the woman was taken to hospital. Fire officials say the 6 units in the building are not livable at this point because of the level of damage, and that the Red Cross has taken the affected families in. It was an emotional scene in Uvalde, Texas, as families confronted city council more than a month after 19 children and 2 teachers were killed in their classrooms by an 18-year-old gunman. Reporter Derek Dennis has more on that.
What if it was your kid?
Outrage in Uvalde during an emotional city council meeting as relatives of those who died in the Robb Elementary School massacre demanded answers about the ongoing investigation.
You're not doing anything. We're not getting any answers, zero justice, nothing.
But Uvalde's mayor saying he has not been given any information by the agencies investigating the shooting.
It's either got to come from the governor or the attorney general, and I'm not getting answers from either one.
He says the city council could be prosecuted for releasing any records or information about the case.
State officials are ordering local school districts across Texas to audit and correct security deficiencies at their schools before the start of the next school year. Montreal has been chosen to become a home to a NATO research center focused on the impacts of climate change and their effects on global security. The NATO Center of Excellence for Climate Change and Security was recently proposed by the Trudeau government, along with the offer to host the center here in Canada. When the center will be operational is not yet clear, but one focus of its work will be extreme weather conditions and disasters. Mayor Valérie Plante celebrated the news, saying Montreal's work to fight climate change will bring in top players in the field from all over the world. The Queen's representative in Canada has issued a holiday greeting.
Happy Canada Day.
That's Governor General Mary Simon, and she's released her first annual Canada Day message.
Wherever and however you mark the day, remember to keep working together to build an inclusive society.
Her message also calls for Canadians to be kind to each other, learn from one another, and listen to Indigenous peoples on whose land we live.
Canada is our home. On Canada Day, let's all commit to a country where everyone truly belongs.
The Governor General is due to give a speech at formal celebrations in Ottawa today, which will also be attended by the Prime Minister. Rob Westgate, The Canadian Press.
And a Nashville hot dog restaurant is offering a unique deal. Daddy's Dogs says men who have received a vasectomy can get a free milkshake. It's called Snip for Shake, and the shop says bring in a note from the doctor that confirms you've had the procedure, and you'll get the tasty treat for free. For all the news during the day, stream us on your smart speaker. Just say, play CJAD 800. Your next CTV News update is coming at 8 o'clock.
Happening now. It's your radio. Put it on CJAD 800 to hear Evan Solomon.
Canada is so controlling that we are going to put it on the religious freedom watch list. Like Azerbaijan and Cuba.
The Evan Solomon Show. Weekdays noon to 2. Tell your smart speaker.
Play CJAD 800.
Andrew has the day off to enjoy the long weekend. Ken sitting in this morning on CJAD 800.
That's what I have every night between, 8 and 10:30. Constant craving.
What are you craving, Ken?
You hear those cookies calling from the pantry. Ken! Another great Canadian artist and a great Canadian song, Constant Craving from K.D. Lang. 7:36, Happy Canada Day. I'm in for Andrew Carter. Andrew's going to be back here in the chair after enjoying a week off. He'll be back here on Monday morning. We'll be on this weekend, though. Are you working? You're working this weekend?
Oh, yeah, I'm right back all weekend.
Jimmy and I are working as well, Saturday and Sunday with Weekends with Ken. Here's your weather forecast on a somewhat cloudy, overcast morning. Let's hope the sun appears. 21 at the moment. We have a chance of a shower in the forecast for later on this afternoon. The high today, it's going to be hot. It's 28. It'll feel like 33 with the humidity, and it's going to get a little breezy this morning as well. They're saying the winds will gust up to about 50 km an hour. Partly cloudy tonight if you're heading out for some Canada Day or Canada Day celebrations. Looking at another slight chance of a shower. And overnight low is going to be 20. And still breezy tonight as well. Tomorrow on Sunday looking fantastic. Tomorrow, Saturday, 2nd day of July, it's going to be sunny and 27. Sunday, sunshine and 25. You want to look ahead to a Monday when it's back to work for a lot of people. A Monday, and we're looking at a mix of sun and cloud, no talk of rain, and a high of 26. So heading for 28 today. Nice to have you up with us here on this holiday Friday. When we come back, David Hertel filling in for Tom Mulcair. We'll talk about a few things, including Air Canada customers looking for compensation.
The Andrew Carter Morning Show, brought to you by Madla Bonheur. Save up to 30% on mattresses, bedding, pillows, and much more until July 4th at Madla Bonheur.
You can create a happier, healthier lifestyle for you and your family. Montréal en Santé, in partnership with the MUHC, is Quebec's only bilingual health and wellness magazine, giving you breaking medical news and stories that will help you live a more active, healthy lifestyle. Look for tennis phenom Félix Auger-Aliassime on the front cover. You can pick up your free copy of Montréal en Santé magazine at all MUHC hospitals, pharmacies, grocery stores, and health food chains island-wide, or read us online at montrealensanté.com. Montréal en Santé magazine, your guide to living well.
Welcome to Notre-Dame-des-Neiges Cemetery's Remembrance Grove, as well as its new St. Louis Grove, which offers a view on Lake St. Louis. Choosing one of these first eco-friendly burial sites in Montreal means continuing the circle of life by having your ashes buried under one of 6 local tree species. It's a poetic way of giving back by contributing to improved air quality and biodiversity. Learn more at NotreDameDesNeiges-Cemetery.ca.
After 51 years of serving the Montreal community, Uma Saris is closing, announcing its biggest sale ever. Up to 80% off gorgeous items, including saris made from organic cotton, comfy and breathable for summer. Uma Saris, 6270 Côte-des-Neiges.
Just 10 minutes from Trois-Rivières in the Centre du Québec region, the Grand Royal Wallanac Casino has everything you need to have a great time. Whether it's a gourmet meal at the Jinko or a celebration at the Octagon Sports Bar, plus the fun and excitement of gaming, either way, the atmosphere is always thrilling. The Grand Royal Wallanac Casino, the only real casino in the Centre du Québec region. Just 10 minutes from Trois-Rivières. Ready to double down? 18 years and over, please play responsibly. Building a small business? Set up an office through ExecuSpace. We offer completely furnished or virtual offices, mail service, and professional answering service. It's simple. We run your office, you run your business. That's a formula for success. ExecuSpace.com.
The Adjusto program from Desjardins Insurance would like to remind you that to go to the gym, you can always take your car, but you can always bike there too. That way, you get your cardio done. With Adjusto, if you drive your vehicle little and drive safe, you save on car insurance. You also get a 10% enrollment discount on your premium for the first 6 months. Certain conditions, exclusions, and limitations may apply.
Adam, Gerline, Dave, Ashley, Doug, and Charlie.
Farmers looking for a partner. Think you could be the perfect match?
Anyone can apply to get on CTV's new matchmaking show, Farming for Love.
Go to ctv.ca/farmingforlove.
Casting closing soon.
The #1 radio show in the city. Thanks to you. The Andrew Carter Morning Show on News Talk Radio, CJAD 800.
And Ken sitting in for Andrew this morning. Happy Canada Day, 7:40. David Hertel, former Liberal cabinet minister, council at Fasken, and now part of the team of announcers here at CJAD 800, is filling in for Tom Mulcair. Good morning, David.
Good morning, Ken.
I just looked out the window, Dave, while the commercial break was on, and you can tell it's moving day because at this 4-way intersection at Papineau and Rainier-Levesque, I saw 3 U-Hauls.
Well, I hope, for now, the weather seems to be holding. Let's hope whoever is moving today is going to have a smooth day.
Yeah. Not a lot of movement at the airport. I saw some of the footage last night on CTV Montreal supper time broadcast, and just jammed and luggage everywhere, and a lot of frustrated air travelers, and so now, in light of the announcement from Air Canada about canceling a lot of their flights, consumer rights groups, I guess, are demanding that Air Canada provide compensation, and rightfully so, I guess.
Yeah, rightfully so. So you have groups like Option Consommateur and other groups saying that Air Canada is going to have to compensate, and there are regulations. I mean, there is a passenger rights charter in Canada, and there are regulations which were adopted in 2019 that require compensation. We'll see how Air Canada manages this situation, because there is fine print in all these regulations.
Yeah.
Like, for example, Air Canada will be responsible for anything that's within their control. So there might be some play here. There are also obligations for airlines to, if they can't fly you somewhere, they have to rebook you maybe on other airline. So there are a lot of different alternatives also. So it's going to be a case-by-case situation. But you have to remember also that when you're talking about Air Canada, you're always talking about a special situation, because I was thinking about this yesterday, Ken.
Yeah.
Remember, in 2021, Air Canada got a $5.9 billion bailout package from us, from the federal government, with our tax dollars during the pandemic. And so this is more than just, some private company having to deal with disgruntled customers. I mean, Air Canada there's always this special relationship, especially in Montreal. And so it's going to be very interesting to see how Air Canada and ultimately the government, the federal government, reacts to the tally. I mean, we're going to find out over the next few weeks, how many passengers were affected directly by these cancellations, what it meant in terms of costs and lost vacations, and because it's a domino effect, of course, as you know. I mean, if you miss your flight, your hotels, whatever you booked at your travel destination is lost. I mean, there's a lot of consequences here. So we'll see if there is prompt reaction from Air Canada, and if not, well, unfortunately, this might end up before the courts as well.
Back to that fine print. Within our control, sounds like there's a lot of room for discrepancy there in interpretation.
Yeah, there might be a lot of room for interpretation there. That's where lawyers make their money, Ken, and so there's going to be some fights there for sure. But also what's interesting is, Air Canada's stock price has fell significantly since this whole story broke a couple of days ago. So there's going to be definitely an economic impact on Air Canada, but also how Air Canada manages this, especially when you look at the fact, again, I can't emphasize enough. I mean, $5.9 billion they got from all of us, Canadian taxpayers, last year to get through the pandemic. And again, there's a lot of people saying, okay, this was foreseeable. This was something that could be managed differently. And so there's going to be a lot of damage control in the days and weeks ahead.
With David Hertel this morning, he's in for Tom Mulcair, our political insider. David, all eyes are on Ottawa, I guess, not only this morning, but for the weekend, as I guess they get set and brace for another series of protests on this Canada Day weekend. And Pierre Poilievre has managed to get his name back in the news because he was seen, I guess, yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. He was kind of walking down a street in Ottawa with a lot of those supporters of the protests trailing behind him.
Yeah, with James Topp, that soldier that is marching across Canada and is coinciding his march with an arrival in Ottawa at the War Memorial today. He's protesting the vaccine mandates in the Canadian Armed Forces. And so Pierre Poilievre, still staying the course of his, anti-government, anti-vaxxer movement and the shift he's trying to impose on the Canadian Conservative Party. So he's not stepping off the gas here, Ken. And so Pierre Poilievre, not missing an opportunity, got his face all over the news, even this morning again. I mean, we keep seeing these images. And again, it's going to be very interesting to see how the day goes, but I can't get off the visual, Ken, that Parliament Hill is bracing for yet another Freedom Convoy protest on Canada Day. And the actual Canada Day celebrations, which, Ken, we've been used to this for forever, apparently, the shows are always on Parliament Hill. So where's the show this year? It's somewhere outside of Ottawa in Gatineau. And so can you believe it? I mean, the actual Canada Day celebrations have to move because of these protests. And so on Canada Day, we are talking about protests. We're talking about also, if you look at the state of affairs across Canada, you see here in Quebec, where you have a provincial government basically saying, okay, we can set aside the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms and using the notwithstanding clause for Bill 96 and Bill 21. And you have all the way in Alberta. You have now, with the United Conservative Party leadership race, you have leading candidates talking about Alberta sovereignty acts and going very, very far right on a lot of different topics. And so there's a lot to think about. Of course, Indigenous issues also top of mind on a day like today. But you're seeing there's clearly a vacuum right now. There's a lot of issues going on, and not necessarily a lot to celebrate on a day like today.
Unfortunately, right. And just in wrapping, David, I noticed that Chrystia Freeland spoke about the Ottawa protests and her hopes for no problems, but we haven't heard from the Prime Minister. I believe he's back in the country and set to speak today, as he normally does on Canada Day, right?
Yeah, he's going to have to speak today, but again, where is he going to be? I mean, definitely we've basically ceded Parliament Hill to the protesters. I mean, in some ways, they've already won. We hope there won't be any violence. We, of course, hope there won't be any occupation like there was earlier this year. But the fact is that right now, this right-wing message that is out there is gaining a lot of ground. We have to recognize the fact that this message, and you're seeing it with Pierre Poilievre's campaign, seemingly not only is the presumptive front runner, it seems to be wrapped up the way things are looking on the Conservative Party side. So that's a major transformation for one of Canada's major political parties that is taking place. And it seems on the other side, there seems to be a leadership vacuum right now, and that's definitely troubling in a day like today.
David Hertel, who's been working all this week for the Elias Macko Show, on the Elias Macko Show. This afternoon, David, you're in as of 2 o'clock, right?
Absolutely, 2 to 6 on Montreal now.
Looking forward to it. Thank you, David.
Thank you, Ken.
7:49 on this, Happy Canada Day, Friday morning. 21 outside your door. 28 will be the high for today. It'll feel like 33 with the humidity. There's a slight chance of a late afternoon shower. Don Kagan-Fleming coming up at 8 o'clock with the latest news, including some pretty good news, positive news about Quebec's economic forecasts. So that and everything else you need to know this morning, just minutes away. Coming up next, Dr. Mitch Schulman.
Hit music lives on Virgin Radio, home of the biggest artists. Boost your mood with Montreal's #1 hit music station. 95.9 Virgin Radio.
With the money you save by switching to Bel Air Direct, maybe you could finally replace that busted car speaker. Switch your car and home insurance and save. It's that simple. Bel Air Direct. Conditions apply.
At McDonald's, we know there's so much to love about summer. Sandy beaches, hot breezes, a comfy hammock. We've got a few things of our own to add to that list. Because right now, for only $2 plus tax, you can treat yourself to a sundae or snack-sized milkshake. Also, you can get a cone for $1 plus tax, only with the app. With all the favorites you crave, McDonald's is your destination for chill summer treats. At participating McDonald's restaurants in Canada, product availability varies by restaurant, price to exclude delivery, app download, and registration required.
Summer is made for those classic wind in your hair, hands flying out the window moments. Moments of unexpected fun and exploration. So get out there and explore with Journey Rewards. Start saving 7 cents per liter on fuel at participating Ultramar stations. Plus, save an extra 3 cents per liter with a linked CIBC card. Go ahead. Take that spontaneous road trip. Download the Journey Rewards app to start saving today. The road is calling. Journey on. Available on Google Play and the Apple App Store. Program terms and conditions apply. Visit journey.ca for more details.
Canadians have a lot to say. Vast in culture and landscape, together we share unique and diverse stories. Every minute of every day, local broadcasters are connecting communities, serving as the trusted source during natural disasters and local emergencies.
It was a particularly intense downburst, not a tornado.
Providing a platform to diverse groups.
It's an attack on fundamental rights and freedoms for trans people.
Offering a Canadian perspective on global issues.
Those images of Kyiv are beyond disturbing.
And celebrating victories. As the voices of our communities, local broadcasters are on the pulse, creating the rhythm that beats across this great land. Now imagine a world without them. Our communities need local broadcasting. Visit localbroadcasters.ca to learn more. A message from the Canadian Association of Broadcasters.
At New Look, whether you're a hardhead, an airhead, or a hothead, with $125 off a complete pair of glasses, your head will be in the clouds. Book an appointment at newlook.ca. Approved by Jacinthe Lagando, optician.
The MUHC Foundation and CJAD 800 present Health Matters with Tara Schwartz, featuring the health experts who are transforming medicine and the patients whose lives they have changed.
This week on Health Matters, an innovative surgery that can treat type 1 diabetes is being performed at the MUHC. Discover this life-changing and life-saving procedure and meet the surgeon performing it. And a softball tournament fundraising for a special cause.
Health Matters, Sunday at noon on CJAD 800.
This morning's conversation with Dr. Mitch is brought to you by your friends at XL Honda on Paré, taking good care of you and your Honda.
Dr. Mitch Schulman is on the line, our resident health expert here on the Andrew Carter Morning Show. Mitch, how are you?
I am very fine. How
are you, sir?
I'm very good. Good to have you on the show this morning. As always, 7:53. Mitch, we're 2 years into the pandemic and COVID-19. The more we know, the better off we are. What do we know at this point about the link or possible link between COVID and the risk of diseases like Parkinson's and Alzheimer's?
This is just incredible. And I know most people are going, science. This is beyond belief science. So Parkinson's, as many people may know, is a disease of the brain caused by a lack of a specific transmitter, specific messenger within the brain called dopamine. And certain cells in the brain die off. And the reason why these cells die off, and therefore there's a lack of dopamine, is because of tangles of bad protein. And this bad protein forms clumps that triggers inflammation, gets in the way of the cell functioning, and kills it. Well, why do these clumps form? Well, some people genetically just do it, and there's nothing we can do about it. But it turns out that there's a protein that's involved in this that they've been studying for a while that gets turned on when you have an RNA infection. Now, wait a minute. RNA infection, well, that's influenza. And that happens to be another disease that we know just a little bit about right now called COVID-19. The virus, the SARS-CoV-2 virus, is an RNA virus. And it turns out it would have the capacity, at least in a cell line, in an experiment, to trigger more of this protein. If it triggers more of this protein can become misformed, and becoming misformed, form the clumps that could go on over many years to lead to Parkinson's. So one thing we have to be concerned about now is, could the inflammation from COVID-19 lead to an increased number of Parkinson's cases in the future? But there's good news to this. It turns out that if you vaccinate someone, and specifically they look at influenza and they look at COVID-19, but specifically the previous research going back about 4 or 5 years was looking at influenza vaccination. The more often someone is vaccinated against the flu, it turns out the less likely they are to develop Parkinson's. And the reason for this may be that you're stopping the inflammation and stopping the overproduction, the being triggered by the RNA vaccine, by the RNA disease. So in other words, instead of influenza or COVID triggering more of this nasty protein, so it makes more probability that it'll fold improperly and make clumps, by vaccinating someone against influenza and maybe COVID-19, you may be reducing the risk of them developing Parkinson's years later. So it's sort of a good news, bad news story. The great news here is, by all of our efforts to vaccinate so many people against COVID-19, we may actually be, over the years, reducing the risk that people will be developing Parkinson's. And if this is true, it might make everything we've been going through just about a little bit easier to tolerate and to take.
I'll take it, Mitch. Glass half full approach to the whole thing, right?
Yeah.
All right. Mitch, always appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Have a great Canada Day.
You too. Dr. Mitch Shulman. He's on every weekday morning here on the Andrew Carter Morning Show, and we love the fact that he is. 7:57. I'm sensing a little sunshine behind me. Is there something behind me, Jimmy? Is that a little sunshine?
Sunshine, more sunshine.
Yeah, sunshine maybe with a not a capital S, but it is in the forecast for today. It's Ken Connors for Andrew Carter News is standing by. Coming up after 8 o'clock. Looking forward to this. We're going to have a little fun. Todd Vanderhayden from CTV News Channel, CTV anchor, Montrealer at heart, born and raised here in Montreal. Todd is a huge Elvis fan, so I had to call him up and get his take on the Elvis movie. And apparently he's seen it a couple of times already. It's only entering its second weekend. And also in the next half hour, going to talk a little bit of wine with my friend Mandy Robertson, our wine expert on Weekends with Ken on Saturday mornings. And she's got some Canadian wines on this Canada Day to recommend and tell us about. That's coming up in a few minutes. Right now, let's take a look at sports and bring in our friend Sean Starr.
Good morning. We're inside a week from the NHL draft, where the Canadians have the rights to draft first overall. TSN's Pierre Lebrun on TSN's Insider Trading mentioning many believe Montreal is waiting to see if New Jersey will pick up the phone as the first round approaches to inquire about the price to trade the first pick. The number one choice goes to the Canadians. Number two goes to the Devils. TSN hockey insider Bob McKenzie on why some of the shine has worn off Shane Wright.
You know, and I talked to multiple scouts who felt, on a somewhat consistent basis over the course of the whole year, felt like that Wright didn't assert himself to the level that they assumed that he would. And some of that is expectation.
The draft goes Thursday. You can keep it locked to TSN 690 for full draft coverage all week leading up to Thursday's draft. And, of course, full reaction immediately following the Canadians' pick.
On the pitch, swinging a long fly ball. Deep left field. That ball's going to go a long, long way. Off the windows of the 400 level.
Teoscar Hernandez and Santiago Espinal each hit 2-run home runs, and Toronto beat Tampa Bay 4-1. The Rays have lost 3 in a row, scoring just 7 total runs in those losses.
Swing and a drive, left field, pretty deep, and it's off the wall. Myers will score easily. Diaz skips into home. It's a 2-run double for Bregman on a banger.
And the Houston Astros wrapped up a stretch of 9 straight games against New York teams last night with another win over the New York Yankees. Alex Bregman hit a 2-run double early, and Houston held on for a 2-1 win. Houston goes 3-2 against the Major League best New York Yankees and swept 4 games against the Mets. It didn't take long for Canadian hopes to be Wimbledon this week. Despite being seeded 6th in men's singles, Felix Auger-Aliassime lost in round 1. Bianca Andreescu and Denis Shapovalov both suffered second-round losses on Wednesday at the grass court Grand Slam. And U.S. basketball star Brittany Griner is set to go on trial in a Moscow area court. Griner was arrested on cannabis possession charges at an airport while traveling to play for a Russian team. The proceedings are set to get underway today, about 4.5 months after she was detained. The Phoenix Mercury center and 2-time U.S. Olympic gold medalist could face up to 10 years in prison if convicted on large-scale transportation of drugs. Fewer than 1% of defendants in Russia criminal cases are acquitted. Happy Friday, Ken. Happy Canada Day. That's a look at your sports.
All right, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. I forgot to mention something else coming up between 8 and 9 o'clock here on the Andrew Carter Morning Show. We'll have another pair, and our final pair this week, of Alanis Morissette concert tickets to give away. We'll do that in the next hour as well. Don't call now. We'll have a little fun with a little contest and give those tickets away for her show coming up at the Bell Center in, less than 2 weeks. She's set to play the Bell Center on July 12th. Let's get you up to date and head to the newsroom.
Good morning. It's 8 o'clock. I'm Don Kagan-Fleming with your CTV News Update. It's 21 degrees right now. Your full forecast coming in just minutes. Here's what's making news. Quebec's deficit looking better than expected. Accusations of racial profiling against Montreal police. And Canada Day means a mix of celebrations and protests today. First, though, from the CJAD 800 Traffic Center, weekend closures to keep in mind. The 40 East is boarded up from the Côte-de-Liesse exit 65 to the Laurentian Autoroute interchange. The Décarie South and 15 North ramps to the 136 East are locked. Detour via the 15 Atwater exit or the Bonaventure Expressway. The 136 East's Berry-Saint-Laurent exit, number 6, is barred. An accident has closed the La Fontaine Tunnel southbound, and police are in the area to direct traffic. Meantime, the outbound Champlain Bridge has 2 lanes barred until at least noon. In the news, Quebec's economic forecast is looking much brighter than expected. While the province is still expected to post a deficit this fiscal year, it's down to $294 million, much lower than originally projected. Strong economic growth brought that down after March's budget originally had Quebec posting a $7.4 billion deficit before the use of stabilizing measures were accounted for. The province has seen over $18 billion more in revenue compared to this time last year, and a clearer picture on where things stand is coming this fall.
We said, well, why are the cops looking at us? We're just like everybody else having a party.
Gemma Rayburn-Baines is the vice president of the Spice Island Cultural Day Association of Quebec and wants some answers about why police and RCMP officers showed up at her organization's barbecue compared to other parties on Saint Jean-Baptiste Day. Like many last Friday, they were having an event with some music, though not at a level above anyone else's and lower than some, according to Rayburn-Baines. Then 15 officers, including members of Montreal's violent crime unit, suddenly showed up, scaring many in attendance and leaving Rayburn-Baines with questions about potential racial profiling of the event, with many black attendees gathering.
It was really disheartening. It killed the party.
Alain Babineau, spokesperson and coordinator on issues of racial profiling and public safety for anti-racism group The Red Coalition, called it a clear example of over-policing.
It's your typical over-policing operation, and over-policing is simply an iteration of racial profiling.
Both celebrations and protests are set to take place throughout downtown Ottawa this Canada Day.
Heritage Canada says for the first time in 50 years, Ottawa's main celebrations are being moved off Parliament Hill over to Le Breton Flats Park and at Place des Festivals ZB in Gatineau. They include a daytime ceremony and evening performances, acrobatic shows, and activities for the families. Meanwhile, demonstrators say they plan to march from the Supreme Court of Canada to City Hall in the afternoon and then hold a dance party on Parliament Hill in the evening. Rob Westgate, The Canadian Press.
Governor General Mary Simon is facing a legal challenge to her position.
A group of Quebecers are going to court to argue that Mary Simon's appointment as Governor General should be invalidated because she isn't fluent in French. The group, led by historian Frédéric Bassin, filed a request to Quebec Superior Court this week. The declaratory request insists Simon's nomination violates Charter's provisions declaring Canada to be bilingual. I'm Jessica Barile.
And summer travel is bouncing back after 2 pandemic years, but new challenges are casting shadows over the post-pandemic landscape for many.
Flights from Charles de Gaulle Airport in Paris face disruptions as airport workers hold protests to demand salary hikes to keep up with inflation. The labour action is the latest trouble to hit global airports this summer as travel resurges after 2 years of COVID-19. However, a full recovery could last as long as the pandemic itself. Even as safety restrictions fall, places like Israel, India and Rome are reporting only fractions of the record-setting tourism of 2019. For them, a full recovery isn't forecast until about 2024. China, once the world's biggest source of tourists, remains closed per its zero COVID policy. I'm Charles de Ledesma.
For all the news during the day, stream us on your smart speaker. Just say, play CJAD 800. Your next CTV News update is coming at 8:30.
Anytime news breaks, CJAD 800 has it.
Dr. Luc Boileau, the Director of Public Health, is not yet calling it a 7th wave, but he does point out that the numbers are going in the wrong direction.
On the air, on Twitter, email to your inbox. Up to the minute. News Talk Radio, CJAD 800. You're listening to the Andrew Carter Morning Show on News Talk Radio, CJAD 800.
Happy Canada Day, July 1st, Friday, long weekend. A lot going on. Currently 21. Here's your CJAD 800 Dormez-vous weather forecast. 21. Some cloud cover out there. Might get a shower this afternoon. We're heading for a high of 28 today. And with the humidity, that'll feel like 33. Weekend's looking fantastic. First one in July. Tomorrow, sunny and 27. Sunday, sunny and 25. It'll be the second weekend for the Elvis movie that's getting great reviews in the theaters. And Todd Vanderheyden from CTV News is a huge Elvis fan. He's going to tell me what he thought of the movie when we come back.
The Andrew Carter Morning Show, brought to you by Madla Banar. Save up to 30% on mattresses, bedding, pillows, and much more until July 4th at Madla Banar.
Summer drink days are on at McDonald's McCafe. Try a medium peach passion fruit smoothie made with real fruit puree and yogurt for $2. Or enjoy a consistently rich, smooth, delicious small McCafe iced coffee for $1. Taxes extra. Prices exclude delivery. See restaurant at mcdonalds.ca for details.
It's the summer promo at Rowan Martineau. Celebrate by freshening up your home with fresh items, like a fridge starting at $1,079. There's lots of room for fresh products. Ah, so refreshing. Or an oven starting at just $945. Hot, right? But imagine it in stainless. Now that's fresh. Or a completely new mattress for as low as $599. So you can wake up feeling fresh as a daisy. Our summer promo ends August 3rd at Rowan Martineau, online or in-store.
Home economics. Right now at IGA, it's time to bite into summer.
Until Wednesday, local iceberg lettuce is only 99 cents.
Whip up some salads, tacos, burgers, anything that crunches. At IGA, it's the biggest crunch time of the year.
Details in store.
Employers and employees. Did you know that over the past 5 years, more than 1,000 workplace accidents involving scaffolds have occurred in Quebec, including more than 200 just in the past year? When it comes to scaffolding on construction sites and everywhere else, let's all take the time together to put into place and follow the necessary safety measures to prevent worst-case scenarios. A message from the CNESST.
If you're dealing with a cash crunch or say just looking to get rid of some things you don't want or need anymore, bring them to Empire Gold. You'll get an instant appraisal and that'll be followed by a check right on the spot. And remember, nobody pays more for your gold or silver than Empire. And it's been that way for more than 50 years. So whether it's a ring, watch, art, or anything in between, let Empire turn it into cash right on the spot. Empire Gold, 5593 Paré, west of the Carry, online empiregold.ca.
Enjoy the International des Feux L'Auto-Québec from the Jacques Cartier Bridge. Jacques Cartier and Champlain Bridges Incorporated reminds you that smoking is prohibited on the bridge except in designated areas. The bridge will be closed between 8:30 and 11:30 p.m. Details at jacquescartierbridge.ca.
Ken Connors is in for Andrew Carter this morning. Happy Canada Day from News Talk Radio, CJAD 800.
He's a young singer from Memphis, Tennessee. Give him a warm hayride welcome, Mr. Elvis Presley.
Get a haircut, buttercup!
In that moment, I watched that skinny boy transform into a superhero.
Good morning. A little something from the Elvis movie, which is heading into its second weekend. Reviews and the feedback have been excellent, really, and right out of the gate. One of the biggest Elvis fans I know is CTV News anchor and Montrealer Todd Vander Hayden, and he's on the line. I can't wait to talk to him about this. Todd, good morning.
Good morning and happy Canada to you, Ken.
Oh, I appreciate that. Listen, as a big fan, let me start here. As a big fan, were you at all concerned going into the theater? You sat down and you know, they're about to start the movie, that you'd be disappointed that they didn't get it right? And do you think they got it right?
Yeah, so number one, 100%. I was really worried. I was worried, Ken, that they wouldn't tell the story properly, that they would cut corners, that it wouldn't be respectful of Elvis. And as you say, I've been a fan since the mid-'80s growing up in Montreal, and I used to go to these Elvis conventions in Laval and the east end of the city and, you know, buy all these vinyl records and bootlegs and all these, you know, unreleased concerts. So I am a huge fan and have been since I was like 12 years old. So you go in there, you sit down, you're thinking, oh my gosh, I really hope that they do this properly, because what a larger than life story, right? I mean, how do you tell a story like Elvis's, you know, in a movie format and get it right? So what I'll tell you is, and we'll get into it, but I was blown away. I came out of there, Ken, like bawling like I was 5 years old. I was so emotional at the end. It took me like an hour afterwards to sort of calm down, and I went home and I sat there with a glass of red wine and I listened to Elvis music, and I was like, wow. So, yeah, and I ended up seeing it a second time, as you know, because there's just so much going on there that I wanted to see it twice.
It's definitely a Baz Luhrmann film, right? His style, his stamp is all over this. The color, the editing, it's almost like a carnival ride in itself.
It's so lavish and surreal and over the top, and that's Baz Luhrmann. You know, this guy did Moulin Rouge, and this is the guy that did The Great Gatsby. And, you know, he's this Australian director. He's famed for taking on big projects and really making them his own. Lots of great attention to detail and just really cool stuff. It's just like a feast for the eyes.
With Todd Vander Hayden this morning, Elvis movie going into its second weekend. A lot of people are going to go see it this weekend here in Montreal. Without giving too much away, Todd, I mean, the first 15 to 20 minutes, I thought they were exhilarating when you get to see the legend being born and the spell he immediately could have over an audience.
Yeah, absolutely. They do a really good job of explaining how he was dirt poor, you know, from the South, from Mississippi, how he was so integrated into, you know, black culture, black music, gospel, rhythm and blues, and how he grew up, you know, in that whole milieu. And, you know, they got this great actor playing him when he was a kid. I mean, he looks so much like Elvis did. This whole notion of how, you know, very quickly he kind of stumbles into stardom. But from the very beginning, there's this kind of passion and there's this fire and there's this curiosity that sort of sets him apart and makes him unique. And you can just see it, as you say, in the beginning of the movie. You just get this sense of, hey, there's something going on with this kid. You know, he loved comic books growing up and he wanted to be a superstar and a superhero. and he managed to find that through music.
Todd, it sounds like you signed off on Austin Butler. I thought he was fantastic. Like he had the magnetism, he had the smolder. But what do you think of Tom Hanks as Colonel Tom Parker?
So, here's the thing. A lot of people will not know that story. And Colonel Tom Parker was Elvis's manager and the guy who, quote, discovered him. I mean, that's, again, arguable. But he certainly did help to elevate Elvis from, what he might have become, more of a regional player, into an international superstar. Because, Tom Parker was a showman, and he was a salesman, and he was a, carnival barker, huckster, and he knew how to market the heck out of Elvis. And, that relationship, I think, really served Elvis well, certainly in the beginning. And as the movie shows, much less so as Elvis became bigger and bigger. Yeah. As for Tom Hanks, I liked him in the role. It's a really hard role to play. I know some people have said that, the Dutch accent that he puts on is a little too kind of cartoony.
Yeah.
Because, Colonel Tom was from the Netherlands, was from Holland originally, and that sometimes it's a little bit too much. I was okay with it. I thought Tom Hanks did a pretty good job, and I think that definitely, Colonel Parker comes out as a villain.
I love the section of the movie that dealt with the 68 comeback special on NBC. I mean, they showed the behind the scenes, I guess, struggle, battle between the director and the colonel, who was he was selling this as a wholesome Christmas special to the sponsors, but the director had other visions for Elvis, and so did Elvis.
Yeah. No, absolutely. For folks who are not aware, I mean, the 68 comeback special on NBC was so pivotal in Elvis's career. He'd been making these movies. I like a lot of those movies, but they weren't doing as well. He was kind of stuck in Hollywood. It wasn't really all that creative anymore. And the 68 special that aired on TV really kind of brought him back. But you're right. There was this whole debate behind the scenes. Colonel Parker wanted some family-friendly, contemporary Elvis in a Christmas sweater to sing Christmas songs. And the producer of the show, Steve Binder, he went in a totally different direction with Elvis's blessing, and they totally kind of overruled the Colonel. And all that stuff in the movie is all true. I mean, he did not want him to do If I Can Dream at the end of it. He thought it was too much of a message. We know the next year he didn't want him to record In the Ghetto. Again, too much of a political song. And, they went ahead and did all of that. I agree. That was the first thing where I started to get emotional, Ken, in the movie, where, like you, I've seen that 68 comeback special, so many times. Yeah. And all of a sudden, thanks to Baz Luhrmann, they show the 68 special, but they reimagine it, and it becomes really trippy and cool. And you've got the gospel singers mixed with the dancers and the kung fu segments and all this kind of stuff, and Elvis in the black leather, and it all kind of merges and mishmashes together. And I was just, honestly, I was blown away. I started to tear up. I was like, I cannot believe I'm watching this 68 special, but reimagined on the big screen.
Listening to you talk about it so passionately, now I want to go see it a second time.
Yeah, it's a great movie. It's a great movie. And how about that soundtrack? I mean, wow, right? Yeah. What the movie does is it shows how, Elvis didn't steal anybody's music. Elvis was immersed in that since, from the time he was little, and he was surrounded by it, and then he could sing. So what's he going to do? Not do it? Obviously, like any of us, Ken, we all are influenced by how we're raised and where we're brought up, and our parents and our culture and our neighborhood and our friends. And that's what happened to Elvis. He just kind of absorbed it all and put his own stamp on it. So I really think that's a false narrative, that he stole people's music and he, repackaged it. That's so unfair to this guy. It's just that kind of thing. It used to bother me in the 80s, and it still bothers me, 40 years later.
I could listen to you talk about Elvis all day. Let's do a podcast.
I would love to. I'll tell you something. Back in the old days in Montreal, I used to listen to that Joe Leone Elvis Hour. Oh my gosh, that was like in the 80s. He did this hour-long show, and I would love it, Ken, growing up. Yeah. Anyway, to anyone listening, you don't have to be a fan. If you are, you'll love it. If you're not, you'll also love it, because it's a great movie. And I'm going to go see it a third time, Ken.
Todd, listen, thanks for doing this, and happy Canada Day.
Happy Canada Day, and thank you very much, Ken. Thank you.
I love talking to Todd Vanderheyden, huge Elvis fan. 8/16, it's second weekend for the Elvis movie, getting great reviews. Weather-wise, we're going to have a decent day. It's going to be hot. I wish we had a little more sun. That's in the forecast right now. A bit of cloud cover out there. That's keeping the sun away for the time being. It's 21. We're heading for a high today on this Friday, July 1st. 28. If you're wondering what's open and closed, Dawn has a complete list coming up during the 8:30 news. I can tell you most of the malls are closed, and grocery stores, though, on the other hand, are going to be open. All right, but a full list coming up on the 8:30 news. Around the corner, we'll talk wine. Most of the SAQs are going to be open, except for the ones in shopping malls. Wine with our wine expert on the weekends, Mandy Robertson, on this Canada Day with some Canadian wines to recommend. Next.
The Andrew Carter Morning Show, brought to you by Madla Bonheur. Save up to 30% on mattresses, bedding, pillows, and much more until July 4th at Madla Bonheur.
Welcome to Notre-Dame-des-Neiges Cemetery's Remembrance Grove, as well as its new St. Louis Grove, which offers a view on Lake St. Louis. Choosing one of these first eco-friendly burial sites in Montreal means continuing the circle of life by having your ashes buried under one of 6 local tree species. It's a poetic way of giving back by contributing to improved air quality and biodiversity. Learn more at NotreDameDesNeigesCemetery.ca.
Producing videos for your business is serious business.
Creative Services can help. We're the production team at CTV Montreal, and we create high-end video content that will get people looking at your business. Take your videos to the next level.
Visit creativeservices.ca.
It's super hot. It's lit. It's awesome. It's unmatched. It's Findle's sizzling hot deals. Get ready to stand out and shine brighter than ever before with the latest devices, mobile plans, and much more. Be the hotshot and get yourself rolling with extra benefits like data overage protection and 5 hours of extra data. Make sure to grab these impressive deals before they melt away. Visit us in store or at Fido.ca right now. Fido, at your side.
The BDC Small Business Loan is all for entrepreneurs. All for giving you quick and easy online access to the funds you need to increase your cash flow, buy new equipment, or invest in new technology. Apply now for a small business loan at bdc.ca/online loan and get up to $100,000 with favorable conditions. BDC. Financing, advising, smarts.
Montreal's home for live sports and sports talk. TSN 690.
3-on-1 for Montreal. Osborne on the right side, and a one-handed slam. The ball is up. He makes the grab. Touchdown, Montreal.
When you need to know, when you need to get it off your chest.
They're not just a move or two away from being good together. They're a ways away.
If he goes first overall, he's playing in the National Hockey League.
Montreal's Major League Sports Talk lives on TSN 690.
Adam, Gerline, Dave, Ashley, Doug, and Charlie.
Farmers looking for a partner. Think you could be the perfect match?
Anyone can apply to get on CTV's new matchmaking show, Farming for Love.
Go to ctv.ca/farming for love.
Casting closing soon.
GCP Research is looking for women 40 to 65 years of age experiencing moderate to severe hot flashes for a clinical study on menopause. If you are not suited to hormone replacement therapy or prefer not to use it, call GCP Research at 514-800-2130.
Because it's 5 o'clock somewhere. Time for a walk on the wine side. Here's Mandy Robertson and Ken Connors.
Well, good morning. Happy Canada Day. It's 8:21. Our weekend wine connoisseur is making a special appearance on a Friday morning. Mandy, how are you?
Good morning. I'm great. How are you?
Good. And a little Canada Day present from you. We're going to recommend 4 Canadian bottles, correct?
Yeah, we've got some celebrating of Canadian wine to do today. So this is always a fun segment for me. So thanks for having me on.
Oh, absolutely. Listen, we're going to start with a place where a vineyard I visited on a trip out west and had a beautiful, gorgeous lunch overlooking their vineyards, the Mission Hill Winery.
Yes. So I thought you had been there. I wasn't sure. But yeah, so that's one of my favorites. It was really hard to choose like just one wine from each of the regions we're going to talk about today. And British Columbia is like, they have some really, really great wines. Mission Hill happens to be one of my favorites. I think they're one of your favorites too. But they have a lot of beautiful wines at the winery itself. So if you're there this summer, please stop by there, eat at their restaurant like you did. Tag me in your photos because I wish I could go. But the first wine we're going to talk about is the Mission Hills Chardonnay, which is at the SAQ for $20.15. So this is the reserve. This is like a white wine that kind of feels like a warm hug in summer. Lots of citrus fruit wrapped in like a a really lovely floral notes, hints of vanilla and cream. Then on the palate, it's like really so nice and plump, great mouthfeel, amazing acidity, and awesome freshness. It's just really easy to drink by the pool, with friends. Really graceful, fun and delicious wine, and it's $20.15 at the SAQ.
That's price to move, sister. That's a nice price right there.
Yeah, it's really great. So in BC, there's there's a number of different regions. You've got Okanagan, Osoyoos. There's lots of diversity there.
All right. Our second wine, tell me about this. Am I pronouncing it correctly? Taz Gamay Noir?
Okay, that's Taz.
Taz.
Yeah, so Taz is in Niagara, the Niagara Escarpment. Again, so hard to choose wine from Ontario. And I guess you haven't been there, Ken, but when you kind of go up to the winery, you see these sheep everywhere. Mm-hmm. So it's already a really cool welcome. But it's a winery that's very conscious of the environment. So they use sheep to take care of their vineyards and so on. They use renewable energy. They practice organic farming, really to get the best quality grapes they possibly can. That's due to their past winemaker, Paul Pender, who sadly passed away earlier this year under really tragic circumstances. But he had that philosophy of being that non-interventionalist winemaker, non-interventionalist approach to growing vines and making wines. And he had a huge influence on these unique and quality-driven wines. So they're organic. The winery is sustainably run. I think they use geothermal energy. So this wine, the Gamay Noir, the Taz Gamay Noir, is $23.35 at the SAQ, and this is kind of the definition of purity when it comes to a red wine. Really fruit-driven. That's you get a lot of that fruit as soon as you taste the wine. Red fruit like strawberries, raspberries, really nice underlying notes of spice. Very juicy, very crunchy red wine. Amazing freshness. Just really quaffable, It's this is the cool red wine that you need for summer. Very light tannins, really pretty. So again, that's the Taz Gamay Noir for $23.35.
Loving the prices so far. All right, let's move on to number 3, the Benjamin Bridge Nova 7. Where's this from?
Yeah, so that's from Nova Scotia. Nova Scotia has these really cool wineries. They're mainly located in the Gasperay Valley, and so that's where this wine's coming from. It's the Benjamin Bridge Nova 7. It's $26 at the SAQ. So this is a sparkling rosé. It's made with Muscat, Frontenac Blanc, and a few other varieties that are very, very aromatic. And they're really producing these gorgeous, delicate wines. So this is a sweet, sparkling wine, so keep that in mind. And Benjamin Bridge, that's what they're known for. They're really known for their sparkling wines. And it's such a stunning, flavorful, bright wine that's really perfect for celebrating Canada Day. So it's going to have notes of that lychee fruit, Japanese cherry blossom, lots of melon, mango, super fruity. But really delicate bubbles. It's not a full-on sparkling, but lots of fun freshness. It's very different. It's unique, and it's really a mouth-wateringly delicious wine. Serve it super, super cold. I don't know, maybe between 3 and 5 degrees. Mm-hmm. And you're really going to get that beautiful aromatics, those beautiful fruit notes, and just a beautiful representation of wines that are coming out of Nova Scotia. I think everyone's going to fall in love with this. There's a few left online, but more will be released in stores next week. And that's, again, the Benjamin Bridge Nova 7, $26 at the SAQ.
All right. Very nicely priced. Yeah, a lot of people tend to think, Niagara and out west when it comes to Canadian wines. But, tip of the hat to Nova Scotia.
Yeah, absolutely. They've got a great climate for winemaking.
All right. I love that term, a subtle sparkle. Not a full sparkle, a subtle sparkle.
A pétillance.
J'adore ça. Finally, Domaine Saint-Jacques Pinot Gris.
Yeah, so we have a wine from Quebec. Again, this was so hard today to choose to narrow it down. But this winery is certified organic. This happened recently, which is great. So all their grapes are farmed organically. And they're right here on the South Shore. So just off of Highway 15. Really amazing people, really meticulous about how their grapes are grown, how the wine is made, and they're so close to Montreal. So call them, set up a visit. They offer guided tours. You can taste all their wines. Picnic tables are outside. You can bring your lunch. So it was difficult to choose just wine. just one wine again, but my favorite has got to be their Pinot Gris. So Domaine Saint-Jacques Pinot Gris, $22.75 at the SAQ. Just a beautiful expression of stone, citrus fruit, wonderful harmony of like that fruit and freshness. Sometimes Pinot Gris can lack a concentration, but that's not the case here. It's just a beautiful, easy drinking white wine, and I absolutely love it.
That bottle's going to look great sitting on my brand new table out on the patio.
Oh, there you go.
Mandy,
invite me over.
There you go. 20, 23, 26, and 22, all very affordable.
Yeah, really affordable bottles. Canadian wines, we really have something to be proud of. Like across the country, we're just making wines that are, really affordable and really delicious too. Great quality for price.
Follow Mandy on her fantastic Instagram page. It's Mandy Wineside, and Mandy is with an I, M-A-N-D-I, and there's loads of information and some gorgeous recommendations. Mandy, thank you so much for jumping in on a Friday here. I appreciate it.
Yeah, it was my pleasure. Lots of fun. Happy Canada Day.
Right back at you. Mandy Robertson, she's on with me Weekends with Ken every second Saturday at 8:20. It's 8:28. Let's check in one more time with Sean Starr.
Good morning. The Canadiens getting closer to the number one pick at the NHL draft on Thursday. Could they move it? On TSN's Insider Trading yesterday, Pierre LeBrun mentioned that the Canadiens are waiting to see if New Jersey picks up the phone and inquires about perhaps swapping picks. New Jersey picks second, Montreal first, and perhaps Montreal and New Jersey could swap picks, with the Devils taking Shane Wright first overall and the Habs taking the big 6'4", 220-pound winger Slafkovsky. TSN's Bob McKenzie released his final draft rankings, and the scouts he surveyed had Shane Wright going second, Slafkovsky first. Why the drop-off?
He didn't assert himself, and he maybe wasn't as consistently competitive as they would have liked to have seen him be.
Bob McKenzie on Shane Wright. The draft goes next Thursday. Keep it locked to TSN 690 for full coverage all week leading up to Thursday's draft, and of course full reaction immediately following the pick.
Swing and a miss. Got him on a breaking ball in the dirt, and that is the ball game. The Houston Astros hold on for a 2-1 win over the New York Yankees.
Alex Bregman with a 2-run double early, and Houston held on for that 2-1 win over the Yankees. Thursday's game completes a stretch for the Astros, 9 straight against New York teams. They went 3-2 against the Yankees and 4-0 against the New York Mets.
Rosarena back at the wall, leaps into the air. He can't get it. It is gone. Santiago Espinal delivers in the biggest spot of this game for Toronto.
Teoscar Hernandez and Santiago Espinal each hit 2-run home runs, and Toronto beat Tampa Bay 4-1. The Rays have lost 3 in a row. To basketball, where Nikola Jokic of the Denver Nuggets has agreed to the biggest contract in NBA history as the annual free agent negotiation window is opened. The two-time reigning MVP guaranteed himself at least $264 million over 5 seasons. Bradley Beal will make $251 million after re-signing with Washington, while Karl Anthony Towns, Devin Booker, and John Morant also agreed to huge money extensions. These 5 players had more than $1.1 billion committed to them in their new deals. And the Toronto Raptors locked up their top free agent, Montreal's Chris Boucher. The Raptors signed the 6'9" center to a 3-year, $35.25 million contract. Happy Friday, Ken. That's a look at your sports.
All right, coming up in our next half hour, we're going to play some of our wake-up stand-up comedy from earlier this morning. A few good laughs, including one from Tommy Johnigan about becoming a dad. Good stuff there. And Seth Meyers as well is on the way with some funny stuff. Coming up in the next half hour, too, your chance to call in. Don't call now. We'll let you know how you can win Alanis Morissette tickets to see her show Bell Center on July 12th.
This newscast brought to you by Supermarché Akavan, Iranian, Mediterranean, and Middle Eastern grocery. Open 8 to 4 Monday to Saturday with 2 locations to serve you. Visit akavanfood.com.
Good morning. It's 8:30. I'm Don Kagan-Fleming with your CTV News Update. It's 22 degrees right now. Your full forecast coming up in just minutes. Here's what's making news. Ottawa's taking on asylum seekers crossing into Quebec. Frustrations grow as Montreal housing officials and housing groups say the CAQ isn't doing enough on affordable housing. And what's open and closed this Canada Day. First, though, from the CJAD 800 Traffic Center, the 40 East is boarded up from the Côte de Liesse exit 65 to the Laurentian Autoroute interchange through the weekend. The same goes for the Décarie South and 15 North ramps to the 136 East, which are locked. Detour via the 15's Atwater exit or the Bonaventure Expressway. The 136 East's Barrie-Saint-Laurent exit number 6 is barred for the weekend. An accident causing a vehicle fire has closed the La Fontaine Tunnel southbound, and police are in the area to direct traffic. No injuries there, luckily. Meantime, the outbound Champlain Bridge has 2 lanes barred until at least noon. In the news, the federal government seems to be accepting a request from the Quebec government after months of discussion on the topic. Radio-Canada reports that in order to deal with the record number of asylum seekers coming through Roxham Road, Quebec's irregular border crossing, the federal government is now transferring many to Ontario. Quebec officials have said the province's resources and housing options for those seeking asylum in Canada are running thin, in part because of a surge in numbers, but also because the government is taking so long to process applications for asylum. The first transfers began yesterday, though the exact number of people involved is unclear. 13,000 people crossed at Roxham between January and May, according to Radio-Canada, and Quebec manages just 1,200 beds for asylum seekers, with Ottawa adding a little over 1,100 rooms as well. With moving day here in Quebec for many, Montreal's lack of affordable housing remains a stark problem. Opposition parties are blaming the mayor's office for not delivering on campaign promises, but City Hall and a major housing organization say the provincial government is at fault here. The Gazette reports that members of Valérie Plante's team are not only frustrated by the provincial government and federal government arguing and holding up funding for 6,000 affordable housing units in Montreal, but that money they've asked for is being held up as well. The city requested $265 million over 5 years to handle major affordable housing backlogs, but have only received $30 million. Housing advocacy organization Frappru lays the blame at the CAQ government's feet as well, saying the party continues to ignore the housing crisis. On this Canada Day, it's good to remember what you can and can't do. Grocery stores, pharmacies, SAQs, and local fixtures like the Biodome and Insectarium are open. Public transit is rolling on a modified schedule. You won't, though, be able to go to SQDCs, some large shopping centres, Canada Post offices, or libraries. As delays continue and Canadians wait in long lines for passport issues, Service Canada is trying to at least be more transparent about things. They've posted a webpage where people can find out the number of applications received and passports issued in a given week, along with things like average wait times. They list 55,000 passport requests for the week of June 20th and say 40,000 were delivered during that time. 48,000 were delivered during that time. They say the number of passports issued in person within 10 working days was 94% that week. That dropped, however, to just 76% within 40 working days, if including both in-person and mail requests. Service Canada offices received 1.3 million calls that week, and average wait times on the phone were 57 minutes. Officials do say, however, the situation is slowly improving. Police have arrested 4 people in downtown Ottawa after a Canadian soldier charged for speaking out against COVID-19 vaccine requirements led a procession into the city.
James Topp was charged in February with 2 counts of conduct to the prejudice of good order and discipline for comments he made while wearing his uniform. He has since been leading a 4-month march to the capital from Vancouver. A crowd of about 1,200 people cheered and chanted freedom as he arrived yesterday evening at the National War Memorial and delivered a speech to the crowd. Not long after, police say they arrested 4 people over incidents, including assaulting police officers. Emily Joveski, The Canadian Press.
And one of the creators of Friends is donating millions of dollars to right a wrong.
The NBC show Friends was a huge hit and still is in syndication and streaming, but it's long been criticized for one thing.
Really white.
The show's whiteness, the lack of actors of color, especially given that the main characters live in one of the most diverse cities in the world, New York. Friends co-creator Marta Kaufman tells the LA Times she once bristled at the criticism, but now she accepts and agrees with it, explaining that's the reason behind her $4 million donation to her alma mater, Brandeis University, for an endowed professorship in the school's African and African American Studies department. She says it was time to literally put her money where her mouth was. Jason Nathanson, ABC News, Hollywood.
For all the news during the day, stream us on your smart speaker. Just say, play CJAD 800. Your next CTV News update is at 9 o'clock.
Get more CJAD 800 into your day and stay current by listening to our podcasts. Andrew Carter.
This is an incredible story.
The Big Five with Elias Mackos and Montreal Now with Aaron and Natasha. At the gym, on your lunch, or on your commute. Click on the audio page at CJAD800.com or find them on the iHeartRadio app. Happy Canada Day. Sitting in for Andrew Carter this morning, Ken Connors on CJAD 800.
Bryan Adams, as we sprinkle our morning here on Canada Day with some great Canadian artists and their work. Lonely Night, some early Bryan Adams there. At 8:36, your CJAD 800 Dormez-vous weather forecast for this Canada Day. First day of the month, and a high of 28 is where we're headed. Currently, it's 22. 28 will feel like 33, they say, with the humidity when we hit our daytime high. Slight chance of a shower later on this afternoon. Come on, sunny breaks. Weekend looking really good. But slight chance of a shower this afternoon, late this afternoon. It sticks around this evening as well, but let's hope not. A lot of people heading to the Old Port tonight, and of course Jazz Fest with free outdoor shows. Be a lot of people outside, so let's keep our fingers crossed with the weather. Weekend looking really good today, tomorrow, and Sunday. Saturday sunny and 27. Sunday sunny and 25. They're saying it's just going to be sunny all day on both days. Monday, mix of sun and cloud if you want to look ahead. On July 4th, Monday, mix of sun and cloud, and 26 as a high. So it looks like we lucked out with a really nice forecast for our second long weekend here, the back-to-backs, and on this Canada Day long weekend. The weather's cooperating. 8:38. Meagher Guerrier is going to be sitting in for Elias Mackos and his show. We'll have a chat with him and find out what's coming up between 9 and noon here on CJAD 800, right around the corner. Plus, Alanis Morris tickets still to come. Alanis Morris set tickets still to come just before 9 o'clock.
Now trending, the latest in lifestyle with Andrea Elias and Orla Johannes.
Join us this week for the best of Now Trending. Yes, Martha Stewart's food stylist joins us, plus the role exercise plays when it comes to our mental health and raising children with learning disabilities.
Now Trending, powered by DeCarry Motors, Montreal's home of British automotive luxury for 75 years. And Victoria Park Medi-Spa, Canada's #1 aesthetics clinic. Sunday afternoon on CJAD 800.
3 appliances. Bye-bye taxes. 10 appliances. Bye-bye taxes. 6,389 appliances. Woo! Bye-bye taxes. At Corbeil, the taxes are moving out. Save the equivalent of the taxes when you purchase 3 or more selected appliances. But hurry, because the taxes move back in on July 6th. Corbeil, for the right reasons. And saving the taxes this moving season. Details at CorbeilElectro.com.
Just 10 minutes from Trois-Rivières in the Centre du Québec region, the Grand Royal Wallanac Casino has everything you need to have a great time. Whether it's a gourmet meal at the Jinko or a celebration at the Octagon Sports Bar, plus the fun and excitement of gaming, either way, the atmosphere is always thrilling. The Grand Royal Wallanac Casino, the only real casino in the Centre du Québec region, just 10 minutes from Trois-Rivières. Ready to double down? 18 years and over, please play responsibly.
Is living at home more difficult, or are you concerned about your parents' well-being? Liana's Senior Transition Support provides guidance in finding the ideal options in home care and seniors' residences. Solutions are available to you right now, including immediate care and urgent relocation.
Hi, I'm Matt Del Vecchio. Call us for a free, no-obligation consultation at 514-622-8074 or look us up at Liana's Senior Transition Support. That's Liana's Senior Transition Support.
JJ Cardinal Funeral Home is proudly family-owned and operated, having been in service to the community for over 50 years, helping families and loved ones navigate some of life's most difficult moments. They offer pre-planning services, comfortable and spacious visitation and reception rooms, cremation on site, as well as a unique columbarium that is integrated in their breathtaking chapels. JJ Cardinal Funeral Home. Let their family serve your family with understanding, compassion, and integrity. Call 514-631-1511 or visit jjcardinal.ca.
The wait is over. The ultimate race across the country is back. This summer, we're ready to go with the new season of The Amazing Race Canada. Get into it starting Tuesday at 9/8 Central only on CTV.
You're listening to the Andrew Carter Morning Show on News Talk Radio, CJAD 800.
Certainly are. Andrew's been enjoying a week of holiday time, and he'll be back here in the chair on Monday morning, bright and early, as of 5 a.m. 8:41 on this holiday Friday. It's Ken Connors, and sitting across from me is Meeker Guerrier. He's a weekend news anchor at Nouveau, commentator over at RDS, and he's going to fill in for the Elias Macko Show. How are you?
Ken, how are you?
Great. Tell me a bit about yourself. Where did you go to school here?
I went to Collège Stanislas when in high school, and then I went to Bois de Boulogne, CJAD Bois de Boulogne, and ended up going to l'Université du Québec à Montréal.
And when did you know you wanted to work in the media?
It was, I think, right before I went to college, to CJAP. I studied Arts, Lettres et Communication, but eventually I figured I didn't want to do... I didn't want to go outside of Montreal. I didn't want to go to Rimouski, for instance, and be the only black guy there. But I keep on joking. Had I known that Boucard Diouf was in Rimouski, maybe I would have done that. But you know how it is when you start in the business. You most of the time you have to go outside of
and pay your dues.
Exactly. I didn't want to do that. I know. I should have. But then
it's a good life experience when you pay your dues.
And you know what? I kind of regret it. But then on the other hand, I started my career years later because of that. I did a bunch of other stuff, but I'm pretty happy that I started here in Montreal and grew up from there. And it's just the beginning of my career. So maybe someday I'll have to move out of Montreal and go to Rimouski eventually. But yeah,
wherever the wind takes you. Sometimes
I don't know about that.
I recommend for people trying to get into this business that you pay your dues because it's a great life experience. I'm born and raised in Montreal, but when I decided to get into radio and I finally got a job offer, it was in Northern Ontario. So I worked in Northern Ontario. I worked in Guelph, which is just outside Toronto.
Yeah.
And then I worked in Ottawa, and then I finally got the call to come home.
To come back home.
My girlfriend was very happy.
Is she the same one as at the time?
Yeah.
As now? Wow.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Long distance relationships for 4 years. It's
oh wow.
That's another story for another time.
That's pretty amazing. I've done that for a while, and I'm never doing it again.
Yeah, it can be rough. It can be rough on a relationship. Anyhow, Meeker, I see you working with your producer, your booker, in the office. What's coming up on the show today?
A bunch of stuff, actually. We're going to talk about Ottawa, Canada Day, obviously, but also the protest. Yeah, I saw you rolling your eyes, but you know what? It's we're gonna have to get used to that, I guess, for the next few years, maybe. Who knows?
I have a different definition of freedom compared to some people who are gathering in Ottawa.
I think we all do.
Okay. All right.
And the fact that Pierre Poilievre was there also is pretty, I would say, concerning.
It's on brand for him, though, I think.
It's on brand, but the thing is, it worries me for the PCC, though, for the Conservative Party.
He seems to be the front runner, right, for the leadership.
Yeah, and it seems to be a gimme for him, right? It's just a slam dunk, so might be a problem there.
Meeker, hold on, I have Jean Charest on line 2 for you. Hang on.
Yeah, I can't wait to talk to him, actually, if eventually... with that election, and anyway, it's going to be very interesting.
Okay.
We're going to talk about also the old age security checks that are about to go up with inflation. How is that going to change the lives of our listeners, but their parents as well? My parents, I don't know. About you, but I guess, are your parents still around?
No, they're not.
No. So, but it's going to be complicated not complicated, but obviously with inflation and all that. Sure. So we have to do that. And that's it. And we're going to talk a little bit about basketball also, because Luc Ensdal and Chris Boucher signed huge contracts. By the way, Luc Ensdal is the Quebecer that has the most or the biggest salary in pro sports right now. Think about that.
Wow.
$17 million a year.
Staggering.
It's amazing what he went through and what he's able to accomplish in the NBA. I'm pretty amazed by that.
I should have spent more time on the court when I was a kid.
Coulda, shoulda, woulda.
Although I think I would have been one of the short guys. I'm 6'1".
Yeah, very short guy.
Meeker, just in closing, and I'll let you get back to work here before 9 o'clock. I had a good chuckle because it was great the way you handled last week's show. You said, "This is great." You were on the Saint Jean Baptiste. You said you got a francophone on Saint Saint Jean-Baptiste working at an Anglo station.
I love it.
It was perfect.
It's pretty Montreal.
Ça, c'est Montréal.
Exactly.
Have a great show, my friend.
Thanks. Talk to you soon, Ken.
Right. It's 8:46. Yeah, the weather's... it should get a little better in terms of the cloud cover. We're hoping for some sunny breaks. It's still kind of gray out there. 22 at the moment. 28 will be the daytime high. And a 30% chance of showers in the forecast. I really don't take 30% too seriously, but now that I've said that, watch it rain. But that's it. Yeah, the 28 is going to feel like 33. So a hot day in store. Nice to have you with us. And whatever you're doing today will keep you company if you keep it on CJAD 800. All right. Let me put my lines in order here on the telephone. 846, Ken for Andrew. All this week on the Can't Lose Quiz, the prize has been a pair of Alanis Morissette tickets because it's a holiday around here, and Anthony and Sarah and Andrew are off. We gave the Can't Lose Quiz a break, but I hung on to the Alanis Morissette ticket. So I have one last pair. Thank you, Evenco, bringing Alanis Morissette to the Bell Center on July 12th, pretty soon. Here's the deal. 514-790-0800. 0800. All right, 514-790-0800 for Alanis Morissette tickets. I'm going to take caller number 8, but you're going to have to know a little bit of information. This is what I want to know. In one of Alanis's famous songs, what does Alanis have to say about rain, a free ride, and good advice? What does Alanis have to say about rain, a free ride, and good advice? It's kind of a complete the phrase thing. Rain, a free ride, and good advice in one of her songs. Caller number 8, that's where I'll start looking for the right answers for Alanis Morissette tickets. Call now to win these. 514-790-0800. What does she say about rain, a free ride, and good advice?
The Andrew Carter Morning Show, brought to you by Matla Bonheur. Save up to 30% on mattresses, bedding, pillows, and much more until July 4th at Matla Bonheur.
At New Look, whether you're a hardhead, an airhead, or a hothead, with $125 off a complete pair of glasses, your head will be in the clouds. Book an appointment at newlook.ca. Approved by Jacinthe Lagando, optician.
Bailey Blue Pet Boutique presents For the Well-Being of Your Pet. Here's Natalie Gore.
Tear staining. We've all seen it. We've all tried to wipe it away. Those dark, sometimes gunky clumps of stained wet fur around the eyes. And while some breeds are physiologically predisposed to excessive tearing, did you know that staining is often the result of poor quality diet or an overgrowth of yeast or both? Rust-colored staining is caused by a tear waste product containing iron molecules which are naturally flushed in an attempt to detoxify the body. Excessive tearing and staining is often an intolerance response to allergens and toxins found in the environment and many commercial pet foods, from species-inappropriate grains to artificial colorings. And to complicate matters, in many cases, excessive tear production also results in the perfect breeding ground for a smelly, itchy yeast infection. If you'd like to know more about how a change in diet can help your carnivore, please stop by Bailey Blue for the well-being of your pet. You can find us at 6152 Sherbrooke Street West and our West Island store, now located in Marché de l'Ouest. That's Bailey Blue without an E.
The Adjusto program from Desjardins Insurance would like to advise you to keep a safe distance from the vehicle in front of you. That way you avoid having to brake suddenly and spilling that $6 coffee of yours. Oh, I'm sorry, $8 coffee? Oh, right. It's the decaf almond milk mocha with lavender honey and a dash of rare cinnamon. With Adjusto, if you drive safe and drive little, you save on car insurance. You also get a 10% enrollment discount on your premium for the first 6 months. Certain conditions, exclusions, and limitations may apply.
Yeah, a super 3-day weekend. Now that's what I'm talking about.
The 1, 2, 3 days of discounts event at Jean Coutu. That's what I'm talking about.
This Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at Jean Coutu, it's the 1, 2, 3 days of discounts event. Don't miss all the great deals on your favorite products, like Selection, the Soft One bathroom tissues. Select packs are just $3.99 each, and Select Boost meal replacements are just $8.77 a pack. 1, 2, 3 is a great way to start the month. Details at jeancoutu.com.
At McDonald's, we know there's so much to love about summer. Sandy beaches, hot breezes, a comfy hammock. We've got a few things of our own to add to that list. Because right now, for only $2 plus tax, you can treat yourself to a sundae or snack-sized milkshake. Also, you can get a cone for $1 plus tax, only with the app. With all the favorites you crave, McDonald's is your destination for chill summer treats. At participating McDonald's restaurants in Canada, product availability varies by restaurant, prices exclude delivery, app download, and registration required.
Enjoy a delicious 4-course gourmet dinner on the water with the Bateau Mouche Dinner Cruise. It's the ultimate cruise experience in the old port of Montreal on the St. Lawrence with a gorgeous view of the city. Book your dinner cruise today at bateaumouche.ca.
You're listening to the Andrew Carter Morning Show on News Talk Radio, CJAD 800.
All right, for these Alanis Morissette tickets, I said we're going to start with caller number 8, so I went through callers 1 through 7. The lines are jammed. It's like the trivia show this morning. 514-790-0800. In one of her famous songs, Alanis Morissette has... what does she say about rain? What does she say about a free ride? What does she say about good advice? Let me start here. Good morning. Hi, who's this?
This is Tina. Good morning.
Tina, hi. Tina, have you won anything with us in the last 30 days?
Nope.
All right. Tina, what's the answer?
It's like rain on your wedding day. It's a free ride when you've already paid. It's the good advice that you just didn't take. Yeah.
Congratulations. You're our winner. You. Very good. Play it, Jimmy. Fire that clip.
It's like rain on your wedding day. It's a free ride when you've already paid. It's the good advice
that you just won't take. All right. Didn't take long. Tina, congratulations. Alanis, she's going to be at the Bell Center on July 12th. Don't hang up. Jimmy's going to take your info down, okay?
Thank you very much.
Hang on. All right. 8:53. Congratulations to everyone who won Alanis tickets all this week on the Andrew Carter Morning Show. All right. 8:52. Working our way up towards 9 and another update. By the way, if there's a last-minute celebration you want to get in on the weekends, we do them on just before the 9 o'clock news. So we can take care of that as well in the next 6 or 7 minutes. Any kind of a birthday or anniversary you want on the air, let me know on the text line at 514-800. Here are our Wake Up Stand-Up Comedy segments. We'll start with Ryan Hamilton, if you don't mind, Jimmy. Ryan Hamilton's going to start us off with the fact that he loves the dollar store.
See, my life didn't really change. I used to shop at the dollar store. Guess where I still shop? Yeah, I can't really go down from the dollar store. There's no free store that I ever found. But I like the dollar store. I'm fine with it. It's a place of ultimate freedom. Do you have that in your life? Do you know what I think when I walk through the doors of the dollar store? Here's what goes through my head. Oh, I can have any of this stuff. This is great. This is all within reach. This is my kingdom. I get a little kick in my step. It feels good to me, you know? It's not bad. And I pay cash, everybody. I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid to pay a little cash. I just throw it at them. There you go. I make it rain at the dollar store. That's what I do. Yeah. That's the kind of gangster life I lead. I make it rain at the dollar store. I was at one dollar store. They were having a clearance sale at the dollar store. That's some crap stuff right there. That's almost garbage, really. If you're shopping clearance at the dollar store, your life isn't where you want it to be. Let's say that. You got to step it up and buy quality at a certain point. I bought a 52-piece tool set at the dollar store. I don't even know how that's possible. It's less than 2 cents per tool. How do you do that? You could just call it a mistake if you wanted to. It had a spatula in it. That's what was in my tool set. There was a spatula and 51 nails in my 52-piece tool set. I was just at home like, this doesn't even work. It doesn't work at all.
An exasperated Ryan Hamilton. I love his stuff. 8:55. Let's move on to Seth Meyers from his stand-up special on Netflix. Great story here about his wife giving birth to their second child in the lobby of their building.
So anyways, we almost have our first kid in an Uber, and despite that, our second baby was born in the lobby of our apartment building. And guys, I know you're judging me right now. Like, how could you have your baby born in the lobby of your apartment building after what happened last time? But we were on our toes based on what had happened last time. And once again, the contraction started. We didn't wait a second. We didn't even call the doctor. We went downstairs into our lobby and we started walking out to the car. And all of a sudden at the door, my wife stopped and turned to me and said, "The baby is here." And I looked down And the only way to describe what I saw, it looked like my wife was trying to smuggle a baby in a pair of sweatpants. It was like, oh, that can only be one thing. It was like a velour boa constrictor ate a baby. And I cannot stress to you how quickly she gave birth to our son. I was on the phone with 911, and this was the extent of my conversation with 911. We're about to have a baby, we're having a baby, we had a baby. And let me tell you, it is very strange to be on a 911 call that ends with the operator saying, "Congratulations!"
Love that bit. That's Seth Meyers. Yeah, definitely unheard of. Congratulations on a 911 call. And finally, here's a little more about babies and being a dad and kids. It's Tommy John again.
We had a little girl. We had a little bitty baby girl. We found out we were having a girl. My girlfriend goes, "I hope she's not ugly." Oh, easy. So do I. I just didn't know that we could say that out loud. So that's the kind of parents we're going to be. I love this baby the most. I had no idea how much I would love this baby. I love my girlfriend more because we have a baby. And I think because the two of them, I'm the happiest I've ever been in my life. And I mean that, I know. The closest I've ever come to being this happy was when I didn't have either one of those things. Being a parent is so easy, so far. Being a parent has been easier than being a son right now because I love my mom the most, but I had to explain iTunes to her on the phone the other day. That may be the last time we talk for the rest of my life.
Funny stuff from Tommy John again. Brings us to 8:58. A couple of minutes to go now before 9 o'clock. We'll get you up to date from the newsroom, as we will throughout the day today. Canada Day celebrations, as you probably heard, there's no parade this year. There are celebrations happening for Canada Day down at the Old Port. They begin at 1 o'clock this afternoon. There's going to be a 21-gun salute, accompanied by the Canadian Armed Forces and RCMP officers throughout the day down at the Old Port, and all kinds of activities for the kids. There's face painting and this cake. It's going to be a live concert at the Carré Saint-Pierre beginning at 8 o'clock tonight. Elsewhere, out on the West Island in Beaconsfield, they've got Canada Day celebrations being held at Centennial Park from getting underway at 1 o'clock this afternoon right through until 10. Local residents, they say here, can enjoy free circus workshops, face painting, street entertainment, inflatable games, ending the night with fireworks at 9:30. That's Beaconsfield. Laval is taking advantage of the green space at the Centre de la Nature de Laval on Park Avenue there. And part of the activities for Canada Day, they've got obstacle courses, artistic workshops, food trucks, animated games, all available starting at 2 this afternoon. That's Laval. Back to the West Island, Point Claire, their Canada Day festivities begin at Alexandre Bourgeot Park. That's on Cartier Avenue. At 2 o'clock this afternoon, free entertainment. They got DJs, a magician, swimming at the Point Claire Village Pool, a musical performance by Groove Affair from 8:30 until 10. And the fireworks getting launched from Lake St. Louis shortly thereafter. And off to the South Shore, Longueuil. Celebrations begin at 11 this morning. National Anthem, followed by a Canada Day parade in the Greenfield Park Borough. They're having a parade there. It departs from Park Lane Street at 2:30 this afternoon. And festivities as well for families be held there at Empire Park after the parade. All kinds of games and entertainment and a play area for the toddlers. Have a happy and safe Canada Day. And we'll talk to you again tomorrow morning on Weekends with Ken. Jimmy, thank you so much for running the board for the show this morning. Dawn is standing by to get you up to date. And don't go anywhere. Meeker Guerrier for Elias Makos coming up at 9:05.
This newscast brought to you by Electrica. This winter, keep your roof free from ice and prevent damage using de-icing cables. Install now. Call today, 514-768-7778.
Good morning. It's 9 o'clock. I'm Don Kagan-Fleming with your CTV News Update. It's 22 degrees right now. Your full forecast coming up in just minutes. Here's what's making news. A crisis of affordability in Montreal this moving day. Questions of racial profiling by Montreal police on Saint-Jean. And a car on fire in the La Fontaine Tunnel. First, though, with the latest from the CJAD 800 Traffic Center. Good morning, Jill Fitzgerald.
Good morning, John. Some major roadwork on tap for this weekend. The 40 eastbound is currently closed between the Côte-de-Liesse exit and the Laurentian autoroute. There is volume as a result. From Cavendish, you will be detoured onto the service road. No access to carry north to the Med eastbound. Detour is via Côte-de-Liesse westbound. To carry south and 15 north on ramps to the Ville-Marie eastbound in Turcotte also shut down. Detours there, Atwater exit off 15 south or 20 westbound at Angrignon. And traffic is slow for the outbound Champlain Bridge. A couple of lane closures until noon. And there is roadwork on the South Shore affecting the drive both sides of Highway 30 between the 10 and the 112. Scotiabank's Ultimate and Preferred packages have unique rewards for unique people like you. Visit scotiabank.com/ultimate300 to see how you could be rewarded. Traffic and transit every 15 minutes on CJAD 800. Next report, 9:15.
In the news, it seems the housing crisis in Montreal may be one of affordability more than availability. La Presse reports more and more people are leaving the city in desperate search of affordable housing, with over 200,000 people moving away from Montreal from July 2020 to this time last year. As we now hit moving day for many, some apartments sit empty, but plenty are in need of repair, like 2/3 of the city's low-rent housing that's considered to be in a poor state, while others are unaffordable for many due to sky-high rent. As it stands, there are only 78,000 social housing units in all of Quebec, compared to 325,000 in Ontario. The average rent in Montreal, like many areas in the province, continues to increase, with it jumping 4% last year and an estimated 5.3% this year as well. The average rent for a 4.5 apartment on the island of Montreal is currently just under $1,150 a month, but that jumps to $1,750 for any unit built in the last 3 years.
To me, I think it was racial profiling.
Organizers of a Montreal Caribbean festival are looking for clarity from police as to why a large group of officers interrupted their pre-festival barbecue on Saint-Jean-Baptiste Day. About 15 police and RCMP officers came down to their party, including members of the Eclipse unit, which is focused on violent crime in Montreal. Police said it was about noise levels, but as vice president of the Spice Island Cultural Day Association of Quebec, Gemma Rayburn-Baines says Saint-Jean was filled with parties in the area, being much louder than their music.
There was music playing at an event down by the water in Lachine, and we were hearing their music.
She says the visit scared many at the party, including children and seniors, and wonders if this all happened because those in attendance were black. The Louis-Hippolyte La Fontaine Tunnel is closed heading towards the South Shore from Montreal because of a vehicle on fire. No one's been hurt, but the Highway 25 South is completely closed, and firefighters from Montreal and Longueuil are on the scene, keeping things under control. Gunshots were fired into the window of a restaurant in Sainte-Thérèse, just outside of Montreal. Employees found their glass storefront shattered yesterday, along with bullet casings inside the restaurant. Local police erected a perimeter and said the situation is serious. The investigation has been handed over to provincial police. And Prime Minister Justin Trudeau says today is an opportunity for all Canadians to recommit themselves to values like hope, kindness, respect, and generosity. In his annual Canada Day message, Trudeau acknowledged the country itself hasn't always lived up to those ideals.
Today, we celebrate the place we all call home. Now, I know for some, our country's historic wrongs can make that difficult. But while we can't change history, we can put in the work to build a better future.
It's the second straight year Trudeau has referenced Canada's dark past in his holiday message. This time last year, he noted that the discoveries of unmarked graves at residential schools had, in his words, rightfully pressed us to reflect on our country's historical failures. Follow us on Instagram and Twitter at CJAD 800. And now your Dormez-vous Weather Center forecast. A mix of sun and cloud today with a 30% chance of showers this afternoon. We'll have a high of 28. That feels more like 33 with the humidity. Partly cloudy in the evening with a chance of showers continuing before skies clear up overnight with a low of 20 degrees. And then a sunny day tomorrow with a high of 27. That'll feel like 30 degrees. It's 22 degrees downtown right now. For all the news during the day, stream us on your smart speaker. Just say play CJAD 800. Your next CTV News update is at 9:30.
the news agenda. The Big Five on the Elias Mecco Show. Brought to you by investment advisor Richard Lapointe of CIBC Wood Gundy. Richard Lapointe can always be reached at 847-6324.
Good morning, everyone. Meeker Guerrier here. Not Elias Mackos, and I love saying that. Not Elias Mackos. Meeker Guerrier here with you until noon on the Elias Mackos Show. Very happy to be here on this Canada Day. Last week was Saint Jean-Baptiste, and today the tables have turned, and it's Canada Day. So have a great day today. I hope you get to enjoy yourselves. Take the time to have a few drinks, whether it's beer, water, juice, whatever you like, to just enjoy that day and have fun. Today, a few shout-outs before we start with the Big Five. We're going to talk about that Freedom Convoy, if you want to call it that way, Part 2 in Ottawa for Canada Day. We'll also talk about housing here in Montreal, as it is Moving Day here in Quebec. And actually, talk about Moving Day. It's my first shout-out. Shout-out to friends that help you move, friends that help you find an apartment, and friends that help you settle down, but also to friends that actually hire moving professionals. Yeah, we'll talk about that later, because I think that once you're over 30, you shouldn't ask your friends anymore to move. You can't do that. I usually say I'm only moving the fridge and the stove and everything heavy. I'm not moving 20 boxes and going up and down the stairs 20 times. I'm too old for that. And second shout out to Lucas D'Or and Chris Boucher, who just signed two very interesting contracts. In the case of Lucas D'Or, it's a 5-year, $87.5 million. So that's $17 million a year. And Chris Boucher signed a contract that will give him about $11 million a year for the next 3 seasons. And he'll be staying in Toronto. We'll talk about that as well later. But first, it's time for the Big Five, and we'll welcome David Hertel, former Quebec Liberal cabinet minister and analyst. Mr. Hertel, good morning and happy Canada Day.
Happy Canada Day, Mr. Guerrier.
Awesome. And the second person we have today, our second guest, is Justine McIntyre, former Montreal City Councillor and consultant at Espace Stratégie. Good morning, Mrs. McIntyre. Have a great Canada Day.
Good morning to you both.
Happy to talk to you. So we'll start right from the get-go. It's Canada Day, but without the parade. Again, it's a third year running that Montreal's Canada Day parade is being axed due to the lack of funding from the Federal Heritage Department and rising COVID cases. How do you feel about the parade being canceled? Justine, I'll start with you because I know that you like to party, and I'm guessing you like parades as well.
I do. How do I feel about it being canceled? I think it's clearly disappointing. I think there are a lot of people that will be disappointed. But it gave me some opportunity to reflect on the meaning of parades and why we parade, which is actually, if you think about it, it sort of feels like we've been doing it as almost an automatic thing that we expect from year to year. Of course, there's the Canada Day parade, there's the St. Paddy's Day parade, there's the holiday parade. These are events that mark these moments in our lives and that have become sort of an expectation. But if you look back at the reasons for parading, I mean, at its origin, at its very root, people would parade in order to essentially to show military power, to celebrate an event, usually a conquest, to celebrate their national identity, or to impose the sense of power around the monarchy. So it was very much associated with power. And today, there's still, I think, enough of that element that it has begun to make people uncomfortable. And we saw that a couple of years ago when there were the unmarked graves of Indigenous children that were found around the residential schools. There were many Canada Day parades that were canceled because of that event, because it called into question it shook the foundations of our feeling of national pride, and it called into question some of the reasons why we are parading on a day of national pride when we've just uncovered this horrible tragedy that's been hidden for too long. And I feel like since that event happened, this is my opinion that I'm giving here, but since that event happened, I think that there's been a lot of questioning around the whole notion of our national identity and should we be parading at all. So the parades that have become very successful recently have been parades around individual identity as opposed to national identity. So we've seen, a tremendous explosion in number of people at the Pride parades, for example. But Canada Day, it seems like it's losing its sheen. So I think it might be time to reassess how we want to celebrate Canada Day, whether it should be in the form of a parade, or whether there are other ways that we can celebrate. And I'm interested to hear what David has to say about this, and then I'd like to come back and talk about some of my other ideas.
Well, let's hear David, and I have a question for you both afterwards. But David, do you agree with Justine?
Well, there's definitely a lot of questioning about what it means to be Canadian. It's true. I agree with Justine that with the horrific discoveries last year and the residential schools, the meaning of Canada has been affected, and it's transformed the conversation about truth and reconciliation. But at the same time, when you look at parades, at the end of the day, it's who's behind those parades and the funding and the organizations. There's always some energy behind that. If you look at the St. Patrick's Day parade, I mean, the Irish community is there, the shops, everybody, the community is behind it. Same thing for Saint Jean-Baptiste, for the Fête Nationale. I mean, the Quebec government is behind it. There's a lot of funding out there for free shows, for events. And the fact is that this time around, the federal government and Canadian Heritage has not been there with the funding. The reason why there's no Canada Day parade today is because, and it's not just in Montreal, there are other cities in Canada that are going through this right now, is the fact that the money's just not there. I mean, with inflation, the funding also has actually gone down, and when you compare with the costs and what it takes to organize, there's a financial question there, and there's also the fact that the federal government doesn't seem to be behind it as previous years, or even if you look 10, 15, 20 years ago, the federal government was pushing Canada Day much more than it is today. Now, the fact is that yes, you can add the Indigenous nation situation, you can add the fact that the money's not there, but you don't send the same energy right now. And these are cyclical things. I mean, the fact is that patriotism, nationalism, Canadian nationalism is going through a lull right now. Let's face it. And the fact is that it's, when you look, it's not just in Quebec. You're seeing the Quebec nationalists very strong right now with the CAQ government and the moves. And we don't necessarily have to go through everything that's been going on. We all know. But the fact is, if you go across Canada and Alberta right now, I mean, you have leading United Conservative Party candidates talking about passing an Alberta Sovereignty Act.
Right.
I mean, there's a lot of things going on, and we'll talk about this later. You can talk about the Freedom Convoy and the fact that the Freedom Convoy, Pierre Poilievre, the Canadian Conservatives, the flag itself has been hijacked by the Canadian Convoy. So there's a lot of different things right now that is sapping the energy away from traditional Canadian patriotism.
Okay, so before we head to traffic, I need to ask you, so Canada Day is fading away. Do you think we should keep on celebrating it, or we should just accept that it's not going to be what it used to be anymore? What do you think, Justine?
Right. Well, this is what I wanted to get to, and thanks for asking that question, and thanks, David, for bringing it back to pragmatics and money, because in effect the funding is now down to 2015 rates. So I think that we do need to start thinking about how we parade, how we show, how we celebrate our national identity as Canadians, and maybe that can be done on a smaller scale. And you know me, I'm always in favor of doing things on a smaller scale, bringing it back down to the local level. So yes, let's get some funding from the Canadian government, but can we bring it back to a neighborhood bloc party? Something that is more at the level of each neighborhood, of each citizen, getting out there and having some fun together. As you said at the top of the show, Meeker, having a drink together. Do we really need the motorized vehicle promenade down the main streets of downtown? Or can we do something more at the level of boroughs and have a bicycle parade for the kids? More fun stuff, something that's more on the level of the community. That's the way that I think that we could enjoy having a Canada Day celebration without it costing as much as it's cost in the past, and without the big security concerns that were mentioned with regards to this year's parade.
David?
It's up to the people. I mean, nationalism and patriotism cannot be forced on anybody. It's going to be up to the people, to Canadians, to reinvent and to evolve, and that's what Canada is. I mean, every generation, the patriotism expresses itself differently, but we're going through a lot of changes right now through the pandemic, through race relations, Indigenous relations. We're transforming right now, and the fact is, what it means to be Canadian is in flux, and it's going to be up to all of us to define what it means to be Canadian and to express it in a new, more inclusive way.
Guys, let's stop for traffic for a moment, and we'll get back. When we come back, we'll talk about that Freedom Convoy Part 2 on Canada Day. So let's check your traffic from CJAD 800 Traffic Center. Here's Jay Fitzgerald.
Good morning. No lack of roadwork happening this weekend. The inbound TCAN is closed between Côte-de-Liesse and the Laurentian autoroute. No volume as a result on the inbound 40, but Côte-de-Liesse is busy. You will be forced off there. Also in Turcotte, the Décarie South and 15 North on-ramps to the Ville-Marie eastbound shutdown. Detour via 15 South and Atwater or 20 West and Angrignon. Slow going across the outbound side of the Champlain Bridge due to roadwork. 2 lanes closed until at least noon. And there is roadwork affecting the drive both sides of Autoroute 30 between the 10 and the 112. Canadian Tire Summer of the Century contest is here. Triangle Rewards members can win thousands in CT money. Conditions apply. Visit canadiantire.ca/Summer of the Century contest. Let us know what you see on the roads. Calling your tips to Star 800. Next report, 9:30.
Back to the Big Five at 9:05 and more of the morning's hot topics on CJAD 800.
Back to the Big Five with Meeker Guerrier. David Hertel is here with me, as well as Justine McIntyre. So we talked about Canada Day, and we have to talk about the protest going on in Ottawa. It's kind of the Freedom Convoy Part 2. There's no convoy, but there are protests. At least 4 people have already been arrested in Ottawa, and the Conservative Party of Canada hopeful Pierre Poilievre met with some of the protesters. Is this concerning to you, David Hertel?
Yes, it is, because just the visual, Meeker, watching the images from Ottawa, think about this. I mean, usually July 1st celebrations, Canada Day celebrations in Ottawa are on Parliament Hill. And this year, the celebrations have been moved. And I understand why they've been moved, but think about the visual and what it sends in terms of messages, that the Canada Day celebrations in our nation's capital are being moved to some field in Gatineau. And the fact is that this is not going away, and this was not an isolated incident earlier this year. And this movement has strength, let's face it. And the fact that Pierre Poilievre walked with one of the leaders of this convoy, this soldier that is protesting vaccine mandates in the military, and you have the same far-right ideologies that are linked to these protests. The fact is that if you have the frontrunner, the presumptive frontrunner, and these days there's not much of anybody else saying that he will not win the Conservative leadership, Pierre Poilievre. The fact is that you have the second, and right now in the polling, the most popular party in Canada that is about to name as its leader a candidate that is espousing these far-right ideas. And there is something going on. The latest polls show the Conservatives at 35%, the Liberals at 30%. Now we're far away from an election, granted. But the fact is that we are moving towards this Trumpism and far-right ideologies right now. And it's very, very concerning. Just the simple fact that we seated Parliament Hill today, of all days, to protest shows that this is very, very serious. Now, we hope there won't be anything as bad as last time around, and it seems that it will be under control. We hope so, but it's very, very concerning.
Justine, do you think we're becoming the United States?
I think the Conservative Party is definitely being influenced by an American style of politics. So the first question that I have for the Freedom Convoy is, what exactly are they protesting? I mean, if there was some form of rationale, we can agree or disagree, and clearly I disagree with the rationale that brought them to Ottawa the first time. At least it was clear what they were there to do. They were protesting mandates related to vaccination. Okay, what are they protesting this time? Like,
government.
A lot of
They're
that has been...
anti-government.
What's that?
They're anti-government.
Exactly. So how can they claim to be a freedom convoy if actually what they're there to do is to proclaim that they're anti-government? This is anti-democratic. It has nothing to do with freedom. I mean, I would very much like to hear what their definition of freedom is. Is it anarchy? Because if you are there to say the government needs to resign, based on what? Based on what? They have no footing. And the fact that Poilievre is walking with one of the leaders of this organization is extremely, extremely destabilizing on Canada Day, on a day where if we're going to have a Canada Day parade anywhere, it should be in Ottawa, right?
Okay.
We talked about the parade earlier. Fine if every city can't afford it or whatever. But if there's going to be one Canada Day parade, it should be in Ottawa, and it should be on Parliament Hill.
Okay, so you're both saying that they're protesting government. What does it say, first of all, about Pierre Poilievre, who's running for, I would say, a traditional party and who wants to be head of the Canadian government? Do you think, David Hurtel, that it will hurt him in the elections, or do you think that, on the contrary, he's going to influence Canadian politics with what he's espousing?
Well, let's look at what happened in the U.S. I mean, the Trump movement transformed the Republican Party. I mean, if you look at where the Republican Party was 8-10 years ago and where it is today, there was a massive transformation. And that's what's happening right now in Canada. You're seeing it with the United Conservative Party in Alberta. You're seeing it within the Conservative Party of Canada right now. There is this transformation about anti-government, talking about freedom, proposing all these far-fetched ideas, like moving our economy to Bitcoin and also firing the governor of the Bank of Canada. And all of these things resonate with a certain part of the electorate that feels completely rejected by mainstream government and mainstream media. And the fact is it's working. You're seeing it at the polls. It's working because our electorate is so divided right now that a mobilized, very strong minority can make a difference and transform what was a mainstream national party. So there's definitely something going on here, and right now we don't seem to be taking it as seriously as we should.
As the Americans did, and as we did with
Trumpism.
Exactly.
And the fact is that right now you're Pierre Poilievre, he has a game plan, obviously. First thing, win the leadership of the Conservative Party of Canada, then transform the party, and then we'll see in 2025 where we're at. But again, his ideology is working, and it is tracking, because if you look at the polling, support for the Conservative Party of Canada is actually going up.
Yeah, exactly. It's going up. Justine, quickly, what does it say about Pierre Poilievre, what he's doing right now with that freedom, quote-unquote, freedom convoy?
Well, to me, it's an incredible form of doublethink and doublespeak to talk about freedom, to support the convoy that is anti-government, and at the same time, as David just pointed out, to be presenting yourself as candidate for the head of one of Canada's oldest existing party, and to aspire to be Prime Minister and to ask people to support you in that. It's the same thing. It's the same magic trick. It's the same sleight of hand that Donald Trump did to his electorate when he presented himself as being there for the people and anti-government and some form of an outsider, when the truth is that this guy was had the deepest hands and the deepest pockets of businesses all across the United States.
Right.
So it's a terrible manipulation of and a rechanneling of people's quite legitimate frustration, because there are reasons for people to feel a sense of frustration right now. We're living in extremely turbulent times, and it's very concerning to me that Poilievre is able to tap into that in a very nefarious way, rather than having somebody who's going to acknowledge the reasons for that frustration and to bring the population along with them towards a project that is more positive and a project that is more democratic and a vision of Canada for the future, rather than just let's tear everything down.
Guys, we only have 4 minutes left. I'll start with you, Justine. Projet Montréal has promised 6,000 new housing units per year to be built over a decade, but it hasn't even built its promised 4,750 units from its last mandate. You were at the city. You were a city councillor. Valérie Plante and housing rights group Frappru say the issue is a lack of funding from the province. Will Montreal ever have enough affordable housing, Justine?
Well, this has really become the Achilles heel of Projet Montréal, because when they were in the opposition, up until 2017. When they were in the opposition, affordable housing was one of their big talking points. So they had Richard Ryan, who was on that dossier and was a very eloquent supporter of the need for social housing and affordable housing in Montreal, and would often stand up and make very long speeches, compelling though, speeches during our council meetings about the need for housing. So when they came to power, there was an expectation and there was a promise that affordable housing would finally be built. So of the 6,000 promised, so little having been built is just a really bad look for Projet Montréal. And they can say it's because we haven't received funding from the province, and that makes sense. And I understand that, but it's still a bad look for them, because when you promise something and you don't deliver, it's still on you. You're the one that promised. You need to make it happen. So I don't know whether it's because they haven't been pushing the talks enough with the province, or where has this fallen through? And then again, if you listen to the province, they say, well, it's because we're trying to get the funding from the federal government, and they're not giving it to us in the form that we need for it to be usable. They're trying to deliver it through their own federal housing program. So it's become a bit of a finger-pointing competition, unfortunately, but unfortunately it's Projet Montréal that is going to be carrying the blame.
David Hertel, you were at the provincial side. What do you think? Whose fault is it?
Well, I think it's pretty much everybody's fault. I think the federal government, the provincial government, but also you have to look at the city of Montreal as well. The fact is, this is year 5 of the Plante administration, and you can't just go around continuously making these promises, and when they don't pan out, blame everybody else, because you're basically admitting that you're completely powerless. I mean, look, we remember this administration came to power promising the Pink Line. Do you see any beginnings of the Pink Line 5 years later? Nothing. So mass transit, not anywhere near where we should be, according to even Projet Montréal. Same thing for public safety. Remember, we were promised 250 cops last election, but those cops aren't all there. And a lot of public safety questions, when we ask the administration, we turn around and say, oh, it's the provincial and federal government's responsibility. And now public housing, then why do you promise 50,000 units as were promised during the municipal campaign, and then when it doesn't happen, oh, it's not me. So the fact is that at some point, either you're powerless or you're not doing your job. But something is going to happen here about, erosion of public trust in the city's ability to deliver for Montreal.
Guys, it was great talking to you. David Hertel, former Quebec Liberal cabinet minister and analyst, and Justin McIntyre, former Montreal City Councillor and consultant at Espace Strategy. We're going to have to look into doing this on a 1-hour talk when I'm here because it was too interesting. Thanks a lot for being here, guys. Have a great day.
Thank you, Justin.
All right, and we'll be stopping for the news in just a second. But when we come back, we'll talk about what's your favorite thing about being a Canadian. 514-790-0800 or text us at 514-800. What's so great about being Canadian? Does it mean anything to you to be Canadian? We'll talk to you when we come back.
Missed it live? You can check out the Big 5 podcast on the iHeartRadio app and all major podcast platforms.
This newscast brought to you by Supermarché Akavan, Iranian, Mediterranean, and Middle Eastern grocery. Open 8 to 4 Monday to Saturday with 2 locations to serve you. Visit akavanfood.com.
Good morning, it's 9:30. I'm Don Kagan-Fleming with your CTV News Update. Here's what's making news. Quebec's deficit is down to a projected $294 million for this fiscal year, according to new projections. That's a big come down thanks to economic jump in the province, where a more than $7 billion deficit was originally projected in March before stabilizing measures. A fire in a Sud-West building left a woman in her 40s badly injured last night. It started around 1 this morning in an apartment on the 3rd floor of the building on Marin Avenue near Saint-Jacques. 90 firemen were on the scene to handle the 3-alarm fire, and the woman was taken to hospital. Fire officials say the 6 units in the building are not livable now. And what's open this Canada Day? Grocery stores, pharmacies, SAQs, and local fixtures like the Biodome and Insectarium are open for business. Public transit is rolling, but on a modified schedule, and you won't be able to go to SQDCs, some large shopping centers, Canada Post offices, or libraries. And now with the latest from the CJAD 800 Traffic Center. How are things looking out there, Jill?
Pretty busy for the outbound Champlain Bridge. 2 lanes closed until noon, so traffic is backing to Atwater. No access to the Ville-Marie eastbound all weekend long from 15 north and to Carrie southbound. And we have the closure for the weekend as well of the 40 eastbound between Côte-de-Liesse and the Laurentian autoroute. Affordable internet with no telephone support, that's no deal. eBox internet with telephone support starting at $39, now that's a deal. Get more at ebox.ca. Let us know what you see on the roads. Calling your tips to Star 800. Next report, 9:45.
And now your Dormevu Weather Center forecast. It's 24 degrees right now, a mix of sun and cloud today with a 30% chance of showers this afternoon. We'll have a high of 28 that feels more like 33 with the humidity. Partly cloudy in the evening tonight with a chance of showers continuing before skies clear up overnight with a low of 20 there. And then a sunny day tomorrow with a high of 27 that feels like 30 degrees. Your next CTV News update is coming at 10 o'clock.
The Elias Macco Show, brought to you by the final weekend of the Brick's Moving Day sale. Shop unbelievable deals in every department and find everything you need in time for Moving Day. The Brick, saving you more.
Get fired up for football season. TSN 690 brings you every Montreal Alouettes game. Hear every tackle and every touchdown. Live from Molson Stadium or on the road. Montreal Alouettes football is brought to you by CertainTeed, the pro's choice for roofing, siding, drywall, insulation, and ceiling systems. CertainTeed, pro all the way from your home of the Owls. TSN 690.
Making a TV commercial for your business is serious business.
Creative Services can help. We're the production team at CTV Montreal, so you'll be dealing directly with the producers who make it all happen. Take a pass on high agency fees.
Visit creativeservices.ca.
Are you a gambler or an investor? Hello, I'm Richard Lapointe of CIBC Wood Gundy. Gambling and investing both involve risk. The difference is that as an investor, you want to reap the benefits of informed investing to keep your money and your family's future safe. That's where I come in. Let's not gamble your money away. Whether you're a low-risk or high-risk investor, let's make sure you come out on top. I'm Richard Lapointe, and I can always be reached at 514-847-6324.
CIBC Wood Gundy is a division of CIBC World Markets Inc., member of CIPF and IROC.
At McDonald's, we know there's so much to love about summer. Sandy beaches, hot breezes, a comfy hammock. We've got a few things of our own to add to that list. Because right now, for only $2 plus tax, you can treat yourself to a sundae or snack-sized milkshake. Also, you can get a cone for $1 plus tax, only with the app. With all the favorites you crave, McDonald's is your destination for chill summer treats. At participating McDonald's restaurants in Canada, product availability varies by restaurant, prices exclude delivery, app download, and registration required.
It's super hot. It's lit. It's awesome. It's unmatched. It's Fidel sizzling hot deals. Get ready to stand out and shine brighter than ever before with the latest devices, mobile plans, and much more. Be the hotshot and get yourself rolling with extra benefits like data overage protection and 5 hours of extra data. Make sure to grab these impressive deals before they melt away. Visit us in store or at Fido.ca right now. Fido, at your side.
Liz is noble. Liz is elegant. Liz is nice to be around. Liz, you see, has it all. Liz, the stunning new retirement residence from Le Groupe Maurice, situated at the corner of de Maisonneuve West and St. Catherine. Visit her newly opened rental office to secure your unique living space, from studio apartments to 3 bedrooms. Liz is where you want to be. Visit residenceliz.com for more information.
Right now at IGA, it's time to bite into summer.
Until Wednesday, local iceberg lettuce is only 99 cents.
Whip up some salads, tacos, burgers, anything that crunches. At IGA, it's the biggest crunch time of the year.
Details in store.
The wait is over. The ultimate race across the country is back. This summer, we're ready to go with the new season of The Amazing Race Canada. Get into it starting Tuesday at 9/8 Central only on CTV.
Where Montreal calls in and speaks out. The Elias Mecco Show, CJAD 800.
Elias Mako's show with Meeker Guerrier. Elias is on vacation, taking a few days off. Glad to be here with you. It's Meeker Guerrier on this Canada Day, and we're going to talk about Canada Day today. And I want to know, what does it mean to you to be Canadian? What does it mean anything? Because for some people, it's more important to be, I don't know, Montrealer, Quebecer, or a citizen of the world, as people say pretty often. So does it mean anything today? We talked about it earlier with David Hertel and Justine McIntyre, and we were saying how the Canada Day parade is not what it used to be. It's not a very big event anymore. But to you, as citizens, as Montrealers, or people from out of Montreal, what does it mean to you? Let's talk to Michel from Laval. Michel, bonjour.
Bonjour. I'll start by, I'm a senior citizen, and I see Canada. I'm proud to be Canadian. I love Canada. I love being a Quebecois too. But Canada is not like it used to be. We're losing our freedom slowly. I understand why these truckers are going there and protesting against the government. It's not to overthrow the government, but when the government starts lying over and over, like Jordan Peters says, we have a prime minister that believes his own lies and he's very narcissistic. This is where I'm scared. The next generation.
Michel, I just have a question for you. Okay, just hold on.
Go,
all right,
go ahead.
You're saying that we're losing our freedom. You can vote, right?
Yes.
Okay, you can. No, hold on. You can protest however you want, right?
Right.
You can call on a radio show and say that Justin Trudeau is whatever he is, whatever you think he is, right?
Right.
Are you afraid of being arrested for that? Do you think that the police is going to knock your door down and arrest you for saying that? Michel, just answer that question. Are you afraid that within the next few minutes or the next few days, the police is going to knock your door down, arrest you, and bring you somewhere that your family can't find you? Are you afraid?
Yes, that could happen.
Okay, so you think that could happen in the next few days?
Well, I don't know. It could be.
No, but I'm just asking, just honestly, Michel, out of curiosity, that's really what you believe?
Well, actually, where we're heading right now.
No. But today, as of today, okay, as of today, like within the next few hours, the police. No, Michelle, because I'm asking the questions, Michelle. Just answer the questions, and then we can go on with our day.
I believe that anything I could say against the government, right now, then 30, 40 years ago, I was able to say I had freedom of speech.
Okay.
But if you take the bill C11,
right,
we're losing our freedom.
All right,
we're
Michelle.
Not becoming Canadians.
All right. Thank you, Michelle. I'll let you go on that. What is there to add to that? I would propose to Michelle to try and live in Russia, for instance, or in Cuba, or anywhere else on the planet, and tell me if we're really losing our freedom, or is just that times are changing, and that you just can't throw anything in the air and expect people not to react, and expect people to just say that, oh yeah, you're right, we're losing our freedom. Like, read a book, Michelle. Let's talk to Tom from Two Mountains. How you doing, Tom?
Oh, I'm doing very good. It's Canada Day. I'm so happy. I set the whole table up for the wife at 5 o'clock this morning, put flags all over the table and everything, and I put on my uniform, Canadian sweater, my hat, my volunteer pass for Prime Minister Trudeau and everything. I worked 40 days in politics, and I just love people, and I've seen so much, and that was one of the biggest dreams of my life, to meet somebody important. And when I met him, that made my day. I went down Old St. Eustache Street with him and his daughter, and he stopped, and she asked, correct, madame, pour moi, pour jouer le piano? And the woman got up and says yes. She got the daughter sat at the piano. She started to play it. It was so beautiful. Oh, it was like being in paradise. It was so nice. It was just great.
Well, thanks a lot, Tom, for calling. And Tom is totally the opposite of Michelle. He's proud. He's happy, and good for you, Tom. We have a few text messages. I have and understand what people are saying earlier, and I had a pretty I don't want to say harsh, but pretty I would say passionate conversation with Michelle, and I understand what people are saying, that we, the majority liberal-minded people, need to speak up, Brenda, meaning that we need to speak up about what's going on in the country, what we agree or we disagree, and have people that are not happy that we're calling the Freedom Convoy far right. You can't agree or disagree all you want, and I understand that, but there are certain things that reasonable people can't just accept. We just can't accept that. To me, like being, and we spoke about it last week, saying that we live under, we're losing our freedom, and we're living under a dictatorship, and so on. And come on, like just sit down for a moment, read a book. And you can agree or disagree. You can be happy that we're celebrating Canada Day. You can be unhappy. You can be to the left. You can be to the right. It doesn't matter. We can all talk, and we can have a reasonable conversation about what we agree and disagree about. But we have to argue on facts, and we have to argue on things that are actually true. And telling me that happy China Day, for instance, I mean, come on, guys. Like, seriously? Move on. So, do you feel Canadian today? Are you proud to be Canadian? And what does it mean to you to be Canadian? We talked about it last week as what does it mean to be Québécois? Well, I think we have a call right now. Do we, Jay? Or I'm mistaken? We don't have a call. But I'm going to read a few comments. Obviously, the freedom, how people call it, the Freedom Convoy, is making a lot of people talk right now, but it's not necessarily what people in Canada are expecting. They're not necessarily happy with the government, and I can totally understand that people are protesting. There are other ways to protest. By the way, I would say the safest way or the best way to protest, to me, is voting. Whether you agree or you disagree with a program, it's pretty easy to do, by the way, and there will be an election in a few years, and you can vote. You can actually overthrow the government by voting, and it's basically the safest and the most democratic way to overthrow a government if you're unhappy. Let's talk to Andy from the East End. How you doing, Andy?
Hello there. Good morning. Thing is this, I came to Canada a long time ago as a child. The first year, the second year, while I was in elementary school, I drew the coat of arms. Made it, enlarged it in a very beautiful thing. I thought Canada was great, and Canada progressed in every way. But what has been having, there's a curve that mounted up for the better, and now, after several years already, it's been going down in many ways. People don't respect the country. I just don't know what they think. Like I said, Canada has been pretty good. No country is perfect. No government is perfect. But we are losing the true meaning what Canada stands for.
Thank you, Andy, for your call. You see, I like that. Andy is not totally convinced. Things are changing. He's not happy. Can be reasonable about it. Harvey from Côte Saint-Luc, how you doing? How you doing, Harvey?
Okay, I'm born and bred Quebecer, first generation. I'm over 70, and I used to be extremely proud of this country. But now I sit back, especially after current events, and say, this is a country that has drafted, implemented, and invoked this notwithstanding clause, where any provincial premier can just abrogate the rights of any citizens that didn't vote for him. Look at Legault. I mean, so if I was a member of the armed forces trying to protect this country and went back home, my family is being disenfranchised at the whim of a premier who doesn't like you. I mean, how can you be proud of this country which espouses freedom and then just removes it when somebody feels it politically expedient? It just boggles the mind that you would even have this kind of clause where you can tread on the rights of anybody when you feel like it. And you have a majority, you can pass it through, and the feds don't care. So it just bothers me.
Harvey, I understand what you're saying, and a lot of people agree with you, and they don't agree with the way things are going in the province, and they would want the federal government to intervene. But I understand, and I can understand that frustration as well. So what does it mean to you to be Canadian today? We'll stop for a few seconds, and we'll take on your calls in the next few minutes. So let's check on the traffic from CJAD 800 Traffic Center. Everybody's ready to go. The ultimate race around the country returns. Get into a new season of The Amazing Race Canada starts Tuesday at 9, only on CTV. Here's Jill Fitzgerald.
The inbound TCAN is looking good despite the closure between Côte-de-Liesse and the Laurentian autoroute. There is a bit of volume up at the top of the northbound side of Jacare. Because you have no access to the 40 eastbound, your detours via Côte-de-Liesse westbound. The on-ramps from Jacare south and 15 north to the Ville-Marie eastbound also closed until Monday at 5. And there are a couple of lane closures currently on the outbound Champlain Bridge. Very slow going down from Atwater. And there is road work affecting both sides of Autoroute 30 on the South Shore. Canadian Tire's Summer of the Century contest is here. Triangle Rewards members can win thousands in CT money. Conditions apply. Visit canadiantire.ca/Summer of the Century contest. Let us know what you see on the roads. Call in your tips to Star 800. Next report, 10 o'clock.
Rock marks moments in time. And only one radio station has been doing it in Montreal for over 50 years. Get your rock fix from the spirit of rock. Shome 97.7.
Book a 3-night stay in Ottawa between June 1st and October 10th, and Ottawa Tourism will cover the cost of the third night. Details at heretoinspire.ca.
With tax deadline approaching, get your receipts and paperwork organized with the Epson Rapid Receipt Scanner. Quickly and easily process receipts and invoices. This tax season, get receipt relief with Epson Rapid Receipt Scanners. Available at select retailers and epson.ca.
Did lightning strike your backyard birch? Did a fender crunch your back bumper? If it happens to you, we've got your back. Switch to Cooperators and save up to 30% on your home and auto insurance if you're claim-free. Plus, take advantage of features like multi-vehicle discounts and a home deductible that shrinks. Want to be backed by a leader in client experience? Call 1-877-630-2667 for a quote. Terms and conditions apply.
The MUHC Foundation and CJAD 800 present Health Matters with Tara Schwartz, featuring the health experts who are transforming medicine and the patients whose lives they have changed.
This week on Health Matters, an innovative surgery that can treat type 1 diabetes is being performed at the MUHC. Discover this life-changing and life-saving procedure and meet the surgeon performing it. And a softball tournament fundraising for a special cause.
Health Matters, Sunday at noon on CJAD 800.
Thanks for calling 1-800-GOT-JUNK. This is Sarah. How can I help?
I want to hear that sound again.
We make junk disappear.
All you have to do is point.
That's the sound?
That's the sound of the room getting bigger.
And cleaner.
And happier.
I love a happy room.
Is there anything else we can do for you?
I'd like you to come to my house right before we go on vacation.
You want to come home to a big, clean, happy house.
There's nothing better than that.
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK.
Or visit 1-800-GOTJUNK.com.
Everyone loves Italian food, and you can bring delicious and authentic Italian food home from Restaurant Di Menna. They've been serving the East End's best Italian dishes since 1971. Order your favorites for delivery or counter pickup, or better yet, load up your freezer with Di Menna's restaurant quality frozen meals, Di Menna's famous Montreal-style pizzas, or lasagnas, pastas, sauces, and more to make dinner easy and delicious. Visit dimenna.com to see the full menu today. Restaurant Di Menna, your new favorite Italian restaurant in St. Leonard.
Adam, Gerline, Dave, Ashley, Doug, and Charlie.
Farmers looking for a partner. Think you could be the perfect match?
Anyone can apply to get on CTV's new matchmaking show, Farming for Love.
Go to ctv.ca/farmingforlove.
Casting closing soon.
It's your turn. Have your say. The Elias Macco Show. Call 514-790-0800. Text 514-800.
Happy Canada Day. Meeker Guerrier with you until noon, filling in for Elias Macos. I'm very happy to be here actually today. I'm pretty ecstatic. I always say yes. It's a day off for everyone. I have other jobs. J4R asked me, and I'm like, yeah, I could work on Canada Day, of course. And then I realized this morning, everybody's off. Everybody is on holiday, and I'm here with Jay and Abby. But you know what? I'm very happy, and I'm happy to be here with you. And we're talking about Canada Day. What does it mean to be Canadian? Are you proud to be Canadian? And from the calls we're getting, I understand that a lot of people are frustrated. They're unhappy. They don't necessarily feel as proud as they used to be. Is that your case? 514-790-0800, 790-0800, or text us at 514-800. And the question originally was, what's your favorite thing about being Canadian? But I switched it to, are you proud? Is there anything that makes you proud? Seems like there aren't a lot of things these days. Let's talk to Larry from NDG. Larry, how you doing?
Good. What makes me happy, as proud as to be Canadian, is that I was born north of the 49th parallel, and because of that in Canada, I didn't have to go fight in Vietnam and get maybe maimed or killed. And Americans stick their nose in everybody else's problems. Canadians don't do that.
Well, we do it differently. Let's put it that way. We don't send our army, but politically, we do have. We are implicated in what's going on in the world. But that's pretty interesting, Larry. And yeah, it concretely changes your life living here in Canada and not living in the United States. Thank you, Larry. Let's talk to Marilyn from Rigaud. How you doing, Marilyn?
Happy Canada Day.
Happy Canada Day to you, Marilyn.
I would like to point out that it would be wonderful if everybody would not just point with a finger on negative things, but point with a big, big, big arm and hand at everything that is so positive and makes life so wonderful here. And we are the envy of the world.
Well, Marilyn, it's how a lot of people feel as well. But do you understand also why people are pointing towards negativity and where?
Yeah, but for once, I say that to people I know. I say, why do you always look at the negative things? Look at the positive. If you cannot change the negative things, shut up and look at the positive, or try to help and improve the negative things.
Well, thank you, Marilyn. These are very, very wise words, I would say. Let's talk to Jeff from Pincourt. How you doing, Jeff?
Yes, hi, I'm very proud to be Canadian, and I find it ridiculous when you get people saying that we're living in a dictatorship. I agree with you when you say they need to pick up a book and or even a dictionary to see what a dictatorship is. And it really galls me that you have these people like Pierre Poilievre and Maxime Bernier on the very far right that is fueling the fire of this stupidity that is plaguing our beautiful country.
Well, thanks, Jeff. That was pretty simple, pretty direct. There's nothing else to add. Let's talk to Nina and see what makes her proud to be Canadian. Nina from the South Shore. How you doing, Nina?
I'm very well, thank you. I'm 90. I'll be 90 in the 3rd of July, and I've lived here all my life, and I love Canada. And I just feel concerned about how our veterans must be feeling when they hear negative things about Canada, soldiers that fought for us during the Second World War. And I'm sorry that people feel so negative. You know, they should realize that we get up every morning, we're allowed to say whatever we want, right? Like right now, I'm talking to you on the radio, and I'm telling you how I feel. All these dictatorship countries, there's no such thing that you can call up and protest, you know. It's a sad thing to hear that people are complaining about our freedom. We're so free, it's like breathing. I mean, what is wrong with the population who are discontented and unhappy? I think about our veterans, and I feel sorry for them when they hear these things, you know, because they fought for us.
I understand, Nina. I can understand why you're saying this, and you have a lot more experience than most of us, and I'll take your word for it. Thank you, Nina. Next, we'll be talking to Nancy from Townships and see what makes her proud to be Canadian. How you doing, Nancy?
Good. How are you doing? Happy Canada Day.
Thank you.
So proud to be Canadian. We're a very diverse country. We have so much to be thankful for. We have our freedom. The only thing that bothers me, sometimes, you know, when they see these Canadian flags, now the Canadian flag is like known all worldwide, but when you have this friggin' convoy thing, and people are beginning to associate the Canada flag with this convoy, and they shouldn't. That's so negative. I don't understand these Canadians that are doing this. You know, put their energy to another source. It's just, it's sad. It really is. But, you know, the bulk of us we're so lucky. We're so very, very lucky to be in Canada. It just gives me chills. Anyway,
thank you.
That's what I'm thinking.
Well, thanks, Nancy. I just wanted to let you talk, and great. Thanks. That's all I want to hear, what you think. And if you're not happy, well, say it. I will have everyone online. Someone was saying, actually, by text message, and we're talking about the Freedom Convoy, and saying, how dare you label the Freedom Convoy a far-right movement? This is anti-government, albeit that you are paid handsomely to push this BS narrative. If I was paid handsomely, I wouldn't be here this morning. I'd be home or somewhere else, traveling, taking on a vacation, drinking a margarita. I'm kidding. I understand what you're saying. The person is saying that what we want is to have a bodily autonomy. You do have it. You do have it. Nobody is forcing you to get vaccinated or anything. You just have to live with the consequences, and the consequences aren't that bad, by the way, because you're not obligated to be vaccinated nowadays, to do things like go out, go to parties, go to concerts, and so on. You can agree or disagree, but you can't say that this is not a far-right movement when you read about it and you learn about it and you learn about what the Freedom Convoy is really about. And when you talk about being tramped by the RCMP, Clydesdales, come on, man. We've all seen the videos. Come on, man. Do you see how First Nations were treated when decided to protest? Come on. All right. Read a book. Let's talk to Doris from Côte-Saint-Luc. Doris, what makes you proud to be Canadian?
I think because Canada is the country that offered the greatest amount of social mobility to refugees who fled the Holocaust, came with nothing, saw their children get educated in healthcare, and my family's case, the doctor, lawyer, and nurse, and then one congenital illness that cost the society millions of dollars to treat hemophilia, and all this, you know, wonderful social mobility. And the only thing is that Canada is now like a parent to a screaming toddler that is Quebec, who's testing the boundaries and wanting all these rights and freedoms. But the Quebecers don't realize that what they've done is othered every Quebecois that's not the souche, and we feel it. We don't like it. All of a sudden, we feel that we've lost our mantle of protection that our Canadian citizenship affords us, and we want the Canadian government to stand up on its 2 feet and defend the rights of minority groups against the opportunistic politicians who would like to foster social conflict by creating divisions that we know lead to terrible consequences. Students who have read The Wave know from a real-life experiment of separating people to blue-eyed and brown-eyed children what the consequences were within a week. How aggression was fostered on the other group. Well, this will happen in Quebec. COVID has increased aggression rates. And
sorry, Doris, we have to go to other callers, but somewhat interesting. I understand what she was saying. We'll have to go to the news. I'm sorry, Judy Lorraine. Can we take at least one before we go? No, we don't have time. Judy Lorraine, thanks a lot for calling. Thanks to everyone that took the time to call and say why they're happy or unhappy to being Canadian. So we'll continue celebrating Canada Day today and also talk about Moving Day a little later on. But when we come back, we'll talk about Moving Day. We'll talk about basketball as well, because two Quebecois players from Montréal Nord signed huge contracts in the NBA, and I think they deserve to at least be talked about. So let's stop for a few minutes and we'll come back and talk about that.
You're listening to the Voice of Montreal. News, talk radio, CJAD 800, an iHeart radio station.
Good morning. It's 10 o'clock. I'm Don Kagan-Fleming with your CTV News Update. It's 24 degrees right now. Your full forecast coming up in just minutes. Here's what's making news. Those crossing at Roxham Road in Quebec brought to Ontario. A new informant from the world of organized crime in Montreal. And airplane issues in flight as well as on the ground now. First, though, with the latest from the CJAD 800 Traffic Center. How are the roads looking, Jill?
Not very good on 15 southbound for the Champlain Bridge is solid from Atwater. A couple of lanes are closed until at least noon. A lot of volume as well on the 30 east and westbound between the 10 and the 112, especially in the eastbound direction. Roadwork happening there. A lot of roadwork this weekend, in fact. The inbound 40 is shut down between Côte-de-Liesse and the Laurentian Autoroute, and your access ramps to the Ville-Marie eastbound from Décarie South and 15 northbound are closed. Canadian Tire Summer of the Century contest is here. Triangle Rewards members can win thousands in CT money. Conditions apply. Visit canadiantire.ca/Summer of the Century contest. Let us know what you see on the roads. Call in your tips to Star 800. Next report, 10:15.
In the news, after months of passing the blame, it seems the federal and provincial governments have come to an understanding on asylum seekers using Quebec's irregular border crossing of Roxham Road. An estimated 13,000 people have crossed over from that border with New York seeking asylum this year, according to Radio-Canada, and Quebec officials, including Premier François Legault, have said resources are depleted. In response, Ottawa has begun bringing many of those crossing into Quebec over to Ontario, in the Niagara Falls area in particular. While the exact number of people moved hasn't been publicized, the operation officially began yesterday. Montreal and provincial police have reportedly gotten someone they describe as involved in high-level organized crime to turn informant. The Journal de Montréal reports that the informant is former hitman Frédéric Silva, charged with 4 murders and found guilty of 3, as well as the attempted murder of crime boss Salvatore Scopa. He is supposed to not only admit his own crimes in this, but offer up the names and offenses of those he worked with for years in the Montreal underground crime scene, according to the report. He was put under police protection as of yesterday after long refusing such a deal with police. The former member of Quebec's top 10 most wanted criminals reportedly had a change of heart, fearing for his life after 2 of his former associates were recently killed. American basketball star Brittany Griner has appeared in a Russian court for trial about 4 months after she was arrested on cannabis possession charges.
Griner being led to the hearing in handcuffs,
with photographers on hand to grab shots. At a closed-door preliminary hearing on Monday in a Moscow suburb, Griner's detention was extended for another 6 months to December 20. The Phoenix Mercury Center and two-time U.S. Olympic gold medalist was arrested in February at a Moscow airport. Police say she was carrying vape canisters with cannabis oil. Griner could face up to 10 years in prison if convicted of large-scale transportation of drugs. I'm Charles de Ledesma.
It seems airline issues in Montreal have now extended to the air itself, as well as mass flight delays and cancellations. A flight from Montreal to Cuba had to be grounded last night in Jacksonville, Florida. La Presse reports the OWG flight had technical issues, and the 100 passengers had to wait for another flight to come pick them up, though all are safe. The pandemic-stricken Canadian tourism industry is seeing some hopeful signs of recovery as the country enters its first season in 2 years, largely without COVID-19 restrictions. Several tourism agencies are reporting hotel occupancy rates nearing pre-pandemic levels, and Toronto tour guide Jason Kucherawi says the issue is no longer finding demand, but keeping up with it.
So just generally in tourism, everyone is really understaffed and was kind of caught flat-footed by this. I mean, we've never, as an industry, come through 2 years of virtually no business. So suddenly this, pent-up demand has, caused tourism to kind of explode.
While the numbers are still trending up, the latest Statistics Canada numbers from March show tourism activity still sits about 30% below 2019 levels. Follow us on Instagram and Twitter at CJAD 800. And now your Dormevu Weather Center forecast. A mix of sun and cloud today with a 30% chance of showers this afternoon. We'll have a high of 28 that feels more like 33 with the humidity. Partly cloudy in the evening with a chance of showers continuing before skies clear up overnight with a low of 20 there. And then a sunny day tomorrow with a high of 27 that feels like 30 degrees. It's 24 degrees downtown right now. For all the news during the day, stream us on your smart speaker. Just say play CJAD 800. Your next CTV News update is coming at 10:30.
The BDC Small Business Loan is all for entrepreneurs. All for giving you quick and easy online access to the funds you need to increase your cash flow, buy new equipment, or invest in new technology. Apply now for a small business loan at bdc.ca/online loan and get up to $100,000 with favorable conditions. BDC. Financing, advising, smarts.
Make your life outdoors better. Turn your garden or backyard into a beautiful oasis with Pépinière Pierrefonds. For over 55 years, Pépinière Pierrefonds' family-owned garden centers, along with Techobloc, North America's leading manufacturer of paving stones, have inspired DIYers and professionals to create beautiful landscapes with Techobloc paving stones, retaining walls, blocks, and borders. Pépinière Pierrefonds' expert staff and remarkable service in Pierrefonds and Saint-Laurent help make life outdoors better. For details, visit pépinièrepierrefonds.com.
Fully charged and ready to roll. The Elias Macko Show. CJAD 800.
It's Canada Day, and Meeker Guerrier is here with you on the CJAD 800. Filling in for Elias Mackos, who's... where is he, by the way? Is he on vacation somewhere?
He sure is, but he'll be back on Monday.
He'll be back on Monday. Oh, so it's a short vacation for him.
No, it was 2 weeks, Meeker. 2 weeks.
Was it?
Yeah, David Hertel was here in his place.
Oh, David Hertel was here in his place. Okay, I didn't know that.
It was too long, actually, his vacation.
Oh, his vacation is too long. Right. All right, Jay. Okay, I hear you. But it's hurtful for David Hertel, right? Saying that it's been too long for him.
I just realized that David did an incredible job.
Okay.
And he is a pleasure to work with, as are you, my friend.
Oh, thank you, Jay.
Let's just get that all straight.
All right, I just wanted to make sure. No, I wasn't too sure. I knew he left for a few days, but I wasn't too sure if it was this week or if it was last week. Anyways, I'm here today until noon with you. Thanks a lot for being here. Thanks a lot for listening to CJAD 800. I told you earlier that we're going to talk about Luc Ensdor and Chris Boucher. Why? Because they both signed huge contracts yesterday in the NBA. Luguentz-Dort signed a contract for $87.5 million for the next 5 years. And Chris Boucher signed a contract that will give him about $11 million for the next 3 years. And he is remaining with the Toronto Raptors, which is great news because you have two Montrealers, two Canadians signing on Canada Day, or at least the day before, a huge contract in the NBA. It's just amazing. I just think it's amazing. Well, one of the things, by the way, did you know that Canadians are the second nation most represented in the NBA? Did you know that? After Americans, Canadians are the second most represented country in the NBA, which is amazing because when you consider that basketball was invented by a Canadian, it's just logical, right? It wasn't always the fact in the NBA. It was not always the case. You have a lot of people from all over the planet. You have French players, you have Greek players, you have a lot of Eastern European players as well. You have Spanish players, and to see Canadians thrive in the NBA, but also putting Montreal and Quebec on the map, because you do have Canadians, yes, but I want to talk about basketball here in our province, and it gives us a lot of street cred to see a player like Bénédicte Mathurin. We talked about him last week on Saint-Jean-Baptiste. He was drafted the day before, and now a week later you have Chris Boucher and Luguentz-Dort signing huge contracts. We have to talk about these kids. Just amazing. By the way, Chris Boucher, if it wasn't for Luguentz-Dort, would be the Quebecer athlete with the biggest salary. The professional athlete with the biggest salary. When you think about it, with $11 million, would make him one of the most paid player in the NHL had he decided to play hockey and became a National Hockey League star. But he's playing in the NBA. He's a role player, a very important role, but he's making $11 million. And now you have, on top of that, Luguentz-Dort, who's not even drafted, by the way. About a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, was it? I have to check when he was drafted. It's been, no, I said a year and a half. No, it's more like 3 years ago. He was undrafted, and a lot of people were disappointed. He was very disappointed. On the other hand, the best thing that could have happened to him was not to be drafted in the second round, because your salary is not guaranteed and you're stuck with a team that you didn't want to play with or play for necessarily. He became somewhat of a free agent, was able to sign a contract with Oklahoma City Thunder, become part of the starting five of the starting lineup. He was drafted, by the way, it was 2019 that he was eligible to the draft. And 3 years later, he perseveres, becomes a very important player for that team, scores about 17 points a game, which is great for a player at his position, becomes a huge defensive player as well, one of the best in the NBA, showed what he could do against the best players during the playoffs in the bubble in 2019 as well as 2020, actually. And he gave it all. He bet it on himself. And he won the jackpot. And I know we're talking about money, and people will think that, hey, you know what? He took a good decision by deciding to play basketball, and now he's a millionaire, and he can secure the future of his family for a few generations. Yeah, money is important. It is. It's very important. What do you want me to say? That's the world we live in. But above money, the fact that he was able to get an education, he was able to go to college, and also he stayed in school, most probably like a lot of athletes, like a lot of people, like a lot of kids, we stay in school because of sports. I quit school when I was in college, and I think that if I was playing sports in college, I would have stayed in school instead of quitting for about a year or so. Decided to take a few classes and finally went to university and so on. But In the middle of college, I was like, hey, you know what? I'm a little tired. I want some time off. Had it been for sports, I should have continued playing sports after high school. Unfortunately, I started back when I was at university, but it would have kept me in school. And I think that's the biggest achievement of sports. And our relationship with sports here in Quebec and Canada is a little different than what it is in the United States. And you can say whatever you want against the NCAA and the way they treat their athletes. They pay their coaches millions of dollars, and athletes can't really make any money. They can't be paid. They can't get a salary, but you do get an education. And that, to me, is very valuable. So we see these guys, those two kids from Montréal Nord. Chris Boucher is now at 29. Lugensdor is 24. They're making millions of dollars. And we're thinking, oh, yeah, great. I can, or my kid can make millions of dollars someday. But before getting there, and even if they don't get there, we have to support them and support their day in sport, or their journey in sports, because it's great to make friends. It's great for the education you get, and it makes you a better citizen when you do play sport. Now, before I stop talking about these guys, we also have to talk about women's sports, because we support our athletes, but do we support our female athletes to the same level? Do we support our girls that go to college, that go to university, that play here, that play in the United States, that become professionals, that are not paid millions of dollars, but are as good an example as the guys, as Lugens, as Chris Boucher, as Cam Birch, as Bénédicte Mathurin? Are we supporting them to the level that they should be supported? And I think that's a question we should ask ourselves, and we should look ourselves in the mirror and try to do something about that. Let's check your traffic from CJAD 800 Traffic Center. Donate your car today and make a difference in the life of a child. It's fast, free, and easy. Your car will be gone within 48 hours, and you'll receive a tax credit. 1877 Cars for Kids. That's cars with a K. 1877 Cars for Kids. Here's Jill Fitzgerald.
Good morning. 15 southbound very slow from Atwater for the Champlain Bridge. Roadwork ongoing until at least noon, closing 2 lanes. Victoria Bridge not an option, open only to inbound traffic. Other spans are doing okay. There is roadwork closing down the DeCarry South and 15 North on-ramps to the Ville-Marie eastbound for the weekend. Also weekend-long roadwork affecting the drive on the TCAM until July 6th. Their fishmongers offer you salmon steaks at $8.77 a pound. Let us know what you see on the roads. Call in your tips to Star 800. Next report, 10:30.
The Elias Macos Show, brought to you by the final weekend of the Bricks Moving Day Sale. Shop unbelievable deals in every department and find everything you need in time for Moving Day. The Brick, saving you more.
Summer is made for those classic wind in your hair, hands flying out the window moments. Moments of unexpected fun and exploration. So get out there and explore with Journey Rewards. Start saving 7 cents per liter on fuel at participating Ultramar stations. Go ahead. Take that spontaneous road trip. Download the Journey Rewards app to start saving today. The road is calling. Journey on. Available on Google Play and the Apple App Store. Program terms and conditions apply. Visit journey.ca for more details.
Calling all Big Mac lovers. McDonald's has grand news for you. Remember how you felt when you had your first ever Big Mac? Maybe it was decades ago, or maybe it was just last week. Whenever it was, there was nothing like biting into that 100% Canadian beef patty. That sauce, that unmistakable Big Mac taste. Well, that feeling is back, but even bigger with the Grand Big Mac. The Grand Big Mac is available now at McDonald's, but only for a limited time at participating McDonald's restaurants in Canada.
Employers and employees. Did you know that over the past 5 years, more than 1,000 workplace accidents involving scaffolds have occurred in Quebec, including more than 200 just in the past year? When it comes to scaffolding on construction sites and everywhere else, let's all take the time together to put into place and follow the necessary safety measures to prevent worst-case scenarios. A message from the CNESST.
If you or someone you know has a problem with drugs or alcohol, you're not alone. We can help. Call Andy's house at 514-738-ANDY. That's 514-738-2639. Call today.
Are you running a startup or just trying to get your established business back on track? You need to take care of the bookkeeping and the financial statements? Mackison Consulting can help. They'll do your accounting so you can focus on the operations. They'll take care of filing your corporate tax and business loans. Mackison Consulting, 5396 Park Avenue. Book an appointment with a Mackison consultant now at 514-276-0808. That's 514-276-0808.
Montrealers' favorite fine furniture store is Mobile Art Decor. For over 30 years, Mobile Art has been the best source of exceptional, top-quality luxury furniture, custom upholstery, and accessories for lighting and design that will inspire and motivate you. Imported from Europe and around the world for every room and every taste. For a truly unique experience, professional interior design advice, and great service, visit Mobile Art, 8260 Devonshire, west of DeCarry. mobileart.ca.
Did lightning strike your backyard birch? Did a fender crunch your back bumper? If it happens to you, we've got your back. Switch to Cooperators and save up to 30% on your home and auto insurance if you're claim-free. Plus, take advantage of features like multi-vehicle discounts and a home deductible that shrinks. Want to be backed by a leader in client experience? Call 1-877-630-2667 for a quote. Terms and conditions apply.
When big stories break,
police got the call Monday night at 7:15 that multiple shots were fired.
Turn to the team you trust.
Matt Grillo, Quebec City.
For breaking news wherever and whenever it happens, watch CTV News at 6 and visit ctvnewsmontreal.ca.
Introducing Tim's new loaded bowls. The same delicious loaded wrap ingredients like tasty grains, seasoned chicken, and habanero or cilantro lime sauce are now in a bowl. Tim's new loaded bowls and wraps. Try one today at participating restaurants in Canada.
On a need-to-know basis, he's got you covered. Elias Makos, CJAD 800.
Elias is on vacation. This music inspires me because Elias is on vacation and it's summer. It's Canada Day. Pretty happy to be here, Mika Guerrier, with you until noon today. We'll have some serious subjects, serious topics, but you know what? We should take a few minutes just to dance a little bit, just to be happy. Raise the volume, Jay, just a little bit. Thank you, Jay. I needed that today. It's a holiday after all. We talked a little bit about Canada earlier. What makes you proud to be Canadian? What does it mean to be Canadian? A few people actually talked about the fact that contrarily to the United States, we don't stick our nose everywhere in everybody else's business. And I answered that we do intervene differently in the world affairs, as we say in French, because Canada does have somewhat of an influence, and the G7 and NATO meetings just wrapped up. And the question is, now what? The role of NATO has taken on extra importance since the Russian invasion of Ukraine. And the G7 summit in Germany has just wrapped up. So what were the biggest takeaways from these two meetings of the world leaders? Joining us to talk about it is Jason Opal, Associate Professor, Department of History and Classical Studies at McGill University. How you doing, Professor?
I'm doing good. Happy Canada Day.
Happy Canada Day to you as well. So we just concluded the G7 summit. Just to remind people, the G7 is Canada, United States, United Kingdom, France, Germany, Italy, and Japan. So it was a 3-day summit. What do you take away from those 3 days?
Well, I think the G7 is really concerned now about the general global financial issues regarding inflation. That's sort of the big story there, and sort of the way that the big economies, the big industrial economies are talking. For me, though, the bigger sort of story over the last couple of days for Canada's international role has been about NATO. That's really where, to my mind, Canada has the most sort of the largest presence in global politics. And the position of NATO now is really crucial. And to me, there were kind of two takeaways for sort of what Canada has promised NATO in light of the new dangerous situation. Number one, Canada has promised to enhance its presence in Latvia, where Canada is actually the lead military force for NATO. On the other hand, Canada has been a bit cautious about promising more financial contributions to NATO. So those are the two sort of takeaways for me.
Okay, there are a few things that I always ask myself, especially in the past few years with the way the Harper government decided to conduct itself on the international stage. Does Canada still have an influence? You talked about NATO, but at the UN and in the G7, does Canada really have power or weight or influence on the world affairs?
So it's a really good question. I mean, I would say in terms of the G7, it's fairly minimal because the overall size of Canada is just considerably smaller than the other big Western industrial economies. Although it's mid-sized, but it's not nearly at the scale of the United States, nor really of France, Germany, and United Kingdom. However, I think Canada, its major role as a NATO partner is really, really crucial. So just as a kind of reminder here, Canada was one of the original NATO members, founded in 1949. It's one of the 12 original members. And now NATO has 30 countries. Pretty soon it'll have 32 because Sweden and Finland want in now that Russia is, showing itself to be quite aggressive. In that role, Canada's role is very important. And if I may, I think it's going to become more important. I'm talking to you now actually from the United States, and as an American myself, it is not clear whether the United States will remain NATO's kind of major military player.
Right.
If Donald Trump is reelected or one of his acolytes is reelected, there will be serious questions. I don't really know you can count on that, which means that Canada would be one of the most powerful countries, the most influential countries in the alliance. And that is powerful. That is absolutely crucial, especially because the regime in Moscow, I'm going to call it a regime and not an administration,
right,
is clearly aggressive. And Canada can play a vital role as a major NATO partner.
Okay, so you talked about Russia, and Trudeau decided he promised to give NATO more support, and he said he wants to help our allies basically get off Russian oil. But what will it mean for our climate policy here in the country?
So in that sense, I think that, there's sort of two ways to look at it. The short term would be probably, there's no way to sort of fill up the short gap of Russian oil and gas without more oil and gas, which Canada has a lot of. So in the short term, I think, Canada might be sort of, its resource wealth in the western part of the country might be even more important. Longer term, though, the argument to get off fossil fuels altogether is, of course, strengthened when one sees that Russia fundamentally, its power really derives from two things. Number one, the fact that it has 6,000 nuclear warheads. And number two, the fact that it has a lot of oil and gas. If you can take away the oil and gas part of it and say, we don't need oil and gas because we don't use oil and gas, Russia becomes, it's much less able to threaten on the world stage.
Well, okay, that's pretty interesting. So there are other ways. This is one of the ways that has been chosen to punish Russia, because obviously the NATO and the rest of the G7 want to avoid a full-scale war. But there was a lot of talk of making sure Russia was suitably punished for their actions. But do these statements and all the measures that were taken by the Western countries, have they really affected Russia in the past few months?
I think so, yes. The degree of sanctions. So, a small sanction, a small economic a shortage that's imposed by one country on another is pretty minimal. But that's not what the Western powers did. They really shut down Russia in terms of taking in finance capital from the Western powers. It really cut Russia out of the credit market and international banking, and has put the stops, or not completely, but dramatically, on its resources. The next target would be Russian gold. That's also a major export for Russia. Most of it goes to London, to the United Kingdom. But I mean, it has really hurt Russia in terms of its economy. And I think the Western powers will continue to do so. I mean, it's important just to remember, yes, Russia is very powerful because it has nuclear weapons, but its conventional military has been shown to be, frankly, if you'll forgive me for saying, rather incompetent compared to a Western military. And number two, their economic resources are not really that great. Canada, with a population shy of 40 million, has a larger economy than Russia does, 155 million people. And if you put in the other NATO countries, there's really no contest in overall wealth and kind of resources for the societies.
Right, that's pretty interesting. Thanks a lot for shedding some light on all that situation that seems pretty complicated sometimes. Jason Opal, Associate Professor from the Department of History and Classical Studies at McGill University. Thanks a lot for being with us, and I hope to talk to you super soon.
My pleasure. Take care.
Thanks. Take care. When we come back, we'll talk about transit, your best and worst travel experiences. I have a few stories. Do you have a few stories? Were you able to travel also? Did you get your passport on time? We talked about it last Friday. I know a lot of people are still waiting for that piece of paper to give them the right to leave the country. So we'll talk about your worst and best travel experiences when we come back.
Good morning. It's 10:30. I'm Don Kagan-Fleming with your CTV News update. Here's what's making news right now. A car on fire has caused issues in the La Fontaine Tunnel all morning. Luckily, no one appears to have been injured in any accident that caused this, though how the fire started is still unclear. One fire truck is on the scene, and provincial police have been helping keep the area clear. Firefighters from both Montreal and Longueuil were working on the blaze. Russian missile attacks on residential buildings in the Ukrainian port city of Odessa have killed at least 18 people, including 2 children, a day after Russian forces withdrew from the strategic Snake Island in the Black Sea. Rescuers have been digging through the rubble to try and find trapped survivors. And the iconic clock tower of Old Montreal is celebrating its 100th birthday. It's part of the most visited recreational tourism site in Quebec, with 7 million visitors a year. And now with the latest from the CJAD 800 Traffic Center. How's it looking out there, Jill?
There's a lot of road work happening this weekend, Don, including the 40 eastbound complete closure between Côte-de-Liesse and the Laurentian autoroute. Traffic's approaching Cavendish. You will be detoured off onto Côte-de-Liesse. 15 southbound solid now from Atwater for the Champlain Bridge. 2 lanes closed at least until noon for road work. Also in Turcotte, no access from DeCarry South and 15 north onto the Ville-Marie eastbound on the South Shore. Super slow on the 30 eastbound before and after the 10 due to ongoing road work. Seeing volume as well ahead of the 112 on the 30 westbound. And because of that fire you mentioned, the outbound La Fontaine Tunnel is closed. Canadian Tire Summer of the Century contest is here. Triangle Rewards members can win thousands in CT money. Conditions apply. Visit canadiantire.ca/Summer of the Century contest. Traffic and transit every 15 minutes on CJAD 800. Next report, 10:45.
And now your Dormez-vous Weather Center forecast. It's 25 degrees right now, a mix of sun and cloud today with a 30% chance of showers this afternoon. We'll have a high of 28. That feels more like 33 with the humidity. Partly cloudy in the evening with a chance of showers continuing before skies clear up overnight with a low of 20. And then a sunny day tomorrow with a high of 27. That feels more like 30. Your next CTV News update is coming at 11 o'clock.
iHeartRadio, Canada's #1 streaming app for radio. Stay informed wherever you are with all your favorite talk hosts.
How lucky are we that we settle our disputes through elections and talk radio?
iHeartRadio.
Anytime,
anywhere. Now with personalized playlists made just for you. And curated playlists, including your own. Add songs straight from live radio. Connect on the go with Apple CarPlay or Android Auto.
iHeartRadio.
Download the free iHeartRadio app today.
We've all been craving a beautiful day out. Here's a suggestion that's meaningful too. Le Weekend pour combattre le cancer is happening on August 20th and 21st. The only weekend-long event benefiting the Jewish General Hospital's world-renowned Siegel Cancer Center. The choice is yours. Cycle on the Saturday or walk on the Sunday, or do both. Either way, you'll be fueling vital cancer research and innovation. Sign up today at jghfoundation.org/Le Weekend. Together, we will win win this fight.
It's the final weekend of the Bricks Moving Day sale. Shop unbelievable deals in every department, like 50% off Canadian-made sofas when you buy the matching love seat or chair, 40% off mattress sets, $9.99 or more, up to 20% off bedroom and dining furniture. Save up to $300 off select big screen televisions. Plus, when you buy more, you save more. Save up to $300 off select major kitchen appliances. Some exclusions apply. Visit thebrick.com for details. The Brick, saving you more.
Subway, Eat Fresh, Refresh, starring Kai, pro sandwich artist, amateur spokesperson, and action.
Sometimes you gotta refresh to be fresh. Welcome.
Cut! Amazing start, Kai. Let's try again, but more like, welcome to the Subway Eat Fresh, Refresh. Try your new and delicious Green Goddess dressing on the new Green Goddess subs.
The dressing is also creamy and tangy.
Subway, Eat Fresh, Refresh. Kai, give that legal a try.
Freshly prepared for your order. Like that?
Let's go again.
The wait is over. The ultimate race across the country is back. This summer, we're ready to go with the new season of The Amazing Race Canada. Get into it starting Tuesday at 9/8 Central only on CTV.
La STM vous souhaite la bienvenue à bord.
This is your stop in transit with Elias Makos, CJAD 800.
It is in transit, but with me, Kurt Guerrier, here with you until noon today. We'll talk about traveling, about vacations, because it is a holiday, Canada Day. Happy Canada Day, by the way. Call us 514-790-0800. 514-790-0800 or by text 514-800. I want to hear about your best travel experiences, your best travel stories, and your worst. Because traveling seems to be pretty complicated these days. Very complicated to get a passport. It's complicated at the airports. A lot of reports of luggages being lost, and people missing their flights being canceled. It's complicated, very complicated, but there are some nice traveling stories. It could be by car, it could be by plane, it could be a bicycle ride you did around the province, the country, or around your city. I just want to hear you talk about it and share with me your vacation stories and your travel stories, because summer is perfect time for a road trip. I have to tell you, I've traveled a little bit in my life, not a lot. I just started taking the plane at age 24. First place I went was Haiti by plane. So it gives you an idea. But ever since, I've been traveling a lot, having a lot of fun traveling. I think my greatest trip was in Thailand about 5 years ago. I'll tell you more about it later on. But I have to tell you about my road trip I'm supposed to do in the next few days. I am going to Gaspésie, to our summer house over there, and I'm going by myself basically because my girlfriend will already be there, and she will be going down a river and doing canot camping, as we say in French. And you know what? I don't want to do that. It's the water in the Bonaventure River is pretty cool at this time of the year. Actually, it's cold all around. It's always cold there. And she's going with some friends, and I'm like, hey, you know what? You could go by yourself. I don't need to do this. It's too cold for me. Plus, I like my comfort. And as I always say, I've worked hard to get to some level of comfort, and why would I throw that away just to live outside and sleep in a tent in a sleeping bag in the cold? Thank you, Abby, for agreeing with me. Like, seriously, why would I do that? I could go outside for a few days and then, I don't know, sleep at a hotel, or what we call a ready to camp, like those tents or permanent tents with a real bed and some heat. I could do that, but to go out camping, sleep in a small tent. I'm like, I don't need this. I don't need this in my life. Anyways, so she's doing that. So I'm going to meet with her at her summer house with my daughter. And we have to drive. It's about a 9-hour drive if you don't stop from Montreal. But since we're going to stop for lunch, we're going to have to go for gas, stop for food as well, and go to the bathroom and so on. So it's going to take about 10 hours. And I have to say that I've been a little worried. Not a lot, but... And my girlfriend did it like at least 4 or 5 times ever since we've been together, because she's from there. She's from Gaspésie. She's used to it. She used to leave around like 4 a.m. In the morning after going out with her friends. She would drive there, but she was in her early 20s, right? She was a little more how do you say it? Un peu inconscient in French, you would say, or a little enthusiasm. No, I don't know. I have to find the word, the right word. But anyway, she was fearless. Let's put it that way. But I have to do it with my daughter by myself, and I'm like, oh my God, should I sleep on the way there, or should I drive all the way or drive early or a little later in the day so I can sleep more and so on? And I'm thinking like, oh my God, it makes me nervous to travel, just to drive here in Quebec. Am I getting that old? I think I am. Anyway, so that's going to be special this year. But my best and worst stories, I'm not sure I had bad stories, bad travel stories, for one good reason. By the way, you can share them on text message at 514-800 or by calling us at 514-790-0800, 514-790-0800, your best and worst travel stories. I don't think I had a bad one. I've always had fun traveling, and whatever happens, it's part of the journey. It's part of traveling. It's part of the story as well. And maybe one of the worst things that happened to me actually happened in my best trip. It was in Thailand 5 years ago. I decided to go there for almost a month, backpacking, my first backpacking experience. And yeah, I was apprehending that trip. I was like, again, my comfort. I was like, okay, so where are we going to sleep? We're not going to sleep in hotels. We're going to sleep in huts and so what? But it was amazing. It was so great. And I just decided to go with the flow. And at some point, I just told my girlfriend, hey, you know what? There's just one thing. I'd like us to make a reservation, at least for the first day we get somewhere, so we don't have to walk around with our backpack and find a place to sleep. We can actually have a place to go when we get there. And then we can change. I don't care. But at least we can have a place to go when we get to a new city or a new village. So travel there for almost a month. Obviously, I love the food there. Pad Thai, I love Pad Thai. I love Asian food, and I just love food in general anyway. So it was great, and it was cheap to eat there. It was cheap to travel as well. It was also very cheap to get a massage, a foot massage. You could get a foot massage for about, at the time, like $2 Canadian. Like for $2, you're $2 American. I'm not too sure. But anyways, just like get a foot massage for, it was dirt cheap, honestly. And it was just like amazing to get that. Here it would cost us a fortune to get a foot massage during the day. And so we go for long walks and long excursions and come back and get a foot massage. It was the highlight of our day. That was just great. And to learn about the culture, learn about the people, meet new people. I actually made friends in Thailand that I still have. And at the time, I wasn't working on TV all that much, but I was working at another radio station. And it was, so people didn't really know who I was, but this guy that worked on TV, in television actually, and in cinema, started talking to me, and we became friends, and he was traveling with a friend, and they decided to wait for us in another village where we're passing through about like 5 days later, and we're like, hey, you know what, guys, we said we would meet there, but we're not really going to, well, we're going through there, but we're were going to get there like a day later, and they were supposed to leave on that day, and they were like, hey, you know what? We'll stay there and meet you there on that island. So we decided to meet them. We spent about 4 or 5 days with them. And it was just great. It was just great to meet people that were from Quebec like us, but to spend time with people we didn't know. And we made new friends that we still have today. And we met other people as well over there that we still talk to once in a while. And we met a French couple also. And at the time, we didn't have kids. They didn't have kids. And we stayed friends. They came to visit us a few years ago. We visited them in France as well. And also, they decided to go to Gaspésie. So you see, full circle. They came to Gaspésie with us because we talked so much about it when we were in Thailand that they decided to come here in Canada and visit Gaspésie. So full circle story. And it was just the most fulfilling experience, and I can't wait for the day where I can finally go back to Thailand and enjoy time there, and this time with my daughter that wasn't conceived at the time, so she will discover Thailand at some point. Anyways, but it would probably be a little bit more complicated these days with everything going on at the airport. So that's my good, and I didn't tell you about the worst part. The worst part quickly is that I fell from my scooter, hurt my arm, and the army saved me. We're like in the outskirts of Thailand, close to Myanmar, where everyone told us not to go. But we decided to go, and we had an accident. Anyway, that's for a story for some other day. We'll stop for traffic in a second. When we come back, we'll talk about the old age security checks that are about to go up. But is it enough? Will it help our seniors? Let's check now your traffic from CJAD 800 Traffic Center. Here's Jill Fitzgerald.
Thank you. 15 southbound, a parking lot down from de la Vérendrye. 2 lanes are closed outbound side of the Champlain Bridge. They are supposed to reopen at around noon. You cannot use the Victoria Bridge, and the outbound side of the La Fontaine Tunnel that has been shut down due to a vehicle fire. There is roadwork happening in Turcotte, so no access to the Ville-Marie eastbound from DeCarry South and 15 North, and weekend-long roadwork on the inbound TCAN volume from Cavendish due to its closure between Côte de Liesse and the Laurentian Autoroute. 13 southbound has some volume down from Hickmore. I'm assuming that people are opting for the 20 given the situation on the eastbound TCAN, again, weekend long. Canadian Tire Summer of the Century contest is here. Triangle Rewards members can win thousands in CT money. Conditions apply. Visit canadiantire.ca/summer of the century contest. Let us know what you see on the roads. Calling your tips to Star 800. Next report, 11 o'clock.
Hit music lives on Virgin Radio, home of the biggest artists. Boost your mood with Montreal's #1 hit music station. 95.9 Virgin Radio.
Wow, this room looks gorgeous.
Thanks. Come on in. Take a closer look.
Should I take off my shoes?
Why? This is the garage.
Imagine a new decorative coating for your garage floor and make it happen with Premier Sealers epoxy floor coatings. Reduces dust, easy to maintain. You choose the color for an attractive, durable finish. Find out more about it and their other services at premiersealers.com. CAA recommended. Seal you later.
Right now at IGA, it's time to bite into summer.
Until Wednesday, local iceberg lettuce is only 99 cents.
Whip up some salads, tacos, burgers, anything that crunches. At IGA, it's the biggest crunch time of the year.
Details in store.
The Adjusto program from Desjardins Insurance would like to remind you that driving the speed limit gives your better half more time to pick the perfect song.
No. Nah. Ooh, this one.
Well, her perfect song. With Adjusto, if you drive safe and drive little, you save on car insurance. You also get a 10% enrollment discount on your premium for the first 6 months. Certain conditions, exclusions, and limitations may apply.
3 appliances. Bye-bye taxes. 10 appliances. Bye-bye taxes. 6,389 appliances. Woo! Bye-bye taxes. At Corbeil, the taxes are moving out. Save the equivalent of the taxes when you purchase 3 or more selected appliances. But hurry, because the taxes move back in on July 6th. Corbeil, for the right reasons. and saving the taxes this moving season. Details at corveelectro.com.
Is living at home more difficult, or are you concerned about your parents' well-being? Liana's Senior Transition Support provides guidance in finding the ideal options in home care and seniors' residences. Solutions are available to you right now, including immediate care and urgent relocation.
Hi, I'm Matt Del Vecchio. Call us for a free, no-obligation consultation at 514-622-8074 or look us up at Liana's Senior Transition Support. That's Liana's Senior Transition Support.
After 51 years of serving the Montreal community, Uma Saris is closing, announcing its biggest sale ever. Up to 80% off home decor, jewelry, saris, wedding wear for men and women, and much more. Uma Saris, 6270 Côte-Neige.
Adam, Gerline, Dave, Ashley, Doug, and Charlie.
Farmers looking for a partner. Think you could be the perfect match?
Anyone can apply to get on CTV's new matchmaking show, Farming for Love.
Go to ctv.ca/farming for love.
Casting closing soon.
I'm ready. Straight talk, round tables, great guests. This is Elias Makos on CJAD 800.
Elias Makos, alias Meeker Guerrier, a.k.a. Meeker Guerrier, filling in for my good friend Elias, who is taking some much-deserved vacation and some time off. I told you about it right before we left for our break. Old age security checks are about to go up. So as inflation hits an all-time high, gas prices are up, and the cost of living in general soars. Will the 2.8% for old age security and guaranteed income supplements be enough for the more than 6 million Canadians who are 65 years old and older who are receiving it? Here to tell us about it is Moshe Lander, Senior Lecturer, Department of Economics at Concordia University. How you doing, Mr. Lander?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing great. It's Canada Day. Happy Canada Day. And I'm here on the radio with you, so things are great. So tell us about that increase. So it's a 2.8% increase, but right now the inflation is at 7.7% for the 12-month period that ended in May. Right from the get-go, it seems like that increase is not enough. Am I right to think that, or that's not exactly it?
You are right to think that. The 2.8% would probably have made sense if we had seen more normal inflation, right? The Bank of Canada usually keeps the number around 1 to 3% for the last 30 years. So if you're getting a 2.8% increase, then in real terms, your purchasing power is either staying the same or maybe going up just a little bit. But when inflation is 7.7%, then in real terms, you're losing about 5% of your purchasing power. And that's hard for senior citizens who don't have the ability to go back and get a job to make up for that lost income. So they really are falling behind with no option to make it up.
Right. You're talking about that difference of 5%. When we talk about inflation, 7.7, I mean, we can see where it hurts because obviously gas has gone about 30% up. Food as well is very high up. So in average, it goes at 7.7. But I'm thinking that 5% decrease for elderly, does it make sense to think also that it hurts maybe a little less because they don't have to work, they don't necessarily have to travel as much, they don't have to go to work and so on? Or does it hurt them because housing, for instance, went up?
Well, that's a great point, and that's the thing with the headline inflation number, is that it's based on a basket of goods that the typical Canadian buys, right? And so if you say that senior or non-senior, if you're not buying the typical basket, you could be experiencing a personal inflation that's less than 7.7 or more than 7.7. So if we wanted to go down the path of parsing what do seniors do and not do, if we're saying, yeah, they're not driving, then they might not be experiencing inflation in the same way. We could also say that if they own their own home, which hopefully by the time that they're seniors and retiring, they're hopefully not still paying their mortgage, then even if rents are going up, they might be landlords rather than tenants at that stage in their life, right? And so it could be possible that they're actually benefiting from this. So the idea that the 2.8% was offered to them is not based on the grounds that, well, what do seniors experience? It was based on the idea that inflation wouldn't be 7.7. So,
right.
Whether it's 5%, 10%, or plus 2% that they're doing, we would have to look on an individual basis.
On the other hand, we also have to think about elderlies that don't own their own homes, that do need that security check, that old age security check. So there are people in trouble right now because of the increase in inflation, because that increase in their check is not big enough. So what tips do you have for those looking to stretch their dollars as far as possible, given the high inflation rate?
Look, it's a time for all of us to be coupon clipping, right? Finding those deals, using the internet to comparison shop. If you don't need to buy something right now, then don't buy it right now. If you're looking to travel, are you traveling because just you're fed up with 2 years of lockdowns and COVID and I'm just going to go out and enjoy myself no matter what? Or is it something that you have to do? It's a time where you really need to consider what is important and what isn't. The inflation rate will come down. Within 12 to 18 months, hopefully, we'll be talking about things back to normal. So it's not that you have to deprive yourself forevermore. It's just right now is not the time if you don't have to.
And talking about economy right now, so you talked about the past 2 years, the fact that people want to live, they want to spend also because we're almost back to normal and back to life, and we want to enjoy ourselves. But you're talking about not buying right away, not spending money, and being a little bit more reasonable. But do you think that we're heading into a recession where we're going to have to be more reasonable than ever?
We're heading into an economic slowdown. Whether it technically meets the definition of a recession or not, that we'll know that once we're there. But for sure, the economy is going to slow down. And if it's not going to slow down of its own doing, the Bank of Canada is going to make sure that it slows down with all of these interest rate increases. And the one that they're going to do in a couple of weeks is going to be a honkingly huge one. So they're going to do what they can to slow us down, whether we like it or not. The fact is that that's not necessarily a bad thing because of this maybe over-exuberance to just go out and spend. That's the type of thing that can cause an economy to overheat, and it's the type of thing that can add inflationary pressure. So, the idea of just rein it in for a little bit, right. Again, it's not deprive yourself forever, and everybody has a right to go and try and enjoy for times missed, but just take it easy, and moderation is the key.
Okay, we have to talk a little bit about the market. Obviously, you can't give any advice or anything, but I just want to hear you on that because a lot of people have lost money on the markets. They're a little afraid of their future. They don't know what is going to happen to them and happen to their economy, especially people that can't go to work or about to retire. What would you tell them? Should they be worried about the way things are going? Because if you plan on retiring this year or next year and you see the economy going down, should you postpone your retirement or should you just have a different retirement?
Well, I mean, if people have the capacity to delay their retirement right now, that's maybe something to consider, right? Again, it's talk to an advisor, of course, and see what sort of retirement income are you going to make under the current circumstances and what would happen if things recover to the way they were. If you're in it for the longer haul, if you have 10, 20, 50 years till retirement, then this is going to be a blip in the grand scheme of things. And so I wouldn't worry too much about it right now. The stock market goes up, the stock market goes down. And for the last few years, it's been defying all common sense in going up, up, and up. You would think that COVID would have knocked the stuffing out of the stock market, yet somehow it defied expectations by rising. I think now is just kind of a return to what it should have been. These are the types of things that over the long haul, they're really just going to be bumps in the road. But yeah, if you're really close to retirement right now, talk to your employer, talk to a financial advisor, and see what the implications are. And that's the best advice that I could give.
Okay, one last question about housing, because it's been a little complicated in the past few years. Mortgage rates were very low, so a lot of people offered maybe more than the houses were worth or the buildings where they were buying was worth. And now with the mortgage rate rising, people have been saying that a lot of people will be in trouble, especially with the inflation, and it will change the housing market. But we haven't seen that yet. Do you think there will be somewhat of a crisis in the housing market, meaning that people will have to sell the homes that they bought during the pandemic because they won't be able to pay them?
No. There was a report a couple of weeks ago that were saying that 1 in 4 Canadians think that they're going to have to sell their home if interest rates rise further. But there was a companion report that was around the same time that said 1 in 2 Canadians don't understand what inflation and interest rates mean. So I think there's a good number of people that are saying they think they're going to have to sell,
right,
that also don't really understand inflation and interest rates. So the reality is that all that's going to happen is when your mortgage resets, it'll reset at a higher interest rate. That just means that you'll either have to pay more of your mortgage payment to interest and less to principal, which just means it's going to take longer to pay off the mortgage, or you'll have to increase the amount you pay if you want to pay off the mortgage in the same amount of time. The fact is you should be able to choose which one you prefer. Unless you're right at the threshold where the bank says you're already going to take 25 years to pay this off, you can't take more than that, and somebody says, well, I don't have more money, that's the type of person then that's going to have to reconsider whether they want their home or not. But I don't think that that's very many Canadians at this point. So while there might be some who have to sell, I think there's a lot of people who just think they're going to have to. But that psychology is the thing that's going to weigh on them more than the economic reality.
Well, that's pretty interesting because I don't see it happening either, but it's been part of our news in the past few weeks, and a lot of people have been talking about it. Moshe Lender, senior lecturer at the Department of Economics at Concordia University. Thanks a lot for being with us and shedding some light on those information and those stories.
My pleasure. Happy Canada Day.
Thanks. Have a good day. When we come back, we'll talk about what's going on at the Supreme Court of the United States. There's a new judge on that Supreme Court. We'll talk about it with Noam Landon. Thank you for being with us. It's Mika Guerrier with you on the Elias Makos Show.
Scotiabank's Ultimate and Preferred packages have unique rewards for unique people like you. Visit scotiabank.com/ultimate300 to see how you could be rewarded.
Good morning. It's 11 o'clock. I'm Don Kagan-Fleming with your CTV News Update. It's 25 degrees right now. Your full forecast coming up in just minutes. Here's what's making news. A paramedics union on strike. Affordable housing remains an issue in Montreal. And some good news for Quebec's economy. First, though, with the latest from the CJAD 800 Traffic Center. How are the roads looking, Jill?
Not too good, Don. There is quite a bit of road work happening this weekend, including the total closure of the Tican eastbound between Côte-de-Liesse and the Laurentian autoroute. Volume from at least Cavendish, and traffic is busy up at the top of the northbound side of Jacare, where you will be forced onto the westbound side of Côte-de-Liesse. Also, no access to the Ville-Marie eastbound from Jacare south and 15 northbound. You can stay on 15 south, detour at Atwater, or take 20 westbound over to Angrignon. Ongoing lane closures creating a lot of volume to La Vérendrye on 15 southbound. That is supposed to reopen at noon. Outbound La Fontaine Tunnel is closed due to a fire. Step into Marché Adonis to discover unique flavors for your barbecue. Until July 6th, their fishmongers offer you salmon steaks at $8.77 a pound. Traffic and transit every 15 minutes on CJAD 800. Next report, 11:15.
In the news, Quebec's FPHQ union paramedics called an unlimited general strike this morning. The pressure tactics will hit 40 paramedic services across Quebec, all affiliated with the union, describing itself as the largest for pre-hospital services in the province, with paramedics among their 2,500 members. The union says it is, quote, time that paramedics be recognized for their value. At the heart of the strike are issues surrounding pension plans, salary scale, and bonuses. With moving day here in Quebec for many, Montreal's lack of affordable housing remains a stark problem. Opposition parties are blaming the mayor's office for not delivering on campaign promises, but City Hall and a major housing organization say the provincial government is at fault here. The Gazette reports that members of Valérie Plante's team are not only frustrated by the provincial government and federal government arguing and holding up funding for 6,000 affordable housing units in Montreal, but that money they've asked for is being held up. The city requested $265 million over the next 5 years to handle major affordable housing backlogs, but have only received $30 million. Housing advocacy organization Frappru lays the blame at the CAQ government's feet as well, saying they continue to ignore the housing crisis. Some good news as Quebec's economy looks to continue to rebound better than expected from pandemic difficulties. The government is revising its projections, estimating that Quebec's deficit will only be $294 million for this fiscal year, far lower than originally projected. The original budget presented in March projected a $7.4 billion deficit to follow up last year's $10.8 billion one before the use of stabilizing measures. Economic recovery has been stronger than expected through the first half of the year, with own source revenue jumping 20% in the province from last year, meaning Quebec has seen more than $18 billion more come in than last year. The president of the European Commission is throwing her support behind Ukraine's bid to join the European Union. Ukraine applied for membership less than a week after Russia invaded on February 24th. Ursula von der Leyen says Ukraine's EU bid is a historic milestone.
I believe in Ukraine's European future. And the reason is simple. The reason is the tenacity of the Ukrainian people. Your resolve, your passion for Europe, your desire to live the European dream in your beautiful country.
And the Queen's representative in Canada has issued a holiday greeting.
Happy Canada Day.
That's Governor General Mary Simon, and she's released her first annual Canada Day message.
Wherever and however you mark the day, remember to keep working together to build an inclusive society.
Her message also calls for Canadians to be kind to each other, learn from one another, and listen to Indigenous peoples on whose land we live.
Canada is our home. On Canada Day, let's all commit to a country where everyone truly belongs.
The Governor General is due to give a speech at formal celebrations in Ottawa today, which will also be attended by the Prime Minister. Rob Westgate, The Canadian Press.
Follow us on Instagram and Twitter at CJAD 800. And now your Dormevu Weather Center forecast. A mix of sun and cloud today with a 30% chance of showers this afternoon. We'll have a high of 28 that feels more like 33 with the humidity. Partly cloudy in the evening with the chance of showers continuing before skies clear up overnight with a low of 20 there. And then a sunny day tomorrow with a high of 27. That'll feel like 30 degrees. It's 25 degrees downtown right now. For all the news during the day, stream us on your smart speaker. Just say, play CJAD 800. Your next CTV News update is at 11:30.
At New Look, whether you're a hardhead, an airhead, or a hothead, with $125 off a complete pair of glasses, your head will be in the clouds. Book an appointment at newlook.ca. Approved by Jacinthe Lagando, optician.
Sledgehammer in hand, he couldn't wait to get started on those renos. But maybe...
Here goes nothing.
What are you? No! Protect your stuff by storing it at the Podium Mini Entrepot. Try 4 weeks free. Rent now before it's too late.
On a need-to-know basis, he's got you covered. Elias Makos, CJAD 800.
Elias Makos replaced by Meeker Guerrier today. Thanks a lot for being with us. I'm very, very, very happy to be here with you today. We've been talking about a few serious topics, but I want you to enjoy your day as well. It's Canada Day after all. It's a holiday for most of you. I hope you're not on the road. It's been complicated for me to come here at the office earlier today, and it's gotten worse apparently. So good luck if you're on the road. I hope you're still enjoying the show. By the way, it says 25 degrees outside, right? Well, it's minus 25 degrees here in the studio. I just wanted to go on record and say that I'm freezing here in the studio. Jay, that was for you. On to more serious topics. On Thursday, Ketanji Brown Jackson was sworn into the United States Supreme Court, shattering the glass ceiling as the first black woman on the highest court in the land. It's also going to be the first time the court has 4 women. Justice Brown is replacing Justice Stephen Breyer. Here to tell us more about what this might mean for the future ruling is Noam Layden from NBC News. He's the news correspondent. How you doing, Noam?
Good morning, Meeker. Happy Canada Day, and I hope someone finds you a jacket soon so you can warm up in that cold studio.
I just put on my jean jacket earlier, but I'm like, it's summer, it's July. Shouldn't have to wear a jacket in studio, but thanks for your concern, Noam.
Sure, no problem.
I'm hearing actually so many things about what's going on in the Supreme Court. It feels like the swearing in of Ketanji Brown Jackson went kind of under the radar this week. Am I mistaken, or not?
Well, it probably depends on what your politics are, but I will say it was one of those moments that I would say was emotional, historical. Like you said, she's the first black woman to serve on the nation's highest court. Her grandparents barely got through grade school. So here you are just a generation later and you're on the highest court. I think it's really one of those unbelievable American success stories that we like to tout. And no matter what your politics are, people say, hey, I'd like to see someone like that succeed. And what made this ceremony yesterday even more emotional for the people who watched on was the person she's replacing is Justice Stephen Breyer, who's retiring. He's 83 years old. She actually clerked for him many years ago when she graduated from Harvard Law School. So the whole day, emotional, historical, and one for the ages.
Right. I forgot about that part, but you're right. It makes it very, very emotional. So now let's talk about the court, because with what happened last week with Roe versus Wade being overturned, there are a lot of questions about that court. Now there are 6 conservatives and only 3 liberals. How much of an impact will Justice Brown have on that court? And will she be able to have somewhat of an impact or an influence on the decisions given the overwhelming majority of conservative at the Supreme Court?
Great question. So, Meeker, elections, of course, have consequences. And in 2016, as you know, Donald Trump won the White House, was able to pick out 3 Supreme Court justices. Of course, he loaded the court with conservatives, so now conservatives have that 6-3 majority. Ketanji Brown Jackson replaced another liberal, so it doesn't change the numbers at all. And this blockbuster court year that you mentioned, right? So they struck down federal abortion rights. They removed some limits on gun permits across the country, just as things are sort of exploding with guns across the country. And this court blurred the line between church and state, the separation of church and state by the Constitution in the U.S. But a high school football coach won a case where he and his football players could pray after games. He was told beforehand he could not. Now with this decision, coaches, I guess, around the country will be able to have prayers both before and after the game, and it will be perfectly legal. And if we look ahead, Meeker, to the next court session that begins the first Monday in October, they'll be taking on some more explosive cases. So clearly this court is not shy about taking on controversial cases. And with it packed 6-3, you can kind of guess where these cases will go.
And that is going to shape the United States for future generations and maybe for future decades at least. And I have to come back to Ruth Bader Ginsburg, who didn't want to retire and be replaced while it was Barack Obama was president. And she deceased about 40 days before Donald Trump was replaced. Do you think that history will remember what happened in 2019 before Donald Trump was taken away from power?
No doubt that will be part of her story. I mean, among liberals and people in the middle of the road, too, Americans, and even I would even say some people on the right, she is a superstar. I mean, people really loved her. She was outspoken, but she also was great friends with Anton Scalia, who was on the right of the court. They used to vacation together. So she had sort of this interesting sideline relationship with somebody who she totally disagreed with on most issues, but they showed that they could be close friends anyway. But yes, the side note, maybe the asterisk on her great career, because she was involved in a lot of important legislation for sure that people on the left thought was great, will be that if she had retired, I mean, she was, you can't age out, right? You can sit down as long as you want to. But if she had retired then Democrats would have had a chance to replace her as opposed to Donald Trump replacing her and then changing the court. Now, it would have only given them one more vote, but, that makes it a little bit closer than 6-3.
And with everything that is in the balance right now, and that will be changing in the future, do you think that court is now more of a political power than it used to be historically in the United States? Do you think that it has its hands a little bit too much into politics?
Well, look, they're supposed to take the Constitution of the U.S., and that's how they're supposed to base their principles when they make their decisions, right? The letter of the law. Follow the law. And if there isn't law, look and see how the forefathers who wrote the Constitution might react to some of this, right? So they shouldn't be answering to politics, but of course, like in Canada, everything is political. And I'm sure before they overturned Roe v. Wade, you had some of these justices who had made the decision to send that back to the states and let the states make decisions on abortions. They thought, what's going to be the aftermath of this? So, a country that's already very divided might become even more divided. But clearly, in the end, that did not influence their ultimate decision. They went with their decision, what they thought was the correct thing to do, and get rid of Roe v. Wade and send that decision back to the states. And now you have I think it's 26 states where it'll be either hard or almost impossible to get an abortion now.
Well, with that, many Americans see the court as partisan, as we were saying. But what happens if they lose the public support and trust? Because we've seen also a lot of people saying that most Americans are against Roe versus Wade being overturned. So what happens if the court loses the confidence or the trust of the public?
Well, so the threshold, the polls that I've seen, right, so it's between like 55 and 60% of Americans are upset that Roe was overturned, but that still leaves almost half the nation who is okay with it. So, look, the pendulum swings back and forth in terms of how people feel about the court. And, of course, a lot of it is tied up in those decisions. And so right now, you have the president and some lawmakers saying that maybe they should open up the court more, add more justices, so there's more people involved in the process. Others say, look, they followed what they thought was correct when they looked, when they sat with their clerks and looked through past law, and they did what they thought was right. But yeah, in the end, all is politics, no doubt about it.
Noam Laden, NBC News correspondent, thanks a lot for being with us. It sounds a lot more clear now that you've explained everything that's going on with the United States Supreme Court. Thanks a lot for being with us.
Thanks, Meager.
Thanks. And after these messages and after the news and traffic, we'll talk about what's going on in Ottawa, because it is Canada Day after all, but we want to know what's going on with that Freedom Convoy Part 2. Let's check your traffic from a CJAD 800 Traffic Center. Here's Jill Fitzgerald.
A lot of impactful road work happening this weekend, including 15 southbound. Couple of lanes closed outbound side of the Champlain Bridge. Now, this is supposed to wrap up as of noon. In the meantime, very heavy volume to de la Vérendrye and starting to affect your access from the Bonaventure. No access to the eastbound Ville-Marie from 15 North and the southbound side of Décarie. So far, that is not really affecting your drive, but the inbound TCAN is heavy going from at least Cavendish. You will be forced onto Côte de Liesse at Côte de Liesse because it is shut down from that point over to the Laurentian Otter route. 13 northbound has volume for the Bisson Bridge, and traffic is quite slow now, almost into Ville-Saint-Pierre for the Mercier. Looks like there is a stalled vehicle on the shoulder at Clermont. Canadian Tire Summer of the Century contest is here. Triangle Rewards members can win thousands in CT money. Conditions apply. Visit canadiantire.ca/Summer of the Century contest. Let us know what you see on the roads. Call in your tips to Star 800. Next report, 11:30.
The Elias Macko Show, brought to you by the final weekend of the Brick's Moving Day sale. Shop unbelievable deals in every department and find everything you need in time for Moving Day. The Brick, saving you more.
I'm Andres Pedrix with Royal LePage Elite. If you're thinking of selling your house or of upgrading, downsizing, or buying a new home, call me. Selling or buying, you can absolutely count on me to get it right. Please, jot down my number, 892-6547. And remember my name, Andres Pedrix, Royal LePage Elite, 892-6547.
For all your real estate needs, reach Andres, Nicholas, or Alexander, the Pedrix team at Pedrix, PEDRIKS.ca.
I'm having a flashback. I just bit into a Felix and Norton cookie, and every time I do, it brings me right back to one of my favorite memories. Still as great as always. If you want to bring back some happy memories, you can now have them delivered locally or anywhere in Canada. Just go to felixandnorton.com and they'll send some freshly baked cookies or their easy-to-bake frozen cookie dough to you or someone you care about. Felix and Norton, baking smiles since 1985.
GCP Research is looking for women 40 to 65 years of age experiencing moderate to severe hot flashes for a clinical study on menopause. If you are not suited to hormone replacement therapy or prefer not to use it, call GCP Research at 514-800-2130.
Do you know a 15 to 18-year-old who loves nature, wants to make a difference for conservation in Canada, and have fun while doing it? Then Wild Outside is calling. Wild Outside is an award-winning Canadian Wildlife Federation program offered free to teens ages 15 to 18, funded by the Government of Canada as part of the Canada Service Corps.
Wild Outside participants enjoy outdoor adventure. Everything from hiking and backpacking to canoe trips, rock climbing, snowshoeing, biking, and more.
Wild Outside also gives teens opportunity to give back to their community by planning and executing conservation-themed activities like tree planting, shoreline cleanups, removing invasive species, and installing pollinator gardens.
It's barrier-free, accessible, and offered to youth ages 15 to 18 by the Canadian Wildlife Federation.
It's a chance for teens to get outside, discover the natural world around them, and plan impactful service projects in their community.
Wild Outside, the power of youth in action. Now accepting new members in Montreal. Register your team today at wildoutside.ca.
Calling all Big Mac lovers. McDonald's has grand news for you. Remember how you felt when you had your first ever Big Mac? Maybe it was decades ago, or maybe it was just last week. Whenever it was, there was nothing like biting into that 100% Canadian beef patty. That sauce, that unmistakable Big Mac taste. Well, that feeling is back, but even bigger with the Grand Big Mac. The Grand Big Mac is available now at McDonald's, but only for a limited time at participating McDonald's restaurants in Canada.
Summer is made for those classic wind in your hair, hands flying out the window moments. Moments of unexpected fun and exploration. So get out there and explore with Journey Rewards. Start saving 7 cents per liter on fuel at participating Ultramar stations. Plus, save an extra 3 cents per liter with a linked CIBC card. Go ahead. Take that spontaneous road trip. Download the Journey Rewards app to start saving today. The road is calling. Journey on. Available on Google Play and the Apple App Store. Program terms and conditions apply. Visit journey.ca for more details.
When you just have to see it. Locals keep coming by to see the damage. To believe it, CTV's team shows you the story from every angle. Watch breaking news video and live events on CTV News at 6 and visit ctvnewsmontreal.ca.
Be the first to know. Elias Makos, CJAD 800.
Why does he keep on saying Elias Makos? I think he wants Elias to be back. He'll be back on Monday. Meanwhile, it's Meeker Guerrier with you until noon. And I'm very happy to be here. Honestly, I love it here. Although it's very cold in the studio, I'm always very happy to be here. I'm happy to be with Jay and Abby working with me, making my life easier and making me sound intelligent. Almost as much as they can. It's a big task, but hey, you know what? I do have some interesting things to say, but I think I have more interesting questions to ask, and the next person I'm going to talk to is going to tell me a little bit more about what's going on with the Freedom Convoy, because residents of downtown Ottawa are bracing for a Canada Day unlike any other after Freedom Convoy protesters vowed to return to Parliament Hill and maintain a presence for the remainder of the summer. Good luck with that. Given that almost all mandates have been lifted, why are they back? I think that's a good question. What do you think? We'll ask Justin Ling, who's a freelance investigative journalist, what he thinks about that. How you doing, Justin?
I'm pretty good. How are you?
I'm doing great because I'm in studio, although it's cold. I'm very far from Ottawa, and I'm wondering what's going on the ground. You're there right now. What are you seeing? And I'll ask you later what you're expecting, but what are you seeing as of now?
Well, I mean, thankfully, it's been pretty quiet, honestly. We had some sense of some of the rallies and some of the gatherings that were slated for yesterday and today, and they went off largely without a hitch, at least thus far. We'll get to what's coming up in a minute. But yesterday was the culmination of a kind of long, march for, in his words, freedom from a guy named James Topp, a veteran of the Canadian Armed Forces, who marched from Vancouver to Ottawa over recent months, got into Ottawa last week, but sort of kind of wrapped up his protest at the National War Memorial yesterday around 6 p.m. There was about 1,000 people who came out to hear him speak, 1,000 people who have been with him for some time, who came to Ottawa to see him, some of whom who had been with him straight across the country. Truth be told, it was relatively calm, relatively innocuous. James Topp spoke briefly, delivered a pretty kind of general message, barely mentioned the vaccine mandates, delivered a message of sort of unity, let's roll on this together, and then left. And then largely everyone sort of hung around, shook hands, took some pictures, dispersed. Afterwards, there was a scuffle with police involving a handful of folks involved in his movement. It's all sort of unclear exactly what instigated that, but suffice to say there was 4 or 5 arrests made. But apart from that, it went off largely without a hitch. And then this morning, Maxime Bernier and Topp and a handful of others have been holding a picnic in a park well outside downtown. There's going to be some speeches this afternoon, but that is going to be, I think, a pretty quiet affair, largely with kids and grilled hot dogs and the like.
Okay, Justin, I have to ask you something, because I hear you talk about that walk through Canada. Pierre Poilievre walked with him. There's also Maxime Bernier and so on. I understand we talk about Pierre Poilievre and what he's been doing, fine, but are we talking a little bit too much about those protesters?
No, I don't think so, because I think the reality is this is a significant movement, right? I mean, we are talking about a movement that probably does rack up into the hundreds of thousands if you kind of add in the number of people who came out for the original convoy, who have come out for solidarity rallies, protests, and events since then. They've occupied the legislature grounds in Victoria several times. Obviously, they showed up in Quebec City, or at least tried to show up in Quebec City here and there. We're also talking about tens of thousands of people who donated to various crowdfunders and Kickstarters, hundreds of thousands of people who are in the various Facebook groups, Telegram groups, following the social media pages, so on and so forth. So this is not a tiny movement. I mean, this is not something to be sort of brushed off. And it's worth noting that, there's a national security element here. I mean, several of the organizations that sort of make up this coalition, this network, are extremist in nature. I mean, one of the some more influential groups inside of this movement is tied to the guys who were arrested in Coutts, Alberta, and charged with a plot to kill RCMP officers. We've seen in other circumstances guys in this movement talk about the need to arrest the Prime Minister for treason, arrest the premiers, the mayors, public health officials, Theresa Tam, you name it. I mean, there is elements here that are well beyond peaceful protest and who want action now and who think that the vaccines are killing scores of people and that something needs to be done immediately. So it's simultaneously an emergent political force, but it's also harboring extremist elements that we should not ignore.
Okay, so that's pretty clear. And you talked a little bit about who they are, but what do they want? Because almost all mandates are gone right now. What are they protesting exactly?
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, James Topp is become an interesting figure in all of this because James Topp largely shies away from even vaccine science or pseudoscience in some cases. He largely shies away from any sort of big policy prognostications. He's supported by some folks around him who have advocated that public health officials should be put before a tribunal and charged with crimes against humanity. He is surrounded by people who say that the vaccines have killed thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people. He's surrounded by people for whom they might talk about vaccine mandates, but their real grievance is the vaccines themselves, and they won't be happy until the Canadian government recognizes the vaccines as a threat to our safety and stops encouraging them, in essence. So it is possible that James Topp's objection is about the vaccine mandates. I mean, he is in the process of being released from the Canadian Armed Forces, partly because he won't get vaccinated, but largely because he decided to endorse the convoy in a video while in uniform, which is a big no-no in the Canadian Armed Forces. So it's hard to say. I mean, the reality is there's a whole bunch of different kind of objectives running through this movement. Some are, maybe somewhat reasonable, maybe not entirely well informed, not entirely based in science or even in reality, but, what we'd still consider a perfectly reasonable policy position, which is that the vaccine mandates are not working and should be removed entirely, including and especially those for public sector workers, and that anybody who has been fired should be reinstated and compensated. I mean, I don't think that that's a popular position, but it's certainly not completely on another planet. But there's plenty of people in this movement who want people jailed, who want people removed from office, who want the government overthrown, and in some cases, like I said, there's elements in here that are radical in nature and who see civil war coming and who see this movement as a vehicle to get there.
And one last question for you, Justin. What do you think it will do, or what kind of effect would it have on Pierre Poilievre's career or legacy, the fact that he's supporting that quote-unquote freedom convoy and the protesters?
I don't think there is anything particularly objectionable about meeting with people who you disagree with or who are even wrong. That being said, Pierre Poilievre is playing a shameless and shameful game. It's a cynical game. It's a game that involves collecting money and signatures and donations and support from a movement that is completely beholden to disinformation and misinformation and conspiracy theories. He is weaponizing them for his own political ends. And frankly, I've never seen anything quite like this in Canadian politics, and it's going to end badly, one way or the other. I don't know how badly. I don't know badly for whom, but this is an unconscionable attempt to use these people for his own ambition. This afternoon, in about 45 minutes, there's a rally on Parliament Hill made up of a whole bunch of folks who want to try the Prime Minister for treason and who I think are hoping to do so today. Pierre Poilievre is emboldening these people. He is feeding into this movement. He is validating them, and he doesn't seem to care.
Do you think it could end up, and that's my last question, into something like we've seen at the Capitol on January 6th?
Yes.
That's pretty bold and direct. Justin Ling, freelance investigative journalist, thanks a lot for taking the time and explaining what's going on in Ottawa today. Thanks a lot.
Thanks for having me.
Take care. After the break, we'll talk about global warming. Does it threaten the future of the iconic Quebec export? What do you think that is? And will it be threatened?
This newscast brought to you by Bateau Mouche, the ultimate cruise experience in the old port of Montreal. Learn more at bateaumouche.ca.
Good morning. It's 11:32. I'm Tom Whalen with a CTV News update. Here's what's making news right now. Paramedics at some 40 ambulance services across Quebec went on strike this morning. Pensions, wages, and bonuses are the major complaints, with their union saying that it's time the province's paramedics were shown some respect. This is July 1st, Canada Day for many here in Quebec. Moving Day, still a major issue, the lack of affordable housing in the province. Opposition parties at City Hall blaming Mayor Valerie Plante and her administration. On the good news side, Quebec's economy seems to be bouncing back. The province has taken in more than $18 billion over what it did last year. That means the deficit will be cut more quickly than expected. With the latest now from the CJAD 800 Traffic Center, here's Jill Fitzgerald.
Difficult drive on the inbound T-Can backing ahead of Cavendish due to its closure between Côte-de-Liesse and the Laurentian autoroute, reopening on Monday morning at 5 a.m. Bit of volume up at the top of the northbound side of Décarie. As a result, you will be detoured onto Côte-de-Liesse westbound. You have no access from Décarie south and 15 north onto the Ville-Marie eastbound. That is another weekend-long closure, and there are lane closures currently in effect outbound side of the Champlain Bridge. It is solid down from de la Vérendrye, and the outbound La Fontaine Tunnel that remains closed due to an earlier vehicle fire. Canadian Tire Summer of the Century contest is here. Triangle Rewards members can win thousands in CT money. Conditions apply. Visit canadiantire.ca/summer of the century contest. Let us know what you see on the roads. Call in your tips to star 800. Next report, 11:45.
Your Dormez-vous Weather Center forecast: a mix of sun and cloud with a slight chance of a late day shower. Looking for a high of 28. Some clouds and still the slight chance of a shower to start the evening, then clearing overnight with a low of 20. Tomorrow and Sunday both look sunny with highs in the mid to high 20s. Right now a mix of sun and cloud and 25 degrees downtown. Your next CTV News update is at noon.
Welcome to Notre-Dame-des-Neiges Cemetery's Remembrance Grove, as well as its new St. Louis Grove, which offers a view on Lake St. Louis. Choosing one of these first eco-friendly burial sites in Montreal means continuing the circle of life by having your ashes buried under one of 6 local tree species. It's a poetic way of giving back by contributing to improved air quality and biodiversity. Learn more at NotreDameDesNeigesCemetery.ca.
Introducing Tim's new loaded bowls. The same delicious loaded wrap ingredients like tasty grains, seasoned chicken, and habanero or cilantro lime sauce are now in a bowl. Tim's new loaded bowls and wraps. Try one today at participating restaurants in Canada.
Are you a hot sleeper tired of restless nights? Dormez-vous Sleep Cool event can help you get the rest you need with mattresses, pillows, and sheets using the latest cooling technology, like our Gel Cool pillow. Its Cool Max technology wicks away moisture and promotes airflow so every night's sleep can feel like a breeze. Right now, buy one of our Gel Cool or Polar Tropic pillows and get one free. The Sleep Cool event is on now. Sleep well, stay well. Dormez-vous.
This past year has been challenging, with many of us facing unexpected expenses, lost wages, and rising credit card debt. We all need a little help from time to time, but it can be hard to ask for help when it comes to your finances. But guess what? You're not alone. Millions of Canadians share that feeling with you. 500,000 Canadians have found help with their debt, and so can you. With Consolidated Credit Counseling Services of Canada, they are one of the largest nonprofit credit counseling organizations in the country, with an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. They can help you consolidate your bills into one affordable payment, minimize your interest rates, and get you out of debt fast. No matter how much you owe, you don't need to do this alone. To get help, call 1-800-288-4991. That's 1-800-288-4991. Let Consolidated Credit get you back to a debt-free life. Call 1-800-288-4991. Make the call today. Toll free at 1-800-288-4991. Ontario license number 4705786.
The wait is over. The ultimate race across the country is back. This summer, we're ready to go with the new season of The Amazing Race Canada. Get into it starting Tuesday at 9/8 Central only on CTV.
Elias Makos, CJAD 800.
Meeker Guerrier, CJAD 800. That's what I want to hear next time I'm here. All right, Jay, let's do it. Let's make it happen, Jay. Meeker Guerrier on CJAD. Or will it be Elias Makos? No, it will be Elias Makos starting Monday. He is taking some much-deserved vacation. Shout out to Elias Makos, but it's Meeker Guerrier here with you until noon. And right before we left for the break, we talked about the future of this iconic Quebec export. What is it? What's the iconic Quebec export? No, it's not wood. You guessed it, maple syrup. Apparently, global warming is a problem. So, seeing as of tomorrow, actually today is Canada Day, we're talking about something as Canadian as it gets, maple syrup. So, Quebec producers who account for almost 3/4 of the global maple syrup production. 3/4! That's amazing. And 90% of the Canadian production So we're really like the center of the universe when it comes to maple syrup. They harvested in Canada 13.2 million gallons in 2020. It's up 9.8 from 2019. Unfortunately, global warming is threatening those numbers. And here to tell us more about it is Dr. Joshua Rapp, who's a forest ecologist interested in the ecology, conservation, and management of forest trees. He is currently associate at the Harvard Forest. Calling in is Miss Dr. Rapp. Dr. Rapp, good morning.
Good morning.
Happy Canada Day, by the way. Tell me, so global warming is a threat right now. Can you tell us a little bit more about the Harvard Forest?
The Harvard Forest is a field station of Harvard University in Massachusetts, and I've been doing research on sugar maples and maple syrup there for about 10, 11 years. And I've worked with colleagues that go from Virginia in the southern limits of where sugar maple grows up to Quebec at the very northern limit of where sugar maple grows. And so we've been looking at maple syrup production across that range and using this kind of geographic gradient, gradient in climate to look at how maple syrup might be affected by climate change.
So you know what you're talking about, and do you understand that you're somewhat worried about global warming and how it's affecting maple syrup or sugar maples? How does it affect sugar maples concretely?
So I guess there's kind of two pieces. One is just the health of the trees and where they can grow. As climate warms, sugar maples, like all natural species, have specific places where they like to grow, specific types of climates. And as the climate warms, those places that sugar maple like to grow are going to move north. Luckily for Quebec, sugar maple can grow quite a bit farther south. It can grow into as far south as Tennessee in the U.S. And so even with warming, sugar maples are expected to continue to grow in Quebec, for the next century. The other piece is the syrup season itself, and that's dependent on very specific conditions, very specific weather conditions, and the sap flows when it's cold below freezing at night and warm above freezing during the day, and so the timing of when that occurs is also going to shift with climate change, and it's already shifting. It's shifting earlier in the season, and as it shifts earlier, it can get to a point where essentially the middle of winter is when the sap will be flowing, because that's when there'll be freeze-thaw cycles. What we see in our study is that at the very southern part of sugar maple's range, the syrup season is in the middle of winter, and some years it's just not cold enough to really make much syrup, and so it becomes less predictable over time.
So we'll have to go to the sugar shack in February instead of March and April, I guess. But I'm joking about that. But it is a problem. But what can we do actually to mitigate these impacts? Can we change anything on the way we're consuming energy and so on?
Right. I mean, the big thing is to reduce our emissions at the global scale, and so all of the work being done to reduce emissions, use less fossil fuel, is the main thing. I mean, there are things that syrup producers can do to try to continue to make syrup even in less ideal conditions, and a lot of these things are already being practiced, like using vacuum systems to essentially suck the syrup, the sap out of the tree. That makes it possible to continue collecting sap when conditions are less than ideal. But there's a limit to that, if there's no freeze-thaw cycles, then there's no syrup, essentially.
So right now, the global demand for syrup is rising. Do you think that planting more sugar maple trees actually will help to offset global warming and to get more syrup? And should it be done also more to the northern side of the country than on the south?
Right. Yeah. So our projections in the study we've done is that kind of the ideal place to make maple syrup at the end of the century will be at the very northern limit of sugar maple's current range, which means that, if trees were able to grow even farther north, there would be good conditions for making syrup. And so planting sugar maples at the northern edge of the range might be one part of the solution. And as you alluded to, trees also, they pull carbon dioxide out of the air. And so growing more trees is one of the ways we can address climate change.
And one last question. You're talking about the CO2, but most of the CO2 generated by maple syrup industry is the wood that is burned to boil the syrup to produce the sap. Do you think that maple syrup could be produced in a more eco-friendly way?
One way that is being used increasingly is to use reverse osmosis to essentially suck a lot of the water out of the sap before doing the final boiling. You kind of need that final boil to get the flavor, but you can remove a lot of the water in a less energy-intensive way by using reverse osmosis, and that is being used more and more frequently. And if that's, those are machines that run off electricity, and if you're using something like solar panels or wind power or hydropower to produce that electricity, that is a more eco-friendly way of producing maple syrup.
And that's why I love science, because we can talk about science and food at the same time. Dr. Joshua Rapp, forest ecologist interested in the ecology, conservation, and management of forest trees. Thanks a lot for being with us today.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks. When we come back, we'll talk about a good story, we can say, with Hockey West Island, who is waiving fees for players. Not all players, though. Goaltenders. Let's check for now your traffic from CJAD 800 Traffic Center. Here's Jill Fitzgerald.
Very difficult drive in from the West Island on the TCAN. This is due to the closure of the 40 for the weekend between the Côte-de-Liesse exit and the Laurentian autoroute. So traffic is backing ahead of Cavendish. It's creating volume up at the top of the northbound side of Décarie because, of course, your access to the 40 eastbound is closed. You will be detoured onto the 40 westbound. So you can take the 20, but your access from the 20 eastbound onto the Ville-Marie eastbound is closed, as is the access from 15 southbound onto the Ville-Marie eastbound. So that is a complication, as well as is the situation on the outbound side of the Champlain Bridge due to lane closures backing heavily to de la Vérandre. Outbound side of the tunnel is also closed due to an earlier vehicle fire. Have you thought of protecting your pets this summer? Insect repellent, UV protection, bathing accessories, treats, cool cushions. At Chico, you'll get good advice on summer essentials. Visit chico.ca. Let us know what you see on the roads. Call in your tips to Star 800. Next report at noon.
Montreal's home for live sports and sports talk. TSN 690.
3-on-1 for Montreal. Osborne on the right side, and a one-handed slam. The ball is up. He makes the grab. Touchdown, Montreal.
When you need to know. When you need to get it off your chest.
They're not just a move or two away from being good again. They're a ways away. If he goes first overall, he's playing in the National Hockey League.
Montreal's Major League Sports Talk lives on TSN 690.
Affordable internet with no telephone support? That's no deal. eBox internet with telephone support starting at $39. Now that's a deal. Get more at ebox.ca.
With the money you save by switching to Bel Air Direct, maybe you could finally replace that busted car speaker. Switch your car and home insurance and save. It's that simple. Bel Air Direct. Conditions apply.
Liz is noble. Liz is elegant. Liz is nice to be around. Liz, you see, has it all. Liz, The stunning new retirement residence from Le Groupe Maurice, situated at the corner of de Maisonneuve West and St. Catherine. Visit her newly opened rental office to secure your unique living space, from studio apartments to 3 bedrooms. Liz is where you want to be. Visit residenceliz.com for more information.
Hi, Dom here for Res AV, and I'd like to talk to you about Control 4, the best in home automation and control. Control 4 is affordable, easy to use, and an expandable way to manage your home's electronic systems. Turn music on and off, change temperature or lighting, manage security, all from one convenient app. Let Res AV help with a free consultation and design estimate. Best of all, we come to you. We're Res AV. Call 514-439-3901 or visit resav.ca.
Moving to a new home sounds simple, but sometimes
we can't move in until when?
Life gets in the way. Downsizing, upsizing, or staging your house to sell, Depodium Mini Entrepot has affordable storage solutions near you. Depodium Mini Entrepot. Rent now before it's too late.
For all your commercial metal needs, sheet, plate, bar, tubing, and more, Diversified All Brick is Canada's premier metal supplier. With a full line of the highest quality stainless steel, aluminum, and specialty metals in all grades, forms, finishes, and tempers. AS 9120B certified for aerospace, with over 20,000 inventory items to choose from throughout their 150,000 square feet of distribution space in Quebec and Ontario. Diversified All Brick, Canada's most diversified metal service center. Buy online at diversifiedulbrich.ca. Restaurant Petros Taverna is opening another new location, their 5th, this one in Lachine, with the same mouth-watering Mediterranean and Greek cuisine you expect from Restaurant Petros Taverna. Fresh seafood and grills, home-style entrees, and more. Book a table now at restaurantpetros.ca.
Yeah, a super 3-day weekend. Now that's what I'm talking about.
The 1, 2, 3 days of discounts event at Jean Coutu. That's what I'm talking about.
This Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at Jean Coutu, it's the 1, 2, 3 days of discounts event. Don't miss all the great deals on your favorite products, like Selection, the Soft One bathroom tissues. Select packs are just $3.99 each, and Select Boost meal replacements are just $8.77 a pack. 1, 2, 3 is a great way to start the month. Details at JeanCoutu.com.
Adam, Gerline, Dave, Ashley, Doug, and Charlie.
Farmers looking for a partner. Think you could be the perfect match?
Anyone can apply to get on CTV's new matchmaking show, Farming for Love.
Go to ctv.ca/farmingforlove.
Casting closing soon.
Straight talk, round tables, great guests. This is Elias Makos on CJAD 800.
No, it's not Elias. It's Meeker Guerrier. But don't worry, Elias will be back on Monday. Meeker Guerrier with you until noon today. So happy to be here. So happy to be there with you. And we're going to talk about hockey. Yes, hockey in the middle of the summer because what? Because we're Canadians and it's Canada Day. And what's our favorite sport? Hockey. Not just professionally, but also for our kids. You know how hockey takes a lot of space in family time and in our schedule, and how much we love the game and how much we love playing the game and how much we love seeing our kids play that game. Well, you know what? It's expensive to play hockey. It was actually one of the issues that the Committee on Hockey in Quebec tried to tackle by saying that hockey is not necessarily accessible to everyone. It's not everyone that has the money for that. And one of the positions, or actually I could say the position in hockey that is probably the most expensive, is the goalie position. And there's a goalie shortage in Montreal's West Island, and to try and attract more players to the net, Hockey West Island is waiving their registration fees. And to talk about it, we'll talk to a parent. Joining us is Jamie Wolf, who's a parent of a kid, Ivan, 10, who is a goalie and will play for a Pee Wee Hockey West Island team in the fall. How you doing, Jamie?
Hey, I'm great. Thank you so much for having me.
Well, thanks for being here. So, first of all, I want to talk a little bit about hockey because I feel like if you're not a parent or you're a parent of a kid who doesn't play hockey, you don't necessarily understand everything that comes with having a kid, a 10-year-old kid that plays hockey. Tell me a little bit about your schedule and everything that is implied when you have a kid that plays hockey.
Well, I mean, I want to make it accessible. I think there's a lot of levels of hockey around the Montreal area, so you don't need to necessarily play at the level that my son plays, but he does play competitive hockey, so he is on the ice 6 times a week in the last year at least, and I expect probably the same next year. And it's a mix of team practices, games, and then specific skills clinics. He is a goalie, so he plays once a week as a player for fun on a rec league. So it can be a lot, but it is. I've never seen a smile on his face like when he's on ice. So as a parent, that's why you do these things.
Okay, so he's a goalie. He plays. It takes some of your time, I'm guessing, obviously. But apparently there's a goalie shortage. What's going on with that? Is it because it's expensive, or is it because kids don't necessarily want to play? What explains that?
My son's been playing since he was 5. Some kids start earlier than that. And I actually feel pretty strongly that it is a financial accessibility issue. I see a lot of little kids in the nets in pre-novice and novice, which is, the little one. And you see a lot of parents that straight out tell their kids, no, you can't play this position. You need to go back to a player position. And that really is for financial reasons. So the equipment is incredibly expensive. The kids go really fast, and so you need to upgrade it frequently. And so the difference, in buying equipment as well is because there's less goalies, there's also less availability of used equipment, so there's not always that option for parents that want to try out goalie. And then also you have to get clinics. So a lot of times when you work on a team, you practice as a team. Your kid takes a lot of shots in net, but they don't necessarily have that development time all the time. So you end up investing in camps and sessions. And so I think what happens is the interest is there with kids, and the parents, frankly, block it. And I've seen that for the last several years. Across, many levels, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, right up the gamut, where the families just make the decision for the child that they won't be playing in that position. So I think that's what we need to think about as we want to build hockey programs going forward, that we can have an opportunity for kids that want to play that position.
You were talking about used equipment. One of the things that I've been saying is that, contrarily to football, for instance, where kids are being loaned or you loan the equipment, they can borrow it, they can try different positions, they can try different sports also because the equipment is lent. Is that something that needs to be changed in the hockey culture in general?
There's some emerging programs that are coming on the market for players and goalies that have a lot of loaned equipment, which I think is a great step forward. Hockey West Island, for example, in the younger ages, has equipment available for goalies that want to try it out. Once you decide that you want to be a goalie, sometimes loaned equipment really doesn't fit properly, and you want your kids to be protected as they go up. So I would say after about age 8, you start to want to make sure that you have personal equipment that fits you really well, and that you can keep for an entire season. But yeah, equipment is a big blocker for kids. You have different sort of skates. You obviously have a special type of chest protection, pants. The pads are incredibly expensive, and then of course the helmet, blocker, and glove.
And do you think that there's anything more, like we see what Hockey West Island is doing, but is there anything else that the hockey world in general, or the hockey culture, could change to help have more goaltenders? Because some teams have been forced to forfeit because of the goalie shortage.
Yeah, of course. I mean, there's times where my kids have had to play sick on the ice because otherwise their whole team would have forfeited the game, right? So You have this pressure as a goalie if they can't find a backup. We've canceled vacations to play in games, and lost significant money because we don't want to let the team down. So, I mean, I think the first step in subsidized fees or refunds of fees is a great step. I think equipment is an awesome piece. And then the only other piece that I've seen that really varies is coaching, development, and skills for kids that are in goalie. So we have a ton of parents that are volunteers in Hockey West Island, but not a lot of them have been goaltenders. And so I think development of coaching staff as well is a great investment in the kids so that they as well can have that personal development on getting their skills better. that is, I think Hockey Quebec and Hockey Canada has been working a lot on sessions for coaches to go through. But that's the one thing. I mean, it's not really fun for a kid to just stick them in a net for an hour during practice while people take shots in them. You want them to have their own skating and agility, and then also like the mental resilience of a goalie is what I work on mostly with my son as well.
Jamie Wolf, parent of Ivan, 10 years old, who's a goaltender and a superstar. I'm guessing he's not too sad that you had to cancel vacation to spend more time on the ice. Jamie Wolf, thanks a lot for calling.
Thank you so much, guys.
Thanks, and have a great day. And that's it for me for today, for Canada Day. Very happy to have been with you today. Elias Makos will be back on Monday starting at 9. Have a great Canada Day. Have a great long weekend. And good luck on the road. And be safe. Take care.
It's super hot. It's lit. It's awesome. It's unmatched. It's Findle sizzling hot deals. Get ready to stand out and shine brighter than ever before with the latest devices, mobile plans, and much more. Be the hotshot and get yourself rolling with extra benefits like data overage protection and 5 hours of extra data. Make sure to grab these impressive deals before they melt away. Visit us in store or at Fido.ca right now. Fido, at your side.
The MUHC Foundation and CJAD 800 present Health Matters with Tara Schwartz, featuring the health experts who are transforming medicine and the patients whose lives they have changed.
This week on Health Matters, an innovative surgery that can treat type 1 diabetes is being performed at the MUHC. Discover this life-changing and life-saving procedure and meet the surgeon performing it. And a softball tournament fundraising for a special cause.
Health Matters, Sunday at noon on CJAD 800.
This newscast brought to you by Supermarché Akavan, Iranian, Mediterranean, and Middle Eastern grocery. Open 8 to 4 Monday to Saturday with 2 locations to serve you. Visit akavanfood.com.
Good afternoon. It's 12 noon. I'm Tom Whalen with a CTV News update. Here's what's making news right now. Paramedics at some 40 ambulance services across Quebec went on strike this morning. Pensions, wages, and bonuses are the main complaints, with their union saying that it's time the province's paramedics were shown some respect. The southbound Louis-Hippolyte Lafontaine tunnel closed due to an earlier vehicle fire. No injuries reported, but the SQ says the southbound lanes of the tunnel will be closed until 3 o'clock this afternoon. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau says Canada Day is an opportunity to recommit to the country's values, including respect, hope, and kindness. In his official Canada Day message, the PM said that while we can't change history, we can work to build a better future where everyone is an equal member of this great country. With the latest now from the CJAD 800 Traffic Center, here's Jill Fitzgerald.
Lane closures continue on the outbound Champlain Bridge, so 15 southbound is a bit of a parking lot from De La Vérendrye. It is affecting your access as well from the Bonaventure Auto Route. The inbound side of the Victoria Bridge, that is open. Southbound side is closed until 1:30. Mercier Bridge is looking good. As you mentioned, Tom, the outbound tunnel, that is closed due to an earlier fire. Inbound TCAN shut down for the weekend. Côte-de-Liesse over to the Laurentian Auto Route. Quite a bit of volume ahead of Cavendish due to that closure, and at the top of the northbound side of Décarie, you will be detoured onto the westbound side of Côte-de-Liesse. So if you're heading into town from the West Island, take the 20. You do have access onto the eastbound side of the Ville-Marie. Scotiabank's ultimate and preferred packages have unique rewards for unique people like you. Visit scotiabank.com/ultimate300 to see how you could be rewarded. Let us know what you see on the roads. Calling your tips to star 800. Next report, 12:15.
Your Dormez-vous Weather Center forecast. A mix of sun and cloud with a slight chance of a late day shower. We're looking for a high of 28 today. Some clouds and still the slight chance of a shower to start the evening, then clearing overnight, the low 20. Tomorrow and Sunday both look sunny with highs in the mid to high 20s. Right now, a mix of sun and cloud and 25 degrees downtown. Your next CTV News update at 12:30.
Bond yields are at a 30-year low. Learn how alternative investment opportunities can dampen market volatility and provide long-term growth potential. Sagari Simpson partnered with Mandeville Private Client for insight on how private Canadian REITs can provide meaningful yields that are not correlated with the stock markets. Mandeville Private Client Inc. is a member of the Investment Industry Regulatory Organization of Canada and a member of the Canadian Investor Protection Fund.
They're called Cuisine West Island because they made their name manufacturing and installing new kitchens. But why stop there? Transform your entire home with Cuisine West Island the way you like it. Contemporary, modern, country, urban, kitchens, bathrooms, or built-in furniture. Everything is designed and manufactured right here in Montreal and installed by the professional team at Cuisine West Island. Pop in and see for yourself at 2758 St. Charles in Kirkland or at cuisinewestisland.com. Cuisine West Island, for those not easily impressed.
You're listening to the iHeart Radio Talk Network, and this is the Evan Solomon Show.
Happy Canada Day, everybody, coast to coast to coast of this beautiful country. What a day to celebrate our country, put aside our politics. Turn to your neighbors and your family and your friends and say, we are lucky. It's a beautiful country, not a perfect country, but a beautiful country. And we are so lucky to be here. Happy Canada Day. Enjoy this day. And I hope you're having a great holiday weekend. And I hope you're getting nice weather. And I hope that you are just doing everything you want and having that moment. So what we've done today is we've stripped out the politics and we just have some of our favorite friends from Canada that we have met throughout the last season. Some of the guests, some of the stories, some of them will challenge you a bit, especially on fireworks. I'm going to get to that. I love fireworks. But you're going to meet everyone who is Canadian. They have a Canadian connection, and we hope you meet them and you can kind of hang out with them as you hang out with your own loved ones. Like Lucas McEnany, an Ontario man who won the Buffalo Marathon with 2 hours and 33 minutes. I've run marathons. That's like a ridiculous time. But if you think that's impressive, he did it while pushing his sleeping 2-year-old in a stroller. He won a marathon pushing his kid in a stroller. I love this guy. Hang out with him for a while. And maybe you're hungry. I guarantee you, because everyone, I don't know what your favorite Canada Day dish is, but you're going to meet a man who tried 50 different poutines in Quebec. Oh, is there anything more Canadian than poutine? No, but he did it in 7 days. He gained 8 pounds. And he ranks his top 5. So if you're hungry on Canada Day, wait to hear that. We're going to check in with the Calgary Stampede, speaking of food, and they have something called Kraft Dinner Soft Serve. Literally Kraft Dinner ice cream. Gross, but if you're at the Stampede and the Stampede's going on, fantastic. So we got some food, because you got to have food and a little pop. And then, you know when you're hanging around and you're ending the day on fireworks? That's my favorite thing. But apparently you're going to meet a young woman who says, you know what, I love fireworks too, but they're really bad. They're polluting like crazy, and they should be banned. And I'm like, no, you got to hear her, and it will set off fireworks of debate wherever you are. So you got everything. You got good food. You've got inspiration. You got the fireworks of debate. We've got it all for you. This is a Canada Day edition of the Evan Solomon Show. I love this country. You love this country. We love this country. Keep listening. Let's hang out. Let's have a great day. Now, if you've ever taken on a challenge, one challenge is a marathon. I read about Lucas McEnany, and now he's an Ontario guy who won the Buffalo Marathon. I thought, wow, way to go. Lucas, running a marathon, crazy. Winning a marathon, bonkers. But then it's like, no, I didn't just win the marathon, buddy. I ran the marathon, and then I won the Buffalo Marathon pushing my 2-year-old son in a stroller. And my jaw hit the floor. So Lucas joins me now. Hi, Lucas.
Hi, how's it going?
Well, God, I thought it was just great to run a marathon. I thought I was doing great. But then you decide to just not only run it, but so tell me about, first of all, like when my kids were young and I'm running, it's nice to push the kids, right? So you're always running with your 2-year-old?
Yeah, pretty well. Since he was 8 months old, and at first it was like, for him to help, during nap time, and he would run, and I would get or he would sleep, and I would get exercise, and Mom would get a break. So it was good all around, and I feel like as a father, it's kind of my duty to get my son his outdoor time and his exercise time as he gets older. So now, and mainly when we go for runs, it's to a playground so he can burn energy and then run home afterwards. But he still likes being in the stroller, and he likes talking trucks while we're out for runs in the stroller. So
you're pushing this guy. Is this your only one, Lucas? Is your guy? Yeah. So this is your first. So you're out there running, and by the way, great for them to sleep, right? When they're young, you push them, they snooze. That's always a killer. That's a great thing. But now you're like going to run a marathon. Now, are you must be a killer marathon runner, Lucas?
Yeah, I've been a competitive runner my whole life, really. I went to school on a running scholarship, so I did track and cross country in university, and then ran marathons pretty competitively after I graduated.
You have. So you've won marathons before?
Yeah.
Okay, what is your best? I want people to understand this. Winning marathon's a bonkers achievement. So what is your best marathon time?
My best marathon time is 2 hours and 18 minutes.
2:18. So my one of my dearest friends, Mike McGowan, many years ago won the Detroit Marathon. I think it was like 2:18 or 2:19. That is a ridiculous time. But you decided to run a marathon pushing your kid. That is a whole different ballgame. Why did you decide to do that, Lucas?
A couple of reasons. One because I looked up. I noticed I'm just competitive by nature, and then when I started running back again, when we started up again in 2020, and the pandemic started, and I was running with my son pretty much every day, and my fitness came back, and so I was like, okay, well, let's see how far we can go with this, and then I realized, I started looking at world records pushing a stroller, and I was like, oh, that's something we could do, right? So trained a bit harder and got ready for it to do it. It wasn't kind of pushing Sutton in a stroller just became second nature, so that there wasn't like any kind of worry or challenge of being able to push him with a stroller. It was kind of just like, next time I do a marathon, it's going to be with him.
Right, and were you not worried that he would cry or he would, you got the diaper on, so people say, what if he has to go to the John? Beautiful, he's 2.
Yeah.
Sutton's in the diaper, he's ready to rock. Yeah. He's a NASA astronaut. Just slap the diaper on and go.
Yeah, well, I mean, that was a concern for sure, and I knew that there was probably a good 80 to 90% chance that we wouldn't finish the run. And I had that kind of in my mind.
Okay.
There's a good chance. There is a 50% chance we weren't even going to start that morning.
Is that right? What if you had to, what if you needed a bottle or something?
Yeah, well, I had those things prepared. So in order to do the world record, I had to have it videotaped. So I had a camera set up. I had his bottles. I had my bottles. I had, he had to have a helmet on for safety. That was a request from the race director. He had to have, I had to have his snacks. I had my snacks. I had an extra diaper just in case we just, had to change midway. But I had to make sure that he actually went, to the bathroom before we started. The race started at 6:30 in the morning, so to make sure that he actually went, and he's old enough to go on the potty, so he went before we even started. Right. So I knew if the worst case, if he did go, it was going to be a light something during the run, but I was prepared. I was prepared to stop if he had a tantrum and wanted to go to a playground. I was prepared to stop if he wasn't.
But he was cool. He's into it. But Lucas, so you're just pushing away. You're just cranking. Now, what's it like for your competitors? When you're running to win a marathon, you're running against the elite athletes. They're training, and then they're like, "What's McEnany doing there? He's hanging with us and he's pushing a stroller." That's a bit of a mental play. You're in their head. They're like, "I can't beat a guy with a stroller."
Yeah, I don't think anybody took it personally or negatively. The way we saw it, everyone, was out. I was leading from the beginning of the race, so I don't remember passing a single person.
It's so demoralizing, though. Someone's training their whole year. It's like, that guy's beating me from the first kilometer with a kid.
Yeah, and it was advertised that we were trying for a Guinness World Record, so people had to know that we were going to be around the 2-hour 30 mark. So I don't think it came as too much of a shock, even to people who've been training really hard and stuff, and not that anyone isn't training really hard for a marathon, but yeah, I don't think it came as too much of a. Well, it probably did because
it did. No one admits it. No one admits. So imagine you say, "Hey, I ran at 2:34." You're like, "Oh my God, that's like a world class time." It's like, yeah, but I lost to a guy pushing a 2-year-old. You just say I ran at 2:34 and I came in second. How hard was it? Like, how much harder is it? I mean, it's clearly a lot harder pushing your kid Sutton than just running alone.
It becomes more challenging the more hills there are on the course, the more turns there are, because that creates deceleration and acceleration. So, and as you're going up a hill, your heart rate goes up as you're trying to push weight uphill. But if those things are made so fast to glide, and you're not, I actually have to keep one hand on it the whole time, but the glide on they roll so smoothly. So if it's a flat, pretty straight course, it maybe adds like 10 seconds a kilometer, and not a ton.
Still, it does take your form. So did you get the world record?
We missed it by 2 minutes.
Oh, so are you going to do it again?
No. Like I said, everything had to happen perfectly.
Oh, no.
Not to mention, we had the perfect weather, right? We got to the start line right when the national anthem was starting, so we barely even made it to the start of the race. So we were just happy to have been able to do it. Not to mention, I don't think I can top this experience, to be honest. I mean, even if we do break the record, trying it again.
You realize you technically came in second. Sutton won. No. Sutton crossed the line before you. You came in second. Sutton won the race. Lucas McEnany, Ontario man, won the Buffalo Marathon, pushing his 2-year-old Sutton. Hey, thanks, man. Congratulations, and happy Father's Day coming up, Lucas. Thanks for listening, everyone.
Now an update from the CJAD 800 Traffic Center.
Chicane eastbound is congested from Cavendish over to Côte-de-Liesse, where you will be detoured onto the service road. 40 eastbound is shut down between Côte-de-Liesse and the Laurentian autoroute, so no access from Décarie northbound. Your detour there is onto Côte-de-Liesse westbound. So your best way into the city from the West Island is the 20. It is working well. You do have access onto the 136 eastbound, the Ville-Marie, but your access from Décarie south and 15 northbound, that is blocked for the weekend. 15 southbound is very heavy down from de la Vérendrye for the Champlain Bridge. There has been roadwork happening there. Should be over shortly. Outbound tunnel, that is still closed due to an earlier fire. Scotiabank's ultimate and preferred packages have unique rewards for unique people like you. Visit scotiabank.com/ultimate300 to see how you could be rewarded. Let us know what you see on the roads. Call in your tips to Star 800. Next report, 12:30.
With tax deadline approaching, get your receipts and paperwork organized with the Epson Rapid Receipt Scanner. Quickly and easily process receipts and invoices. This tax season, get receipt relief with Epson Rapid Receipt Scanners. Available at select retailers and epson.ca.
Real estate is not the only place we can earn rent. Hello, I'm Richard Lapointe, investment advisor with CIBC Wood Gundy. Did you know you can use options as a way to generate a regular stream of income on your stock portfolio? This strategy is called covered call writing. I think this is a valuable tool for some investors. A way of earning rent, if you will. For more information, call me. I'm Richard Lapointe, and I can always be reached at 847-6324.
Options are not necessarily suitable for all investors, and certain conditions may apply. CIBC Wood Gundy is a division of CIBC World Markets, Inc., member of CIPF and IROC.
Summer is made for those classic wind in your hair, hands flying out the window moments. Moments of unexpected fun and exploration. So get out there and explore with Journey Rewards. Start saving 7 cents per liter on fuel at participating Ultramar stations. Go ahead. Take that spontaneous road trip. Download the Journey Rewards app to start saving today. The road is calling. Journey on. Available on Google Play and the Apple App Store. Program terms and conditions apply. Visit journey.ca for more details.
Life is better framed.
Imagine how great it would be if you could choose the framing for your home
in your home.
Hi, we're Tanya and Matt of Le Frame Shop announcing a brand new service we call Frame-Mobile.
Frame-Mobile is like a Le Frame Shop on wheels that comes to you.
We do all the design work with you at your home and then safely pack up and transport your items back to our workshop.
Now you don't have to be near a Le Frame Shop to get a Le Frame Shop experience.
Go to leframeshop.com for all the details and see why life is better framed.
Everyone loves Italian food, and you can bring delicious and authentic Italian food home from Restaurant Di Menna. They've been serving the East End's best Italian dishes since 1971. Order your favorites for delivery or counter pickup. Or better yet, load up your freezer with Di Menna's restaurant quality frozen meals, Di Menna's famous Montreal-style pizzas, or lasagnas, pastas, sauces, and more to make dinner easy and delicious. Visit DiMenna.com to see the full menu today. Restaurant Di Menna, your new favorite Italian restaurant in St. Leonard.
Water infiltration in your basement? Call Système Sous-Sol. Musty, moldy odors? Call Système Sous-Sol. Moisture problems? Call Système Sous-Sol. Nasty crawl space? That's right, call Système Sous-Sol. It's a fact. Basement problems don't get better with time, but they do get better when you call Système Sous-Sol. Visit fixbasement.ca for all things basementy. That's fixbasement.ca.
Russian forces have advanced in southern Ukraine.
When big news happens,
officials are alleging cultural sites are being targeted.
Montrealers know where to turn. Watch CTV News at 6 and visit ctvnewsmontreal.ca.
Are you an insurance broker looking for a new opportunity? Accent Insurance Solutions is growing and seeking personal and commercial lines damage insurance brokers with 3 or more years experience. Come and work with a team committed to both your professional and personal development. Enjoy a better work-life balance too with Accent's flexible hybrid schedule. Interested? Just email broker@accentassurance.com. That's broker@accentassurance.com or call Accent at 514-363-3636.
Making sense of the latest news. You're listening to The Evan Solomon Show.
If you ever get a chance to go to the Calgary Stampede, do it. But if you ever get a chance to eat some of the extreme food there, think about it. And I only say that when we came across a story, like they always have extreme foods at the Calgary Stampede. Cajun fried cheese curds. Sure. Crazy tongue pizza. That features an Alberta cow tongue. My dad would like that. He would have loved that. Okay, I get it. But a craft dinner soft serve, what? A soft served ice cream made by Craft Dinner? Then you got to call Kyle Russell. He's the director of Stampede Programming. And you got to get Kyle on the line and say, what the hell are you up to? And Kyle's on the line.
Well, what the hell am I up to? Hi, Evan.
What the hell are you?
Nice to chat with you.
I love it, man. I have my Calgary Stampede white hat in my car. I occasionally take it out. It really only looks good when you're there because you get white hatted when you go to the Stampede, right? The first time.
Definitely. We love to white hat visitors when they come to Calgary and come to the Calgary Stampede.
Tell us about the extreme food. There's a lot going on there, but let's focus on the stomach first. What are the extreme foods this year?
Well, this year we have something for everyone. We always like to challenge our vendors to come up with something unique to the Calgary Stampede. Some of the items that we know are getting a lot of attention already. The craft dinner soft serve is definitely, it seems to be a fan favorite so far, but we've got some other...
Don't gloss over it. Hold on. No one knows what the heck you're talking about. Okay, let's talk about that. The craft dinner soft serve. Tell us what this is.
Basically, if you can think of what craft dinner tastes like and the creamy coolness of soft serve and the texture of it, that's what it is. It's a flavor combination and a texture combination that's unlike anything else you've ever tried.
It's like when you go to the ice cream truck, folks, and you get that soft serve ice cream that swirls around. Hey, vanilla. Maybe you cover your vanilla with chocolate. Maybe you get a chocolate one. But this is a craft dinner one.
You got it.
It seems so disgusting. Have you tried it?
I have not tried it yet myself, but I'm looking forward to it. And it is, part of it is the flavor combination, but it's also the experience. I mean, where else can you try craft dinner soft serve? And this is a great reason to come visit the Calgary Stampede. You're not gonna find this anywhere else in Canada.
Okay, what is Crazy Tongue Pizza?
Crazy Tongue Pizza is exactly what it sounds like. So, Crazy Tongue Pizza. Basically, we have a vendor who loves to have crazy pizza, and this year their creation is braised AAA Alberta cow tongue on top of a pizza. So it's a great Alberta beef product, and something, again, you're not going to find anywhere else in Canada this year.
So it's got mozzarella cheese, tomato sauce, pineapple, caramelized onions, Baja Chipotle drizzle, and cow tongue. So the pizza tastes you at the same time as you taste the pizza.
Definitely. So it's an experience for the pizza as well as for the diner.
The pizza's like, and you get their tongue. So what does that taste like?
It's exactly how it sounds. So these pizzas, like the pizza vendor is really keen on making sure that this is a culinary experience. So while it is a crazy experience, you might try this Crazy Tongue Pizza and realize that, hey, you know what, Alberta cow tongue is something that I need to add into my kitchen more frequently. So that one is both the experience and the culinary fare that you're going to enjoy. A couple items that we're really excited about are some hot dogs. We have a cricket hot dog and a mealworm hot dog, which are definitely an experience you're not going to get anywhere else. Crickets and mealworms.
Okay.
It's the hot dog.
God. Okay, what are these?
I would encourage anyone to take a look on our website because we do have some good photos of it. But the mealworm hot dog and the cricket hot dog, when you bite into it, you will see both of these in the hot dog itself. So the mealworm hot dog will have some worms in it, and then also crickets as well. So this is definitely an Instagrammable moment. It's something you're probably not going to try any other time in your life.
I tell you, the more and more as you talk, I'm going back to the craft dinner soft sell as like the best thing. So, okay, anything else on the menu? By the way, folks, we're kidding around. There's a million reasons to visit the Calgary Stampede. There is honestly not a better event you'll ever go to in your life. You'll enjoy it. The people are fantastic, but the food is really fun. I love this stuff. Kyle Russell is the director of Calgary Stampede Program. Hey, good luck, man. I wish the whole world could come there. We'd get along a bit better, have a good time, and realize what good folks there are all over the place. If you can get to the Calgary Stampede in your life, folks, do it. It's great. Kyle, awesome. Thank you, sir. We have something in the nation's capital called Poutine Fest. And when you eat poutine, it's like, two things are about to happen. You're in for a delightful treat. Also that your heart is about to say, is it worth it? Because this is not going to be healthy. Everything about this is bad and everything about this is good. And then you're going to get into a political question like, what's real poutine? Can you innovate? Well, this is the kind of thing that a very popular 26-year-old TikToker spent a full week doing between June 18th and 25th. He tried 50 poutines across Quebec. He spent over $1,200. He gained 8 pounds, and he went all over the province to find poutine. And here he is, out of the hospital, the TikToker from Montreal, 50 poutine in 7 days, 8 pounds. Nico at Sadis. Are you still alive, Nico? Are you alive? Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm alive. I feel great.
You don't feel great. You're alive. You've tasted probably the greatest thing, but you put on 8 pounds in 7 days.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't fun. The first poutine or second poutine every day was a great time. I loved it. But then by the time I got to that third, fourth, fifth, I kept pushing. And you know what? I said, don't give up. Dreams come true if you just keep fighting. And you know what? Before I knew it, it was day 7. I was on my last couple of poutines, and that's it. I dieted for a couple of days, and now I feel fine.
You're good. Dreams come true. I love it. Okay, tell us what you did. So tell our listeners across the country, what the mission was, Nico, and where you went to find the 5 greatest poutines in Quebec.
Okay, yeah. So I wanted to travel a little bit throughout Quebec for my foodie journey. And I said, okay, well, what better food to start with than poutine, one of the most popular meals enjoyed by Quebecers, casual meals. So I decided to choose poutine, and I said, okay, you know what? I tried a lot of poutines in the Montreal area. I'm from Montreal, so I said, let me venture out a little bit. I started getting a lot of comments. So a lot of people that were following me on TikTok were saying, okay, go here, go there. And I let everybody know I'm going to go across as much of the province that I could. So let me know your suggestions. And so a lot of people just kept commenting, go here, go there. So then I had to look in because I had so many suggestions. Right. I had to narrow it down. And I said, okay, well, I really wanted to find the best authentic poutine, the classic poutine. A lot of people are doing poutines and putting all kinds of delicious things on them, smoked meat, beef, hot dogs. But I wanted to be fair. I wanted all the 50 to be classic, authentic poutines.
So give me your top 5. Go for it.
So it was Canteen Annie, number 5. That's in Victoriaville.
Canteen Annie. Okay, and why is that so good?
Oh, it was just the quality. The cheese is what blew my mind because they just layered the whole poutine with cheese curds, top quality cheese curds throughout the whole poutine. The fries were great. Number 4 was the poutine at La Cantine Fringale in McMasterville. So that's the same thing. The potatoes were top quality. The cheese curds were huge. So what made that one really special to me was not only were they top quality, but they were really big, the cheese curds. 3 was La Belle in Lachute. So that was about an hour away from Montreal. That one is just, and number 3 and number 2 were very similar in terms of like how when you take a bite, the fries were a little bit smaller, the cheese curds were a little bit smaller, but the way it just balanced itself, it was just so smooth and well balanced to eat. Perfect amount of salt. The cheese was perfect.
Give me number 1, Nico. This is killing me.
And number 1 was Les Couleurs de la Terre. So that was a farm I went to in Yamachiche. That was near the city of Trois-Rivières in Quebec. That was a farm. They grow their own potatoes there. They use fresh cheese. And that one just blew me away. It was unlike any poutine I've ever had.
Check out his TikTok, Nico at Sadis 26. I love what you did, Nico. I'm looking forward to your next adventure. Go get some poutine.
This newscast brought to you by Bateau Mouche, the ultimate cruise experience in the old port of Montreal. Learn more at bateaumouche.ca.
Good afternoon. It's 12:30. I'm Tom Whalen with a CTV News update. Here's what's making news right now. Paramedics at some 40 ambulance services across Quebec went on strike this morning. Pensions, wages, and bonuses, main complaints with their union saying that it's time the province's paramedics were shown some respect. There seems to be an agreement between the feds and the province over asylum seekers coming into Quebec from New York State at the Roxham Road border crossing. Premier François Legault says Quebec's resources to deal with the influx have been depleted. Yesterday, Ottawa started bringing many of those crossing into Quebec over to Niagara Falls. And Tropical Storm Bonnie has formed over the Caribbean, expected to move quickly across Central America. With the latest now from the CJAD 800 Traffic Center, here's Jill Fitzgerald.
Very busy drive on the inbound TCAN. The 40 is shut down for the weekend between Côte-de-Liesse and the Laurentian Autoroute. If you're on to Carrie northbound, you'll find yourself detoured onto the westbound side of Côte-de-Liesse. 13 northbound has volume up from the TCAN. So the 20 is your best option into town if that works for you. You can get onto the eastbound Ville-Marie, but there is no access to the eastbound Ville-Marie from DeCarry south and 15 northbound. And it's still slow on 15 southbound down from de la Vérendrye for the Champlain Bridge, and the outbound La Fontaine Tunnel remains closed. Scotiabank's Ultimate and Preferred packages have unique rewards for unique people like you. Visit scotiabank.com/ultimate300 to see how you could be rewarded. Let us know what you see on the roads. Call in your tips to Star 800. Next report, 1245.
Your Dormez-vous Weather Center forecast. A mix of sun and clouds, slight chance of a late-day shower, looking for a high of 28. Some clouds, still the slight chance of a shower to start the evening, then clearing overnight with a low of 20. Tomorrow and Sunday both look sunny with highs in the mid to high 20s. Right now, it's a mix of sun and cloud and 25 degrees downtown. Your next CTV News update is at 1 o'clock.
You can create a happier, healthier lifestyle for you and your family. Montréal en Santé, in partnership with the MUHC, is Quebec's only bilingual health and wellness magazine, giving you breaking medical news and stories that will help you live a more active, healthy lifestyle. Look for tennis phenom Felix Auger-Aliassime on the front cover. You can pick up your free copy of Montréal en Santé magazine at all MUHC hospitals, pharmacies, grocery stores, and health food chains island-wide, or read us online at montrealensanté.com. Montréal en Santé magazine, your guide to living well.
National Carpet is Quebec's premier destination for all the latest trends in floor coverings. They've been a trusted name for over 60 years for hand-woven area rugs, elegant broadloom, custom staircase runners, as well as hardwood floors and tiles. Come visit National Carpet's beautiful showroom. Choose from a vast selection of exclusive patterns and designs from around the world. National Carpet, 8995 Jean Prat, facing Autoroute 15 just north of the Lacadie Circle. tapinational.com.
They're called Cuisine West Island because they made their name manufacturing and installing new kitchens. But why stop there? Transform your entire home with Cuisine West Island the way you like it. Contemporary, modern, country, urban, kitchens, bathrooms, or built-in furniture. Everything is designed and manufactured right here in Montreal and installed by the professional team at Cuisine West Island. Pop in and see for yourself at 2758 St. Charles in Kirkland or at cuisinewestisland.com. Cuisine West Island, for those not easily impressed.
3 appliances. Bye-bye taxes. 10 appliances. Bye-bye taxes. 6,389 appliances. Woo! Bye-bye taxes. At Corbeil, the taxes are moving out. Save the equivalent of the taxes when you purchase 3 or more selected appliances. But hurry, because the taxes move back in on July 6th. Corbeil, for the right reasons. And saving the taxes this moving season. Details at CorbeilElectro.com.
Yeah, a super 3-day weekend. Now that's what I'm talking about.
The 1, 2, 3 days of discounts event at Jean Coutu. That's what I'm talking about.
This Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at Jean Coutu, it's the 1, 2, 3 days of discounts event. Don't miss all the great deals on your favorite products, like Selection, the Soft One bathroom tissues. Select packs are just $3.99 each, and Select Boost meal replacements are just $8.77 a pack. 1, 2, 3 is a great way to start the month. Details at JeanCoutu.com.
Summer drink days are on at McDonald's McCafe. Try a medium peach passion fruit smoothie made with real fruit puree and yogurt for $2. Or enjoy a consistently rich, smooth, delicious small McCafe iced coffee for $1. Taxes extra. Prices exclude delivery. See restaurant at mcdonalds.ca for details.
The wait is over. The ultimate race across the country is back. This summer, we're ready to go with the new season of The Amazing Race Canada. Get into it starting Tuesday at 9/8 Central only on CTV.
This is an encore presentation. Sorry, our phone lines are closed. From coast to coast to coast, the newsmakers talk here. This is the Evan Sullivan